We are. We are. What, 3 minutes late now for 420? Shame, shame, I know. Shame, shame. 3 minutes late for the high holy hour. But stoners are always late to these type of things, don't you know? Oh, I should also probably, I should probably message Dargesh, because Dargesh wants to do a project with all these rare pictures of Dave, and turn Dave into a dumb magic set. I already gave Dargesh one of the absolute best Dave the Gathering fucking ideas. There's a new card, not like new, but it's somewhat new. I also have I have a little guy here. He's running. Got our little running dude. Let's see if we can have him on the screen. Kinda, maybe, a little bit. Not sure. It's a Shauna. But I gave Dargesh this crazy good idea. Because, Dave makes all of his gloop and everything, right? So, there's a relatively new card in Magic called Dubious Delicacy. And Dubious Delicacy is a food artifact thing in black that says, as it enters, I think a thing gets neg3 or something like that, or I think it's a neg3 something like that. So it's a food that comes in, potentially kills something, and then you can sacrifice it later and gain some life by eating it or whatever. So that'll be Dave's Gloop is a Dubious Delicacy card. All right. So I took a bunch of pictures and stuff of the gear shape. I guess it would be fine to just call it a gear type shape. As I said, we are a little bit late for 420, but we have the 4th minute 20th second coming up in about a minute, a little bit less than a minute. And I've got my ground weed and my seashell. Apparently my neighbor is using a leaf blower or something. It's there's not a whole lot of leaves to blow around here. But there's more than you would think if you grew up like me, picturing this Wile E. Coyote cow skull, single cow skull, single saguaro cactus, and tumbleweed type red desert that I was given as a child. That Wile E. Coyote desert is not fucking real. That shit ain't real. The desert is far greener than any of the childhood cartoons that we had gave it credit for. But we have passed the 4th minute, the 20th second. So we need a smoke check. Also, I shall put my little stool under here so that my cat disturbs my fucking camera angle less. Well, there was that one time a little while ago where he just like came fucking zooming through here, and it didn't matter what I had underneath my fucking tripod. That little bastard fucked my camera angle right up. All right. You like my little dragon skin lighter case? I like it. I also like the weird like acrylic pour looking design on my lighter here. Sent the camera flying. I mean, I had no idea that dogs had that magical ability, but I guess they do. Or is Cameo the cat? I think Cameo is the cat, if I remember correctly. Is the Cameo the calico? Yeah, there we go. C-O. Oh, I hope that the leaf blower in the background is not too irritating. It's later in the afternoon, so they probably shouldn't be blowing leaves for very long. All right, we're at the 7th minute, the 10th second. All right. So I've taken some good pictures of our gear as it is now, and yeah, I think that just this, like just the gear part, will potentially make a very good like Magic the Gathering card. But the whole thing, because we've got this whole donut, this whole donut shape to sculpt and color and whatnot. Well, sculpt and shade, right? So what I'm thinking that we start with is probably getting these rounded out, getting these triangles here, and getting these guys starting to take shape, and then also these like there's going to be a curved, like sort of a curved edge here. So basically getting this intersection worked on, and then the mirror image intersection worked on, just kind of all the way around the whole thing. So that's what I think that we're going to be working on as far as what we're going to be working on as far as like the drawing is concerned, and like you can have me repose our little man, our little person. There we go. Now it looks like a slightly more joyous run. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. Like, having one of these little fuckers does not unlock some sort of special drawing ability or whatever. You also need to know how to pose the motherfuckers, too. Like, they're difficult to pose sometimes. You need to know about how the body works and how poses work and, like, what the pose that you're going for is. Like, because sometimes you can pose these fucking things in such a way that it would not be, like, anatomically accurate in any way. Like, it just would not work. Also, with this guy, his hands look like little hooves. Like, it looks like it was supposed to be on, like, a little horse guy, kind of. 'Cause, like, this does not resemble a hand to me. Right? This is a hoof. Why does he have hoofs for hands? Is my main question. But anyway, we're also going to be going over more atheist content. We have about 1 hour left of the video that we were watching yesterday, which hopefully will not take as long as the first, like, 2 hours took. But you never can tell. I'm going to wait until the ads are over, because it says that the ad is starting soon. I'm going to wait until the ads are over to start playing the videos. I'm going to start playing this video, because we still have another hour to get through. So, the section that we're in of the video is titled, "Can we have a fulfilling life without a transcendent purpose?" Is what the title of the section is, and we are just at the tail end of it. I'm gonna go back, like, just a couple minutes so that we can see more of what was happening in the conversation. Like, I think he was talking about, like a problem of, like, animals and stuff kind of came up where, like, where the interviewer said, like, well, how does my dog know, like, to eat, to drink, to, like, to mate, to like, how does he know what is desirous and whatnot to him and everything. And, like, I mean, like, there's, like, a lot of pheromones and stuff that happen with, like, with this, that, and the other. So let's see. But, like, and I was explaining last night that my cat is smart as hell, knows what is going on. Like, like, knows that certain spots, whenever he is in them, that is his spot. Like, he has a way about things. Like, he has a way about things that he follows. Like, there is a system of quasi-rules and expectations that he has about the world. Like, And if that's not at least akin to some sort of moral structure, right? If that's not at least similar to a moral structure, then I don't know what would be for animals, right? And like also talking about like fairness, systems of fairness and whatnot, and how animals have systems of fairness, and it's like, wow, even this chimpanzee knows like fair from not fair, and we might define knowing about fairness as like a rather human trait, right? Like, but if you have two chimpanzees that can see one another, and you give one a piece of sweet fruit and you give the other one a fucking carrot or some bullshit, like, then they're gonna see that is bullshit. Like, there's total experiments like that. I bet my cat would be that way if it was like tasty wet food, or a fucking freeze-dried minnow or whatever. If I gave another cat like wet food, like, and he could see me like giving that cat wet food, like, I don't know what the fuck he would do. Like, he would probably be talking to me, yelling at me, yelling up a storm, being like, "Dad, you always give me wet food. Why are you giving somebody else wet food? I could smell the wet food. This is torturous." Like, it's really, really funny. I bet he would always want to be first as well. Because, like, right now he has, like, an only child type mentality. He just kind of does whatever the fuck he wants to. But he's really cute. So he can get away with that shit. Yeah, these are my favorite. Someone last night was saying that they use these pens a lot, and these are my favorite disposable liner pens, like, that are just really good for this hobby. Like, you can see sometimes I'm like fighting with the tool or whatever, but most times it's good. Most times it's fine. Something like that. When Doc would get wet food, Ricochet and Simon would flip their shit. Yeah. Like, and like, I've even heard of experiments like this with bonobos and whatnot, like, where you give one bonobo a piece of fruit for doing a task or something, and you give the other one a fucking carrot. Like, and they're like, fuck this. They're like, fuck this. I want a piece of fruit. They got a piece of fruit. They did the same thing as me. It's fucking funny, dude. Like, they absolutely have a system of morals. Like, if that's not a moral consideration, then I don't know what the fuck is a moral consideration. Like, some system of, like, what you think should be fair, some system of what you think is right and just, like, or whatever the fuck. Like, not, like, right for a reason, like, for this specific reason, because it's in line with God's nature, or whatever the fuck that this Christian guy is going to try to explain. Like, no. Like, no, and that's not to put it past, like, I don't know what animals think about a concept like a god. Do they have gods? Maybe. Who's to say they don't? Like, who's to say they fucking don't, man? Like,
idea is that it can initiate things. Okay, you don't have to have, in a certain sense, deterministic element in your soul that forces you to act a certain way. Why did Adam and Eve in this case, act the way she did? Because she was capable of initiating a free action. Do you think she had more free action in terms of rebellion? Okay, that's the nature of freedom. Okay, I can't get into.
Oh yeah, Alex had just brought up, like, it's the fruit of what? The fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. So she didn't know what was evil before eating of the fruit of the tree. So, like, so then, like, how was she to know that following the command was good or evil or indifferent or, like, or anything else? Like, how was she supposed to know that? And then he goes on to explain that, whenever it says the fruit of in Hebrew, what it is often referring to is like the material knowledge or something like that. The discernment, the lived experience. So he's trying to put it in the camp of lived experience is what the fruit would give her knowledge of, instead of she doesn't have knowledge of what good and evil is before eating the fruit, even though it says that they are naked and unashamed, like, as though nakedness is something to be cosmically ashamed for, right? Like, that's a weird fucking thing. Like, like, isn't that weird? Like, man. Such philosophical thoughts when stoned. Like, this is what weed was for. Like, fucking philosophy. I like stoner philosophy. This is good and this is fun. Like, at least it's fun for me. I hope it's fun for everybody else.
Right, and I think sometimes asking questions like this, why did she, under those circumstances, do what she did? I can't answer that.
Do you think she did something immoral?
Yeah, she did something.
And what did she eat from the tree of the...
I'm not sure.
She ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So she ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Implying that before she ate of it, she didn't have knowledge of good and evil.
Well,
how could she have done something immoral before she ate?
Can I ask you a question? No, it just goes to a contradiction of my view, so I just need to clarify this.
Do you understand what I'm saying, right? Like,
yeah, I understand. I'm entirely sure.
If she hasn't eaten from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, she doesn't know good and evil. So how does she know that it's evil if she hasn't yet eaten from the knowledge of good and evil?
Because the knowledge of good, the word knowledge, oftentimes in the Hebrew, is talking about experience. Okay, it is not talking about mental awareness. Okay, she wouldn't have not been able to even understand the command not to do something if she didn't have the.
Like, well, what about like being naked? So were they gifted with like all knowledge of social custom? Like good and evil as opposed to what? Like so they... This is such special pleading. It's like she had special pre-foreknowledge of good and evil before eating the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil, because knowledge in the Hebrew here usually means the experience of it. So, like she knew that, like, following or disobeying a command of the Lord was wrong, like, even though she didn't have any experience of, like, right and wrong and whatnot. Like, so... but she already knows somehow. Like, it's like, give me a break, my guy. Like, that is such special pleading. Like, that's such special pleading. That is not satisfying to me, like, whatsoever. Like, she just has magic... She has magic knowledge of good and evil before eating of the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. Like, is basically what he is saying. Like, she has some foreknowledge of it before eating of the fruit. Like, which this is said nowhere in the Bible. This is said nowhere. Like, this is said nowhere in, like, Genesis 1, 2, and 3. Like, no place. I hadn't, like, popped my knuckles today. Oh. Oh, I fucking hate being an adult. I have to do fucking hand calisthenics before I, like, fucking hand exercises and stuff. Like, before I fucking sit down to draw. Oh, God. Fucking hell. Yeah, so this guy is, like, just special pleading out of his ass, like, saying that Eve did have some foreknowledge of good and evil. She just didn't have the experience of good and evil. Like, well, that makes no fucking sense to me. Like, how can one have the knowledge of it without having the experience of it? Like... Like, God made it within all of us. It's like, it doesn't say that in the story of Genesis. Like, it does not say that anywhere. That, like, Eve had some sort of special foreknowledge. Like, it says remarkably little about her, besides getting tempted by the serpent. Like...
Those moral categories, I think that's part of the image of God in man. Consequently, she knew she ought not do it, but she still chose, for whatever reason, to do that. And that act of disobedience created ignorance.
What that means is that the fool does not explain the proclivity to sin because Eve already had it. It does not explain the existence of evil because knowledge of that already existed before she could. It also doesn't explain the origin of suffering because, of course, Eve's punishment for eating from the tree of the
Well,
knowledge
you're talking about suffering prior to human beings in animals.
I'm talking about suffering in human beings.
It does explain the fall of man because human beings made a choice that they could have made differently, but they didn't. And the rebellion against God had a consequence.
I don't think it can
and this is why the rest of the world has unfolded the way it has, why there is suffering, evil in the world. A naturalistic explanation can explain suffering before, suffering after, but you've been very careful to make it clear that there's no moral ramifications to this at all. It seems most people are pretty aware that there are moral ramifications implications. So if your worldview does not have a way of making sense or moral intuitions about suffering, even animal suffering, it's not an adequate worldview.
Just give me a minute of your time, and I'll tell you about the device that my team's been using that they won't seem to shut.
So now we have a like another ad read. And it kind of ends there, but like I don't like that the preacher gets the last word, but like ownership of the last word is not necessarily everything in an argument. It's everything to some people, because some people can only remember the last thing that they heard. So, but Alex had said that that under those assumptions and under that theology or whatever, like under that story that this pastor is telling, because this is a big fish story, like, and he's having to account for every single for too many things, so he's like weaving this thing that just can't be woven. And Alex says, like, all that, like, that being the way that it is, even, thus cannot explain the existence of evil, like, the existence of an understanding of evil, like, because Eve already had it, like the fall doesn't explain, like, it loses so much explanatory power there. Like, if Eve already has some magical pre-foreknowledge of what good and evil is, like, he's been tied into a logical knot, because, like, this whole section, we're at 2 hours, 19 and 30 seconds. This whole section went on since, like, around like an hour 49 and 30 seconds or so. So, like, this has been a 30-minute segment of this conversation, and he's had to tie, like, this preacher has had to tie himself in logical knots so badly, like, that he is saying now that Eve, of Adam and Eve, had some sort of magical pre-foreknowledge of good and evil, right and wrong, what she ought to do and ought not to do, like, knew that, like, disobeying God would have consequences or whatever, like, and thus has has just really garroted his own argument, because if Eve knows the difference between good and evil, then that, like, that cancels out so much of the story. It, like, invalidates so much of it, and I don't think that the preacher sees it. It's like frustrating whenever they walk themselves, like, into a never-ending loop of having to defend whatever the fuck it is. He has delivered a haymaker to his own argument, which is the weirdest thing, like, in the form of, oh, Eve already knew. It's like, what? What fucking piece of, what Bible verse tells you that? Like, I would be like, no. Like, I need chapter and verse on that there, Pastor. Like, because Eve is not said to have, like, some sort of mystical, magical foreknowledge thing. Never heard of that.
It's called the Note Pro, and it's by our sponsor, Claude. This tiny card clips onto the back of your phone and captures
Bullet point, and teach their children the latest. And so as generations go on, the starting point for each individual human is like further bullet point, and teach their children the latest. And so as generations go on, the starting point for each individual human is like further along, right? So you can have a child who's like 12 now and no bullet point, and teach their children the latest. And so as generations go on,
my God.
the starting point for each individual human is like further along, right? So you can have a child who's like 12 now and knows calculus, you know what I mean? And with successive generations, the starting point for each individual is like
Claude's products using the link in the description below. Don't tell anybody this. If you use code DOAC22...
Go away. I don't care about your ad read.
In my second book, The Diary of a CEO, 33 Laws of Business and Life,
I don't care.
your first foundation. And by that,
I don't
after speaking to
care.
scientists and doctors and thinkers, I'm convinced we can all change
We
the
don't
future.
care.
So for me,
But this is how far I could jump back.
made complete sense.
Oh my lord. Why does this ad read have to be so long? Ad read, ad read, ad read. And I couldn't skip it because it starts in cut in the middle of a fucking sentence because it's fucking shitty. It's a wonderful fucking video whenever the chapters are not fucking made right. You motherfucker. You fucking asshole. That's a ad read right there.
Alex, how do you categorize your belief or lack of belief? Are you atheist, agnostic, religious?
agnostic is probably the best term.
And how do you define the word agnostic?
It means that I don't know. I think that a lot of religious language escapes us, and I'm also not entirely sure always what people are exactly talking about.
So if I ask you the question, how
yeah.
did life come to be on the earth?
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay.
Of course I have no idea.
And how does someone who is agnostic create a really meaningful life in your perspective?
Well, I don't know how
How
somebody else might do that, because crucially, I mean, we talked about this earlier when we talked about, like, we have this brief
Move in
interlude
there.
where you were sort of saying meaning for humans and meaning for individuals. And the reason I make that distinction is because if you consider the way that, take like scientific progress, right, from Galileo's time to today, the idea is that there are some kind of scientific innovations, and then you have a child, and you teach that child the latest science, and then that child will build upon it, and teach their children the latest, and they'll build, and so as generations go on, the starting point for each individual human is like further along, right? So you can have a child who's like 12 now and knows calculus, you know what I mean? And with successive generations, the starting point for each individual is like further along the path of discovery. With like meaning and existential concerns, it doesn't work. It resets every single time. It's not something you can't figure out, like how to live a meaningful life and experience meaning and come to kind of spiritual enlightenment, and then teach that to your children, and that's then their starting point. For them, it resets. It's new. So I think that every individual has to do it on their own for themselves, right? And we're all doing that together, as it were, going around the world. So the way that I'm approaching this, we were going to talk about consciousness, which we didn't, and perhaps it's a good job that we didn't, because it's just such a big topic. But my views on consciousness are crucial to my sense of sort of what it's all about as well. Because the greatest mystery that we are confronted with every single day, if you just take a moment to remember, is that we are conscious, is that we are experiencing things from a first-person perspective. And I have thoughts which are inaccessible to you, and you have thoughts which are inaccessible to me. It's extremely strange. So, there's a view that I'm quite attracted to in the philosophy of mind called panpsychism, which literally means sort of like the view that consciousness is everywhere or in everything. It doesn't mean that everything is conscious. It doesn't mean this pen is conscious. What it means is that the stuff that the universe is made out of, so the fundamental matter of the universe, has at least mental.
Panpsychism is the philosophical view that mind or consciousness is a fundamental and universal feature of reality, meaning that all matter possesses a basic form of mental or conscious quality. We have even seen in like single-celled organisms rudimentary forms of consciousness. There's like video of a protozoa or something, and it's going to be engulfed by an amoeba, and it appears as though there's a point of realization where it realizes that it is trapped, and then, like, a quasi-panic response begins to set in to this single-celled organism. Like, and you're gonna tell me that it's not at least somewhat aware, quote unquote, like, of its demise, like, or whatever else, like, oh, game's up. Oh no. Like, we mustn't panic. Now we panic. Like, it knows. It might not know a lot, but it knows something. Like, it couldn't have, like, you couldn't talk to it and have this conversation, like. Like,
properties, or might be mental properties. Because when you say, for example, we're in a world of like molecules in motion, right? I understand that sentiment, but if you ask a scientist, what is stuff actually made out of? Ultimately speaking, they will not be able to say.
For you personally, what makes your life full of purpose and meaning?
I can just jump there, but it won't make much sense, because what I would say is something like a recognition of the illusion of divisible selves, which doesn't make a ton of sense.
I can explain.
Unless you lay the groundwork, which can be explained in many different ways, and in fact is something which most like the Vedic tradition. It's one of the reasons I'm so attracted to it, and particularly the Upanishads, is because they seem to embody this idea. They're constantly banging on about how the individual self, the individuated person, is an illusion, and there is one ultimate self, the Atman.
Are you gonna have kids?
I don't know.
Do you want to have kids?
I hope so. Yeah.
So you do want to have kids?
Oh yeah.
Why?
I'm not sure. I don't know. It feels as though I've got. It's a bit like asking, there's a literal explanation. If you ask me, am I going to have dinner today? I'd say yes. If you say why, I could say, well, because I'm hungry. But if you ask me, why? Why do you care about being hungry? Why do you care about satisfying it?
I would say I'm agnostic, and I'd say I want to have kids because I think it'll bring a lot of joy to my life. I think I'll enjoy the challenge. It's proven to
Just
be.
for your sake.
Yes.
So it's not for their sake.
I think everything
Is that kind of
everyone.
immoral?
No. I think everything everyone does, if at some you could look at the neurological level,
Yeah.
is for their
It's
sake.
self-serving.
But the reason why people like Dr. K works on that ward and saves the life
Yeah.
is ultimately because it's
So
Like, I like how it immediately gave the guy pause. Like, I have it at 1.25 speed, but there was still a big pause there. Right? Because O'Connor asks, the interviewer starts out by asking Alex, do you want to have kids? Why? And Alex comes around to a yes, and then he says, why? And Alex is like, I don't know. He's like, I don't know exactly. And then, the interviewer says, well, I want to do it because I think it will be enriching, it'll be enriching for my life and stuff like this. And it starts out on a very self-focused thing. And then Alex goes, so it's for your sake. Not for their sake. And it gives him genuine pause because I bet he had never fucking thought about it like that. That's a really cool and good question to ask. And he's kind of floundering.
then, in a way, I agree with you. But if it is true that there is this sort of thing called consciousness that the universe is made out of, and brains are kind of complex organizations of consciousness, then when you ask me, what's wrong with harming another person on this worldview, on this materialistic worldview? Well, I think the material universe is consciousness, and I think that when I harm someone else. It could literally, in the fundamental sense, be a case of self-harm. By the way, can I just say, because it sounds a little bit insane, without the space to explain the panpsychism worldview, it sounds absolutely mental. But there are some really interesting clues. Can I give you one clue? This is really, really fascinating about the fact that the brain, as Aldous Huxley said, is a tool for focusing the mind. Aldous Huxley writes in the Laws of Perception. Essential reading to anybody interested in consciousness, by the way. Aldous Huxley, in the 20th century, takes a psychedelic drug, and he writes about his experience. And he writes about it beautifully. And one of the things he realizes is that his mind has been opened. And he thinks, okay, well, if my mind has been opened during this experience, and that means that in normal waking hours, something must be closing my mind. What could be closing my mind? Answer?
My brain.
Brain. He concludes that the brain is a tool for focusing the mind. So, the psychedelic experience, this is before we've done any scientific experiments on this. You can scan people's brains in like an MRI scanner, right? Okay? So, when you take a psychedelic drug, your experience just blows up, right? You start seeing colors you didn't know existed, you start experiencing things as if they were new. It's like, the experience is unimaginable. So we've taken people and we've measured their brain activity, and their brain activity is at a certain level, and then you give them a psychedelic drug and you put them in the MRI scanner and their brain activity goes down. Brain activity goes down as the mental experience expands and goes up, which for the person who experiences the psychedelic drug, they will report this as a feeling that they just get from the experience. The scientist who measures the brain activity, the sages writing the Upanishads, the Buddhist monk, after a series of long meditation, will all say the same thing, which is that in some inexplicable way, consciousness is more foundational than the brain is, and the brain is focusing consciousness, and in some sense that means that our individuated selves are essentially illusory.
I'm going to do my best
In the same way the distinction between objects are illusory.
to support what you're saying. I totally empathize with having fallen into this mistake of invoking karma and not having the bandwidth to explain what I mean.
Yeah.
And opening myself up.
So before the spiritual guy starts talking about karma and stuff, like I really love that, like, with panpsychism, as Alex describes it, like, basically the distinction between minds is an illusion, and also the distinction between objects is an illusion as well. Everything is like part of one grand unified thing, the universe, right? It's this one grand unified thing. And I would say further, even though I probably can't prove it, that I would posit that since nothing comes in ones in the universe, why would the universe come in sets of one? Like, yeah, we may not have access to those, but we make new universes all of the time, new little universes in here. Hell, I play Civ 6 on my fucking Nintendo Switch. That's a little universe that we've made inside this one. Like, who's to say we're not some other little universe inside some alien's fucking Nintendo Switch, like, or whatever the fuck else. Like, who's to say we're not? Like, is what I am basically getting at, I guess. Oh man, I'm loving this. Fucking loving it. I'm loving it like McDonald's. We'll do this one since I had to go a little bit out for this one. And why I really like how he explains panpsychism is because I saw this TED Talk from this lady one time. And she had a blood vessel burst in her brain. And she was a neurologist. So she got to, as a neurologist, experience this crazy like seizure experience, and like it's an amazing TED Talk. Everyone should watch it. She experiences nirvana like while having this seizure. She began to not be like, she was in her shower and she began to not be able to tell the difference between where one tile on the wall ended and the other one began. She began to not be able to tell the difference between where herself ended and everything else began. She became one with everything, and everything was one. She experienced nirvana, and she woke up in the fucking hospital. Like, it is one of the most astounding stories that I've ever heard by an individual. Like, because she had the language to describe exactly everything that was happening, because she knows so much about the brain, and she knows the location of the blood clot where it was in her brain, like, now after the fact, and can describe, oh, well, this must have been the point where the blood clot was pressing on and fucking almost destroying this section of my brain that regulates how I perceive this part of the world or whatever. Like, she even had a brain and a brain stem that she brought out, and showed that the two halves are very, very separate, and it's the center, I think it's called the corpus callosum, that connects the two, that lets the two interchange thoughts and lets electrical impulses go across from one side of the brain to the other side of the brain. And it was it's such a cool story. Like, I get goosebumps every time that I hear it, and I need to watch it again. Maybe if we finish this, we'll watch the neurosurgeon or neuropsychologist or whatever, or neuroscientist or whatever she was, that had a blood clot in her brain and describes the experience. Because that is an amazing story and should be shared more. And it's kind of old.
That's also why I completely understand what you said a moment ago, which is...
So I think the funny thing about this is, if we look at the quantification of meaning, I think everything that I said about self-determination theory, make choices in life, doesn't matter what they are. We get so caught up about making the right choice. Where does the concept of right or wrong come from? It comes from the social conditioning around us. When I was 9 years old, my grandmother was like, "Oh, you're going to be a great doctor, great doctor, great doctor, great doctor." And so I went to medical school. I was pre-med, and I promptly failed out because the reason I wanted to be a doctor is because I thought it was going to be cool. I was going to go to Harvard, by the way. I was going to be the best doctor, not just a doctor. And that didn't really align with my motivational system at all. It was coming from the ego, and so I kind of failed out. And then 7 years later, started med school. A few years later, that wound up ironically training at Harvard and being faculty there. And so going back to karma for a second, I share this example because a lot of times when we look at things that we think are bad, and I'm not saying that cancer applies here clearly, but this is what the meaning-making, the practical functional work of when someone comes into my office who was the result, who was sexually abused or something like that, how do we help that person? We make meaning. So for me, I used to think that there's no scenario in which a 2.5 GPA is better than a 4.0 GPA. That in school, getting Fs is in no way better than getting A's. Now, years later, I realized that all of those experiences of suffering, of struggling, of having no meaning in life, playing video games for 20 hours a day, joining a fraternity when I was a freshman, which is lots of great times, made me the person that I am. And even if you look at the brand of Dr. K, the whole point was I was a college dropout and then ended up as faculty at Harvard Medical School. Amazing. Right? So in this context, that a lot of times that we the more we are zoomed into our life, the less we will see this broader perspective. And this is really fascinating if you look at the work of Viktor Frankl. Because Viktor Frankl was a neurologist, went through...
Not seeing the forest for the trees is one part of what he's describing. Also, not being able to see the whole picture because you're in the picture. like if you're in one room of the house, you can't necessarily be considering every single room in the house dependent on how many rooms the house has, right? Like, but yeah, you it's an interesting thing. You have to zoom out. You have to imagine, like with the house example, then you have to imagine like it's a Barbie dream house or whatever, and you have to be able to look at all of the rooms. Like, you have to be able to look at all of the rooms in the house and see what is going on.
Holocaust, became a psychologist, and then he sort of, literally, his work is something called logotherapy, which is how do we consistently help people make meaning in life? And he designed a system of therapy. And the first part of it is de-individuation, is the ability of zooming out from your thing. When someone feels like my life is falling apart, there's no point anymore. Why? Because I just got dumped, and she's never going to talk to me again. Zoom out a little bit. This is not the end of the world. Your life is bigger than this one thing. So the more that we zoom out from a mechanistic perspective, the more meaning we find in life. And what is the ultimate zooming out? Relationship with God, because now we're way out here, right? This isn't about you. This isn't about someone dying of cancer. This is about something that goes way bigger than you. So what I would say is you can do all the scientific stuff. It'll get you to 8 out of 10, maybe 9 out of 10. But, and this is what's so crazy, the scientific stuff I'm incredibly confident I can defend. I can point to studies, we can talk about psychedelics, the default mode network, self-determination theory, logotherapy. There are tons of studies, radical acceptance, dialectical behavioral therapy, all of these things, acceptance and commitment therapy, all of these things have to do with making meaning in the world. But if you really want to find that meaning, you keep on asking this question. I mean, you selected that question because you're looking for it, right? And you won't let him get away with some philosophical explanation. You're like, no, you tell me when you wake up, where is it? Show me where it is. Show me how to get it. Because you don't understand his shit because you've never had a direct experience of mine. And so you're like, bro, you don't know God. How do you find it? The desperation. No slipping away, Alex. No random stories and ending up in it. Not random, sorry. No stories that end up in a delightful way, right? So how do you find that last chunk, that last way, that last step of the way there? Is through the direct experience of Brahman. Right? So when he says panpsychism, in the Hindu system, we believe that consciousness is the foundational element of the universe.
But Atman is Brahman.
Atman is not Brahman. Well, sort of, yes and no. Atman is individual soul. Brahman is the cosmic soul, the cosmic consciousness. That the fundamental thing that is out there is transcendent, and having a relationship with that thing is how we get meaning. This is how we get a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10 meaning. Because this guy has done something where he had this experience where he's been talking to God, but one day someone answered the phone. And when you have that transcendent experience, when you have this direct experience of the Brahman, and this is why I've been avoiding saying it, because it's completely undefensible. It is what I believe is philosophically true. It is what I believe is absolutely true. And it is not transmissible. It can only be witnessed.
Exactly. That's the most important point, is that
This also goes back to the thing that they said before in this talk, where like Alex brought up like a quote from someone that said, if you meet the Buddha on the road, slay him, like, or kill him. If you meet the Buddha on the road, kill him. And what it means to say and what it means to articulate is that you are not going to find a guru that is going to give you all of these fucking secrets of life. Like, there's not going to be some guru out there that is going to solve this for you, like, and be able to tell you the ultimate secret. You are going to have to find the ultimate secret that you are searching for, because it is your journey and your journey alone. So many of these religious stories and spiritual traditions and folk tales and everything else like that are focused on the hero's journey for this reason, because we are all on our own hero's journey, and we have to find it out for ourselves. That's why the hero's journey has you collect all of your friends and compatriots together, all of your teammates and whatnot, and then they slowly fall away every single time until it is just the hero left alone to make a heroic decision. And in one of the most popular tellings of the hero's journey, Lord of the Rings, Frodo is faced with the ultimate heroic decision. Like, the heroic decision is not to go on the quest. The heroic decision is to throw the ring into the fire and get rid of it. Like, get rid of it forever. And Frodo cannot make the heroic decision. It is, like, the Lord of the Rings is a story of history repeating itself whenever the hero, the presumed hero, cannot make the heroic decision. It is that way of, like, echoing the story, where it comes back to the beginning, because Isildur could not destroy the ring either. Like, he couldn't destroy the ring either. He took it for himself, and it consumed him. And the ring killed him. So, like, and at the end of the day, the ring consumed Frodo as well. It consumed Bilbo. It consumed Gollum. It killed Gollum, ultimately. Like, it killed Gollum's friend or brother or whoever that was. I forget what Gollum's name. Like, I think Smeagol was his name before, but I don't quite remember. But that's why so many religious stories and folk tales and any other, like, fantastical story that you can think of, so many of them are the hero's journey, because it is telling you that ultimately you are going to have to face the heroic decision. The heroic decision might be something small, it might be something large, like, it might be somewhere in the middle, but ultimately it is going to fall to you and to you alone to make the heroic decision. Like, that is what the hero's journey teaches us. Like, and this is true for, like, spirituality and stuff as well. While the ad is going on, let's do a quick we'll do a quick ads message. And we'll do a 666 of self-care. While the ad break is going on. Ooh. 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 All right. Oh. Stretchy, hydration, and hail Satan. When it's a 666 of self-care, it's mandatory. And I'm just now seeing that we are at the 1 hour, 4 minute, 20th second. So I saw a 420 and I have brought it up and focused on it. So let's also smoke weed during this ad break. Boop. Smoking weed. All right. It says everyone should be back. As we clear out the bowl. All right, my headphones are charged. That's awesome. What else do I need to charge? I think I need to charge my Switch controller. So we'll charge that guy. Put it down here. All right, everybody should be back. We did a weed break. We did a self-care break. Oh. Gotta do self-care. And now we'll continue with the video.
Why I say that this is something that everybody has to start fresh, because if there is an answer to this question, it is something that you cannot syllogize. By the way, this isn't just some Hindu thing. Like Christians say the same thing about their religious experiences. The ineffable quality. William James famously tried to identify the characteristic aspects of religious experience, and one of the most important was the ineffability, the inability to explain. That's what that means. Like the inability to put into words and to explain and say what it's like. And interestingly, some of my favorite examples of this throughout history have been some of the most important Christian thinkers of all time, who've essentially abandoned the project of communicating ideas to other people. I mentioned Blaise Pascal earlier. He famously had his night of fire, where he has a religious experience, and he's one of the greatest writers in Christian history. And he has this experience of God, and he writes in his diary, and later has it etched into his jacket. Fire, he writes. Not the God of the philosophers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Because he realizes that he's experienced something which is not this abstract first cause, design of the universe, it's not that, it's something more deeply personal. Thomas Aquinas, undoubtedly the greatest metaphysician of Christian history, writes the Summa Theologica, which is to this day one of the most celebrated works of Christian metaphysics, trying to explain and analyze the nature of God. Is where we get his famous 5 ways of showing the existence of God and all of this kind of stuff. And it's really long and still studied in depth to this day. He left it unfinished when he died. Why? Because one day he was performing the Eucharist and he had a religious experience. He believed that he experienced the presence of God, and he stopped writing. And he was practically begged by a friend and patron, like Thomas, you've got to finish the book. And he wrote back and said, I can write no more after what I've seen. It's like straw compared to the experience I've had. So quite clearly,
It's a series of meditations. And if you do these meditations, and there's all kinds of stuff, and I think, Sufism was there, Kabbalah is there in Judaism, there's the Gnostic tradition. Every religion has this spiritual component, which sometimes comes down to going to church, witnessing God. But, the whole thing is like, you gotta have fingers crossed, which is part of the way why it's designed. Because there's no definitive way to do it. You have to have God's grace to get it. Mm-hmm. There's a certain amount of surrender, there's a certain amount of ego that you have to get rid of in order to open yourself up to God. But there are a series of practices that you can do that will cultivate the right setting for God to pick up the phone. These are things that we will sort of use psychedelics
It's
to...
very different to use psychedelics, I was about to say.
Yeah, so psychedelics will do this kind of thing where it takes you to that state to a certain degree, but there's way, way, way further to go than what psychedelics can do. I would say psychedelics take you to a helicopter to about 6,000 feet. You can go to 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet, have experiences of Brahman. And this is where all of these like weird esoteric practices from the science of yoga, kind of like now that we have so much like mindfulness everywhere, where everyone's got apps and stuff like that, we've lost a lot of the most important stuff. That if you want to have a transcendent experience, there are things you have to do with your diet. There are things that you have to do with your respiratory rate. You have to set up your body's capacity to handle metabolic acidosis. Because, yeah,
And you've done this yourself.
I will not answer that question.
You can answer the question whether you've done it or not.
I can. I will not.
Why?
The cost to my Shakti is too high.
So I asked you this question before, do you remember?
What did I say?
You told me that you have seen things and gone to a place. But when I asked you what you saw, you told me you wouldn't tell me.
Yeah.
But you're happy to say that you have done this.
No, I didn't say that after this.
So you said to me after.
Oh, yeah, maybe I made a mistake. I mean, sort of. So that's what I said last time. That's my answer. And my answer today is I will not talk. I will not answer that question.
And the reason you won't answer the question is because...
The depletion of the Shakti is too high.
And what does that mean?
Okay, so... so
Sounds like I'm
Panpsychism.
locked out the house. Like I can't...
there are many reasons, but okay, so panpsychism. There's this idea that there's this weird collective consciousness, that's the basic unit, I think we can easily call it God. A relationship with that thing. So I'm down here, it's up there. So the key thing is if we look at psychedelic usage, if we look at dark night of the soul, if we look at these moments of rapture where you go into church and one of two things is happening. Either your psychological defense mechanisms are creating the ultimate cope and you're saying, now I'm healed, even though you're not, or you actually have a direct experience of God and you are transformed. What is the nature of that transformation? It is the loss of ego. That is the most conserved thing. We surrender before God. Before God, we are nothing, right? Doesn't matter which religion you talk to. This is where I think that there's like evidence of truth with a capital T, because human beings from all over the planet have done these explorations using the technology of our mind and our consciousness, and we arrive at very similar conclusions. So the beautiful thing is that when our ego is active in the most powerful way, it becomes narcissism. Also becomes things like depression. Still actually a very ego. I'm terrible, I'm pathetic, I'm worthless, the world would be better off without me, the focus is on me. It's hyperactive default mode network. So in order to connect to the divine, you need to dissolve your ego as much as possible.
So the reason you won't tell me is because...
If I say it, my ego will increase. You also will not, what will happen is you'll get an idea of it, right? The more I talk about it, the more that your mind will create a map without experience. So I do not discuss my experiences in meditation. What I will absolutely say though, and this is what I love about it, Alex said, this is the one thing we cannot stand on the shoulders of giants. You have to walk this whole journey by yourself. No one else can walk it for you. So I won't tell you how far I've gone. Maybe I'm just, talking shit, who knows? But what I will tell you is that you don't need the answer from me. Why are you asking me? Because you want to know that you walk it.
If you see the Buddha killed him, that's the meaning of this, or an interpretive meaning of this.
Yes.
Buddhist koan is stop looking for gurus and start looking inside yourself.
Yeah. Do not look for gurus. Do not look for people that will share their experience. You must do the experience. You must have it. Because you will not have it by asking people about it. Like, it's so cool. Like, it's such a neat idea, and I really identify with it too. Hi, Seven. Meow. Oh, big stretches. Big stretches for the kitten. Do you want up? Great. Is it a mandatory cat petting break? There we go. Hi. There we are. There's my baby. It is a mandatory cat petting break. Look at that. You see kitty cat tail. Putting hairs on my drawing, probably. That's what the tail is good for. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. A likely story. Sweet boy. Mandatory cat petting break. Yeah. I need to just change it to like !7. Hi. Sweet baby. It's the sweetest boy. Look at this sweet boy. My sweet little tiny panther. Okay. All right. Thank you. See kitty cat hairs everywhere. Of course there are. You know, like just of course. All right.
Do you think I could then sit here and say what your experience is not true? And I
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Of course.
And I can pick it apart and stuff like that.
Absolutely. So this is the thing that I
Is there
think
any value in that
from what?
for me doing that to you?
Of course there's value. For you, if you want to pick me apart, if you want to continue to live the life that you live, if you want to continue to get 5 out of 10 meaning, because you've accomplished a lot. You have a lot of stuff. I mean, so many videos that you have left, so many people that you helped, millions of people across the globe.
I
Right?
say this because that's what's happening here.
What?
That Alex is picking apart.
Fine. So I have no problem with picking things apart. If you want to pick things apart, pick things apart. But be very clear about what picking things apart does.
What does it do?
So it's a great question. I have a different way of answering it. So when I listen to philosophers, like these guys were just in it about evil, and if evil was created when Eve ate the apple, was she evil when she made the apple, right? It's so great. This is picking things apart. So it's so interesting because as a psychiatrist, my training is actually the exact opposite. What I've trained myself to do is to twist and turn in mental gymnastics to understand somebody else's view. When a patient walks into my office and they say, I'm suicidal, I don't want to pick their view apart. No, you have so much to live for. It doesn't work. I try to understand them. So there is value to picking things apart in terms of political debate, in terms of you're arguing with your wife whether you should buy a car or lease a car. There are all kinds of values to picking things apart. But the question is, what do you want? Now, I think if you take Alex's road, which I think is going to change real quick if it hasn't,
Why? Yes.
I think he's going to go down the road of gnosis if he isn't already.
Gnosis. What is gnosis?
Alex?
Gnosis is it's a Greek term. Gnosis means knowledge, but it's attached to, I guess, kind of an ancient school of philosophy which believes that truth is obtained from looking inward.
Do you mean narcissism?
No, not narcissism. So I think
Narcissism.
if you want to, Alex, it's not a philosophy, it's a practice.
But what do you mean when you say? I mean, to you and you said I'm going to go down a.
Yeah, I think you got to walk down the Gnostic road.
But would you tell us
What is that?
you didn't
It's
just say
practice,
you said you
practice.
thought I was going to do that. What does it mean?
That I think you're going to do that? The path.
What is the thing that you think I'm going to do?
Yeah, I think you're going to have to start practicing Gnostic stuff.
What's the Gnostic
What does
stuff?
that mean?
So Thunder Perfect Mind is a series of meditations. If you look at that and you do what it tells you to do, you will understand what the Gnostics understood. You have to walk that path that they walked. But doing so does not involve the philosophy of Gnosis, right? That the part of Gnosis, I don't know what the philosophy, I mean, I get what you're saying from a philosophical perspective, but the Gnostics were practitioners as far as I understand. I read one Gnostic text, and I was like, oh, this is like a meditation.
So what is it that makes you think? Why do you look at me and say that's? I mean, you've read one Gnostic text.
I
you've
have
then
an
hour.
intuition.
So, but I wonder what you mean.
It's not explainable.
But you have an intuition
Yeah.
based on
Okay.
pattern recognition
Sure.
and an individual like Alex.
I don't know. No, not pattern recognition. This is indefensible.
Okay.
I get told a lot by a lot of different people that I'm quite clearly on a particular road. Christians very often say that it seems as though I'm on the verge of Christian conversion, and I think that's often just a result of having nice conversations with them where I don't jump down their throat and say, actually, there's some truth in this, or actually there are some good arguments for the resurrection of Jesus, or this kind of stuff. And suddenly I have people saying, he's so close.
Is that
Which I
because
find
he's
kind of
clearly a
annoying.
man searching for meaning?
Something about
You
the
told
way.
us what gnosis is. You said it's a series of practices, but like what? So is so is vegetarianism. So like.
So I think gnosis, no, from what reading one text, I'm not a Gnostic expert.
Okay.
So there's a set of practices that, if you do them, have a high probabilistic chance of having a direct experience of God.
Like what?
So Om chanting is a simple example. But there are things that you can do to increase the likelihood of having a transcendent experience of Om chanting. So for example, if you adopt Siddhasana, so Siddhasana is a particular yoga posture where your left heel is placed against the perineum of your body. So the perineum is the taint, the area between the anus and the scrotum. So if you also do certain pranayama practices, so these will do things that induce a very, very, very low respiratory rate. And one of the things that we know about transcendental experiences is that high levels of CO2 tend to, actually we don't know this, but this is kind of the best hypothesis that I've read, and I happen to think is true, that if we alter the neurons of our brain chemistry, we can evoke transcendental experiences. So if you look at some of these esoteric traditions, what will happen is you have all of these different practices, and as you do these practices, I think you are very clearly refining your physiology and your neurology to induce certain states. And let's remember that psychedelics don't create anything.
Yes.
Psychedelics simply activate the circuitry that is already there.
Or deactivate.
Huh?
Or deactivate.
Or deactivate, right?
But yeah, that's a crucial point to make.
I'd love to understand why you think he's going to go down that path.
Let's call it intuition.
But I need something a little bit more than that. So you're saying,
Okay, so I'll give you more. So, in the system of... So, can I answer truthfully or defensively?
Truthfully.
Which ones do you guys want?
Truthfully.
Okay.
truthfully,
So, in the system of Kundalini Yoga, there are 7 chakras. So, 21 years ago, almost 22, I went to a teacher who taught me the first of the Kundalini practice, which is based on the Agnya Chakra. So, the Agnya Chakra is your third eye chakra and gives you... It is the chakra that governs understanding. So, if you want to understand things, then Agnya Chakra practices are the right thing to do. So many years ago, back in a former life when I was still an academic at Harvard, I was trying to develop an evidence-based meditation program for different diagnoses. And part of what I leaned into, and initial results were good, but never really, then I started doing this. But, so as one example, there's this chakra called the Muladhara Chakra, which is our root chakra. So the Muladhara Chakra governs our primal impulses in life. So I looked at my patients with addictions, and I was like, okay, these people have a problem with impulse control, and they want something, and they can't restrain themselves from getting it. So I wondered, can I teach them Muladhara Chakra practices to sort of basically like reduce their flow of wanting the basic things? And I found that that was efficacious. Now, meditation works for addictions, but the question is, can we do a specific meditation for a specific mental illness? So there's one study, for example, that looks at Anahat or heart chakra meditation specifically for depression because it cultivates like compassion and self-love and stuff like that. And they found, it's a very small study, hopefully we'll do more research in this, but they found that the effect was superior to other forms of meditation. So hypothetically, theoretically, there are specific meditation practices which work in different ways. And I teach a lot of this stuff in Dr. Hayes' kind of meditation stuff. But, so there are these specific practices. So I specifically did a practice based on Agnya Chakra stuff, like intuition, right? So then like something weird happens, which is when I sit with people, I have intuitions about them. Now, is this real? Is this fake? Is it delusional? I don't know. You could argue that I'm just a really good psychiatrist with a really good goal rating, right? But I don't, so if you want to know the real answer, like, I'm not a great psychiatrist. People think I'm so brilliant. I'm not, I'm cheating. I'm using a layer of information that I don't think most people have access to, which I know is a completely undefensible claim, except...
This is what my ex would say about, like, palm reading or face reading or their belief that diabetes in ancient Chinese medicine was said to come from an inability to receive self-love or whatever. That that like cancer comes from unresolved traumas and shit in your life, like and dwelling with unresolved trauma or something, like it's like, okay, I like drink fucking iridium and like drink iridium and and resolve some traumas and tell me if you don't get fucking cancer or whatever else. Like the beliefs were never really consistent. Like if I poked and prodded at it too much, then I mean we're not together anymore. But it's not just because I would poke and prod at at trying to pick apart or understand their beliefs and whatnot.
If you do Agnya Chakra practices too, you will see what I'm talking about.
Alex, if I were to ask you, and if someone's listening now and they feel lost in their life, is there any advice that you could give them, or a simple action that they could take that would help them to remove the feeling of feeling lost in life?
It's always difficult because it's such an individual thing that it's difficult to give advice writ large. Also because I know paradigm of meaning and purpose in life and not some fountain of wisdom from which people can drink. So I wouldn't presume to do so, but if they came to me as, I'm the guy on the camera with the microphones and stuff, so what do I do? I would say...
Probably the reason a lot of people click this video.
Yeah, I would say that firstly, stop doing that. Don't stop clicking the video, everybody.
Yeah, just
like and subscribe. But stop thinking that you're going to find some kind of teacher or guru who is going to give you the answer. Instead, the most valuable form of person to listen to, I think, and I found, is somebody who's quite clearly also trying to do the same thing. There are people out there who think they've achieved certain things, they've found meaning, they've understood the truth, and you can learn a lot from them trying to explain their worldview to them. I don't claim to be such a person, so the only thing I can do is say, I'm not actually doing this at the same time as you. So I can't give you advice from experience. I can't say, here's what to do to find meaning, here's what I do. What I can say is, here are some things that I'm trying. For example, I'm really interested by this question of consciousness and what it means to say that reality is fundamentally mental, and that we've made a mistake in thinking that complexity produces consciousness, and rather complexity allows consciousness to do particular things like memory and emotion and stuff like that. That's really exciting. And there are some implications of seeing the world in that way. Implications about the unity of experience.
Are you saying pursue answers?
Yes, pursue answers, but also try to experience it as you get. Like I kind of depends who it is, and I don't like to say on camera exactly, but psychedelics can be really, really useful for a lot of people. They can, if you are not in the right mindset, as they say, if you're a bit disintegrated, it can. The reason I don't like to advise it is because it can bring about a very bad experience for a lot of people.
But you're saying within the right setting.
Something like that might be what I'd recommend. It depends who I'm talking to. But there are friends in my life, for example, who I would say, don't take psychedelics. You know, from my experience, I just don't think it seems like the right thing to do. But there are other friends who I would say, if you did in the right circumstance, I think this could blow open.
Would you categorize yourself as being lost and directionless?
To some degree, of course, yeah. To some degree, everybody is. Lost is quite a heavy word. Like when people say I'm lost, by volunteering that information, they tend to be implying that it's a strong enough feeling that they're troubled by it and want to make it happen. That's why people say it. But when you ask, well, there are different questions here, right? Like, am I happy right now? Sure. Like tomorrow, maybe not. Across life.
If you had to rate your contentment in life out of 10, I'll do the same.
It's not a very easy thing to quantify. Like,
do you think, when I've asked hundreds of people, 400 people this question, everyone in the podcast has been asked Dr. Gay this question.
And there
just finish this train of thought.
So I can say to you, for example, yeah, I'm like a 5 out of 10 contentment.
Is that true?
Like, maybe, yeah.
I'll give you a simple way to quantify it.
I literally can't quantify it. And the reason
I'll give you a way to quantify it. I'll give you the answer. So,
sure.
You think about how old are you?
26.
26. So you think about the 26 years.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been months of your life where consistently you've felt really fulfilled and positive for weeks, months in a row?
Probably, yeah. I think so. Memory's difficult.
When was the last time, for a full month, for a full 30 days, you felt really good on average?
Out of 10, what counts?
Really good on average.
I don't know, it might have been But usually when I have some kind of project, as I said, I think meaning is intimately tied up to having tasks to fulfill. So when I've been touring for the purpose of filming podcasts and doing talks and stuff, like I feel pretty content because I wake up and I know what my task is for the day and I get it done. So on like a subjective, psychological level, those are probably the times when I wake up with the most, let's say, drive. The feelings that I've got a task to fulfill.
And are there days where you feel, are there weeks sometimes or months where you feel the opposite, which might be characterised in a clinical context as depression?
Of course.
That's interesting.
Can I ask
Yeah.
why you were interested in my analysis?
I was trying to see how similar we are.
Uh-huh.
That's really it, because we both sit in the same agnostic camp,
Mhm.
but actually we're very, very different. In terms of I wake up in the morning and I wake up this morning and I'm very happy and I feel very, very driven and I couldn't wait. I was actually the night before I couldn't wake up. I was annoyed I had to sleep because I couldn't wait to get up in the morning, and that's typically my experience. I'm like, I can't wait to get the sleep done with because I can't wait to get back to life.
So what's it all for?
I don't really. This sounds crazy. And it also
Don't know.
What you're saying about at the very beginning about people being really obsessed about dying. I don't really care. I'm just having a great time.
That's
And
awesome.
I love having these conversations because I get to learn more about different people's strategies to having a great time and to making their lives more meaningful and more exciting on a daily basis.
Because that sounds quite nihilistic in a way, because if you sound like Kohelet in the book of Ecclesiastes, who's sort of eating and drinking and being merry, who one day might look at it and realise that although you feel in the moment it's all very good, it's all hell, and realise that there needs to be something more. And I wonder if the same thing will happen if
He brings up Ecclesiastes, which is really fun because I have the best two translations of the Bible for the first little line of Ecclesiastes, right? You'll have to forgive me. Bible drills were a long fucking time ago. Ecclesiastes, page 536. Okay, and then so in the book of Ecclesiastes, in the New King James Version, it says, it starts in verse 1, in chapter 1, the words of the preacher, the son of David, king in Jerusalem. Verse 2, vanity of vanities, says the preacher, vanity of vanities, all is vanity. Like, what profit has a man from all his labor in which he toils under the sun? One generation passes away, and another generation comes, but the earth abides forever. Like, the same thing in the New Living Translation is Ecclesiastes 1, verse 1. These are the words of the teacher, King David's son, who ruled in Jerusalem. Verse 2. Everything is meaningless, says the teacher. Completely meaningless. Verse 3, what do people get for all their hard work under the sun? Verse 4, generations come and generations go, but the earth never changes. Like, dang. Now they're using that fucking Cyrillic B or whatever that shit is. I love that he mentions the book of Ecclesiastes.
if the North Star that you have for your life and your projects in your career is that you just sort of feel good while you're doing it.
And why isn't that a good enough reason? Because in your presumption that you
It
say,
might be.
because someday I might get hit by this bus of realizing that it was worth nothing. But for the 70 years up until I die,
Yeah.
I'm gonna wake up in the morning, feel good. I'm gonna love spending time with my girlfriend and my dog, and whatever neurochemicals in my brain are gonna reinforce me to keep doing that. And
Does it bring meaning?
yeah,
What, what does that mean? And the reason I ask that is because conceivably you can imagine someone who's happy that their life is meaningful, and you can imagine someone who's suffering that their life is meaningful, like
Yeah.
a victim of the Holocaust.
a lot of parents as well.
And so you've got the happiness part, but you also think that you've got sort of meaning there. What is that meaning, and where's that coming?
So meaning for me is something that I create by the decisions that I take, and this might go down to what you were saying about having certain tendencies. I have certain tendencies. I have nature and nurture acting against me to make certain things feel meaningful to me. And one of those things is this pursuit of more information. I do it when you go, and I get some free time tonight, I'll be on YouTube learning about humanoid robots. Or I might stumble across a video, one of your videos, which I've watched many times, and I've watched your videos many times, and I've watched your videos many times. Not because I necessarily believe I'm ever going to get to the final answer, because it's the doing itself that I find so enjoyable. And actually I can kind of relate to the guy that knows the world's going to end but writes the book.
Yeah, right.
Because it's the writing of the book that I love.
Yeah.
So here's what I think is beautiful. So I think if you guys go back and you watch this, every scientific principle is what Stephen is doing. So self-determination theory, right? So he's self-directed. He stretches his capacities. He relates to other people. And I think this is it's a really brilliant example of sort of like this problem of finding like meaning with a capital M, and it relates to this kind of idea of, you know, if you're feeling directionless in life, I don't know that you need to figure it out with a capital M. And if we listen to some of your questions, right, is it enough for you? And it seems like why wouldn't, like, you know, why do you assume that you need? So there's sort of this very natural like reaction that he's kind of like, no, I'm actually pretty content. I think that my favorite thing about your answer is that getting as far as you have, I think you've got your instinctual answer of 5 out of 10 still correct. Because this is as far as you go, and I think you feel this hunger for like something else, and that thing is going to be big, right? And I think that's what maybe Greg can help us out with, right? Because I think that's it's a beautiful way of embodying, I think, how we find meaning in life. There's a bunch of psychological stuff that you can do, but it appears that doing some of this weird transcendental, like, you got to like find it in sort of this big way. And I think you're a perfect embodiment of how far you can go.
Let me offer clarification based on the questions you're asking, Alex, because I feel in many ways very sympathetic to Alex as he described his subjective states. You know, are you happy? Are you fulfilled? Do you have meaning in your life? And I guess I think the tendency sometimes is to talk to somebody who is very confident of their understanding of the big picture, and think that everything's going wonderful for them. You know, you look at their life and think, well, everything's just great. Are you happy? I'm happy all the time. I have the truth. But that's not exactly how it works. I'm fully convinced of the truth of the Christian worldview, God's existence, Jesus, all the things that relate to that, human beings made in the image of God. I think it's the best explanation, all things considered, for the way things are. Nevertheless, I'm still a fallen human being, learning to be virtuous with God's help.
I don't think that is true. I think that is what he believes, but I don't think that anyone can be 100% certain of anything. Like, I don't think that 100% certainty exists anywhere. I think that, like, very vanishingly close to 100% certainty exists. Like I would say that a fact, like, something that I would claim to be a fact, like on Earth, the acceleration of gravity is 9.8 feet per second squared, or whatever, right? Like, if I were to say that is a fact, then that means that if I were shown some form of evidence to say that is not a fact, like I have some sort of experience that gives me the realization that is not a fact, it would be earth-shattering to find out that is not the way of things, right? Find out that, like, oh damn, the world actually is flat. Like, the earth actually is fucking flat. It would shatter my understanding completely of, like, so many things. Like, so that's what I would call a fact. Is something that all other things considered, like, would be earth-shattering if I found out it was not true. And I'm like 99 like 99% sure that like that whatever science says about gravity is the way that it is. Like I'm like 99% sure that or like I'm pretty, like I would probably be like 99.99% sure that that the world is a globe or whatever, or like 99.999999 or whatever, like very 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 certain, like, but I don't think that anyone can claim absolute certainty of anything, like, because also if we live in like a simulation, or we're a dream in the mind of Brahma, or like, or we're just a dream in the mind of the sleeping Azathoth, like, or whatever, then nothing is true. Nothing is true, nothing is real, like everything that we think is a fact is not a fact because it is just a dream in the mind of some great thing, or it's some computer game or whatever built by aliens. And you know what? It doesn't make life any less meaningful for me, even if that is the case. And I think that it's probably very likely the case that we're in a simulation, or that we're in a simulation, or we're like a dream in the mind of something, like, be that a super advanced alien computer, or like some great being, or our universe is just a cell in the balls of a guy that is in a universe that is a cell in the balls of a guy, and so on and so forth. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, there's something more at play in the universe. There is literally, I believe, every single possibility of every single possible thing, like every single possibility of every combination of every kind of thing, and in every color, at every pitch, at every frequency, and none, all at the same time, all and not, like, all happening in this thing that we call existence, the multiverse, the grand consciousness, like, whatever you want to fucking call it. Like, it is everything, everywhere, all at once and not, all at the same time and at no time, like, and reverse, and like, and in every single possible way. The universe is trying out every single possible combination of things that it can possibly do, not to give personage to the universe, or this grand experience of everything, or whatever, the great mystery, or whatever the fuck that you want to call it. I don't think that it has personhood or whatever. Like, the only thing that has personhood is the being that is experiencing the great mystery. Like, the mystery itself doesn't have a personage, I don't think. I think it's also interesting with, like, the panpsychism thing, like, the first thing that we tie to consciousness is, like, well, then does it have personhood? And or, like, we mix up consciousness with personhood in some kind of way, and then that prevents us from having, like, the deeper understanding, I think. Because, like, personhood is a very specific type of consciousness. Like, personhood is not just any old form of consciousness. Personhood is a very specific thing. within like the realms of consciousness.
I'm still living in a world that is fallen and broken, and I have to live with all the contingencies of a fallen world. So if you were to
Like, by your worldview, it's fallen. Not by every measure of everything that is in, like, that we can, like, that humanity can do, even. Like, I really don't like the insinuation that I am born sick, commanded to be well, offered the cure to a problem that I do not have, and I am, and then you're, like, almost looked at as a freak for not buying into that version of the grand story. Like, and it's, like, it's fucking exhausting, like, to be told that, like, oh, you don't actually, like, your opinion isn't actually valid because you don't make this ludicrous fucking assumption or take this fucking absolutely asinine view that there's, like, some cosmic governor of all that is. I don't like it.
asking the question that you asked Alex, I would have the same difficulty answering that Alex did, because it's so variegated in one's life. When I wake up in the morning, do you feel good? Sometimes, sometimes not. Am I confident that no matter what happens in my life, the good, the bad, whatever, that there's a foundation there that gives me stability? Yes, because I think that foundation, God, eternal mind, exists, and I'm in proper relationship with Him. But part of the reality is, this is the veil of tears, you know. Job put it something about the sparks flying upwards, you know. It's like life is difficult. Actually, I like the saying, life is hard, and then you die. You know, it gives me a perspective on things. Jesus himself said, in this world you'll have tribulation. That's the experience, but the underlying is, be of good cheer, Jesus said, because I have overcome the world.
Are you happy?
We're back to that question again, how you characterize it.
You said earlier on that you felt there was a certain path that Alex was going to go down, but Greg
No,
did not.
gotta go.
Should or something.
It's ready for him.
Okay, it's anything. But you didn't say that about Greg.
Yeah.
And so when you look at these two individuals,
Yeah.
and you think about contentment and happiness, and whatever that word is, can you feel your intuition?
Sort of. So first thing is, this is where I know this sounds insane. I'm taking my brain right now. It used to be illegal, I guess. But so first thing about intuition, right? If we look at intuition technically, I can't activate. Right? When you have an intuition, it comes. You know, it happens. So that's what's so frustrating about this. Is everyone thinks like, okay, if you do Agnya Chakra Sadhana, which is weird, third eye stuff, then you can do this thing. I can't do anything. I am before God, and when God chooses to let me know something, that's when I get it. Now, if I had to answer, I think I'm not surprised about the difference in baseline contentment between these two people, right? So if you were to ask, why do I relate to Greg in this way? Now, whether this is at a conscious level, neurological level, whether there's truly a spiritual level or not, right? So am I just reading into him, doing pattern recognition based on what he says and stuff like that? But that's not what my lived experience of it is. I know this man is God.
And it's not. Is it his behavior, his body language? No.
I mean, I don't think so, right? So I've met some people who have very unhappy lives who still have that foundation of spiritual contentment, and some people who have very unhappy, can have unhappy life with spiritual contentment, or spiritual contentment with a happy life, or have a great life and have no spiritual contentment. I think all of those variables.
What about me?
I'll bet well, yeah.
What's your intuition about me?
I think you're getting there way faster. You've changed from the last time I talked to you. I think you're getting there. And I think you're gonna get there.
Where am I gonna go?
There.
Where am I gonna go? There. Like, it's not describable, like we were just saying before. Like, this is, like, this intuition thing, this was another argument between me and my ex, and now I look at intuition, because my ex described it, I think, something as like knowledge without thinking, knowing without thinking about it, and it just comes to you. Like, you receive it. Like, it's not something that you, like, seek out. It's something that seeks you, or something like that. Like, I don't know how exactly they would describe it, but in the few cursory explanation, like, things that we had, because my ex had this big deal about not liking the word counterintuitive, because because reasons they wanted to say, like, that it was counterfactual instead of counterintuitive, and that's not what counterintuitive means. It means that, like, the intuition, the first idea, the first general idea experienced by, like, the average person. It's not saying anything that like, intuition is always wrong or something, which is how it sounded like they were implying to me, like, whenever we had this, like, discussion, argument, whatever it was, about the word counterintuitive. Oh, go away, ad. And I think, like, looking at this talk now, whenever this guy that has, like, this Hindu practice, and, like, would say that he's, like, religious but not necessarily theistic, I think that, like, that the intuition, like he said before, you can pick a thing apart, or you can understand it. And I don't think that those two things are mutually exclusive. I think by picking a thing apart, you can understand it more, but I think he's coming from a place of, oftentimes things are more than the sum of their parts, and if you pick it apart, you're just looking at the parts and not looking at that extra, like, that extra element of a thing being more than the sum of its parts. Like, you're just looking at the sum of the parts and failing to see the extra bit. Like, the extra bit that is the thing itself, right? So, I think that in his, in Dr. K's training of this, this, like, style of meditation that he talks about, it probably is to quiet the mind, and it's probably in, like, some sort of frame of reference to be able to not interrogate, like, a thing, because the interrogation of the thing, the picking apart of it, like, is the thing that blocks the intuition about the thing. And I'm pretty sure that Dr. K would probably say that that's true. Like, so he has trained himself to not pick apart the why, like, and this is also, like, there was also a previous part in this where he was like, I don't need to know the why. Like, I don't need to know the why. And I'm like, I think that it robs you of a level of understanding whenever you reject the why. Because the why is everything sometimes to a person like me, because a thing just viewed in absentia of, like, of anything else, like, a thing just viewed only in its totality and not, like, the why behind it, like take this project for instance. This project, if I just make this card design, right, and I put it on a card, and there's no why behind it, I just spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, like, making this stippling drawing, like, and then I shrinky-dink it down to put it on a Magic the Gathering card. You could look at that and have, like, zero context behind it and be like, well, that's a lot of effort for, like, for just one card. That's hours and hours and hours of work, like, an effort put forth, like, for some kind of goal. Wow, I wonder, like, it's like it seems that motivation and whatnot was not a problem, like, and you can make all of these assumptions about it, like, but by looking at it, you have no idea how long it took me. Like, you have no idea how long it took me, like, in the grand sense. Like, I could stop it right now and walk away from it for a month and then come back and restart, and then it's taken me, what, like, however many months at that point to do the task, right? So, like, not knowing the why, like, why was I so motivated? Like, why was I so motivated to do this project? Why put it on this particular Magic card? Like, why, like, and then, because there was nothing racially motivated about Circle of Protection Black. Like, there's Circle of Protection for all of the colors and Circle of Protection from artifacts. And I think there's another Circle of Protection, like Circle of Protection Shadow or something. Like there's various Circles of Protection, but, like, without having any context, without having any why behind it, then it just looks like a lot of effort for one result, and it looks like random motivation out of nowhere for nothing. Like, but knowing the why behind it, like, gives so much more context and so much more understanding and so much more knowing, right? I think that type of thing is important. Like, I think that is important, and I think that to a certain extent, it does not serve Dr. K to minimize the why behind the thing. This was another thing that my ex did, like, that drove me up the fucking wall, because the why with how I was raised in Christianity and whatnot was everything. It was everything. Why do we believe? Like, it isn't just that we believe, it is why we believe. And having reasons for, like, for believing this stuff, because it does seem ludicrous, like, upon heavy examination, like, at times. Like, certain elements of religiosity do seem rather strange whenever viewed in a vacuum. Like, so there needs to be a why behind it that is powerful enough to overcome the incredulity of somebody that just comes into it, right? Like, so there need to be whys and reasons and shit behind all of it, so that you can get more people into the faith and save more souls for Jesus. Like, it's a very fucking simple equation. Like, and I am now noticing and tending to notice that Mr. Christian Guy has been pretty fucking quiet throughout all of the times that that Dr. K has said that, like, that the why is not important or whatever. Like, he, like, fucking Greg over here, the Christian pastor dude, like, has been mysteriously quiet and not objected to any of that, because he also doesn't want to have to explain the why, which is why whenever Alex held his feet to the fire with the whole Adam and Eve, like Eve eating the fruit, knowledge of good and evil thing was going on, that's why he was so fucking uncomfortable and was stammering and flip-flopping and floundering and squirming and fucking wriggling his way, like, out of arguments and, like, playing a fucking eel dance or some crazy shit, like, because he does not want to have to explain the whys behind his stuff, because he knows that in this, like, he knows that Alex O'Connor is very, very well versed, for lack of a better word, in Bible stuff. So he doesn't want to have to defend any of it. Like, he doesn't want to have to defend any of it to somebody that knows a whole hell of a lot. He probably doesn't think that Alex knows more about, like, the Bible and theology or whatever than he does. Like, but Alex probably does. Like, I would venture to bet that, like, that Alex probably knows a bit more about theology and like Christianity and Bible and stuff than this pastor guy, even though this pastor guy is older. All right. Shauna redeeming a 666 of self-care. Let's stand up. Stand up to our calisthenics. Also, do exclamation point art in the chat. If you would like to procure any of my art for yourself, then please do. It supports me as well. I also do all of the editing, and it is a laborious task. Hydration! After stretchification. Hail Satan! Praise be to Angre Menu. All shall bow before Ahriman the opposer. If we are all lucky, then Apophis, the ancient Egyptian god of darkness and evil, will give us a swift end. If he is generous, he'll give us a nice swift ending. Apophis is also the name of a giant deadly asteroid in out in space. Let's see. We still got 40 seconds of the ad break, so I will do a little bit more stretching. We also hit 2 hours, 4 minutes, 20. So I guess we can do another good smoke check. Do, 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 do. Shauna in here watering her streamers. Shauna has such, like, person in the van at the screens energy. But without the dorky ass, like, I'm hacking into the mainframe fucking shit. Shauna has all the best energy of the person in the van with the screens. Smoke one up for your homies. Word to your mother. Oh, I just had a great idea. If you fancy yourself the artistic type, you could go on my Threadless shop. You could get a white shirt with one of my black and white designs on it, and you could color it if you so desired. You could get the permanent t-shirt markers and whatnot. Also, if you made a tie-dye with any of these like designs on the shirt, I bet it would look fucking sick. Like with this big gear thing, like this big gear 13-pointed star deal, like on a shirt, this would look fucking sick. Also, this would look really cool as like the art on a CD as well. If it was like printed on the film of the CD, that'd be neat. Because then it would have like the reflective surface underneath it. Like this one would be another good mirror sticker. Like I might make this one at the end into mirror stickers. Because it would be cool to have little mirrors that had all this like speckling on it. That'd be neat. All right, says we're out of ads now.
There being what?
There. So it's not something that can be put into words. I'm just going to call it there.
If someone's listening right now and they feel stuck in their life, which is why I asked Alex, what is something that they can do tomorrow, a small step that they can take to become unstuck in your worldview?
Yeah. So I would start by, Alex offered a beautiful answer, and I think he kind of mentioned that I wouldn't be arrogant enough to give people things questions because give people an answer because everyone's an individual and stuff like that. And so the funny thing is I have a super concrete answer. I think the difference in sort of the way that I perceive it is I don't think you have to be someone great to do that. And that's, I think, precisely what sort of science tells us, right? Because that you don't have to be some enlightened being, I don't claim to be that, I'm not a guru or anything like that. So I think it starts with understanding, first and foremost, that purpose. How do you know whether you have purpose? Something within you tells you, right? You can have everyone in the rest of the world telling you, oh, you're doing great, you're going to get married in a month, there's a baby on the way, you have a career, you have all this stuff, you should feel fulfilled. So the first thing to understand is it is an internal feeling. And then the question becomes, how do we find that feeling? So this is where things that get in the way at the top of the list right now, which Alex alluded to, is technology. So unless you can feel what is going on inside you, you will never feel purpose. What are the things that get in the way of feeling? So when you feel bad, what do you reach for? Right? How do you manage those negative feelings? And it's not about making the feelings go away or not making them go away. It is simply about stopping the process of severing yourself. That process is, I think alexithymia is what I kind of refer to it as. That's color blindness of your internal emotional state. Like I will lecture about it. So the first thing you have to do is learn how to feel again. Because if you look at most people who are
Like, my ex would probably be like 1,000,000% with the spiritual guy, and probably like very little on the side of like the atheist guy. And like maybe he like maybe my ex would be like, I see what he's doing and I agree with about like 30 to 50% of it. Like I could see that being my ex's answer. Then like spiritual guy like is basically like it would be like preaching to the choir. Like whenever this guy is talking for my ex. Like, my ex probably already believes all of this. Like, and I agree with what he is saying, like, whenever he comes at it from, like, a medical perspective. I also, like, do like the different spiritual, like, realm that he reaches into. Like, as well, because, like, Abrahamic religions, I'm so fucking bored. Like, I'm so bored, it makes me fucking tired. Like... It makes me tired to have to fucking explain it. Hello. Oh, hello. Well. I guess it is a mandatory cat petting break. Hello. Hi. Hi. Hi, sweet boy. How you doing? How you doing, sweet seven? Sweet boy, the softest, silkiest baby. Softest, silkiest baby on the planet. Like, but I do agree with this whole, like, get in touch with your feelings, work that shit out, like, feel the feelings, like, feel them in a safe way, in a safe space, and whatnot. It's all set and setting. It's all chemicals in our brain. So whenever you take a psychedelic chemical, you should, like the interviewer said, it's like, it's set and setting, and also, like, Alex O'Connor was saying, like, it's also, like, knowing the person, like, knowing what type of person they are, like, or whatever else. It's a lot of different factors. Like, I don't know. Like, I think that basically everyone should make an informed decision. Like, make an informed decision about a psychedelic drug. in a positive sense. At least like once or twice in their life. I think it's good for people. They even were earlier talking about like ego deaths and whatnot. Like, and if someone is addicted to a substance, or depressed, or like, or having like trauma and whatnot, like if they don't have like certain risk factors or whatever else, then more and more places, it is being suggested that they do some sort of psychedelic thing and experience like a fucking ego death, and that people that experience an ego death while on some psychedelic substance or not or whatever, like they tend to have better cessation of addiction, better cessation of depression, better resolving of their trauma and whatnot. Like, because this stuff is so fucking powerful, and our brain is so fucking powerful. And that makes a ton of sense. What Alex was also saying before, where whenever like we get a baseline level of consciousness, it's X amount of brain activity, and then whenever we have somebody on a psychedelic drug, their brain activity goes down, but their mental experience like just like it just blows right up. So which is like the opposite of what you think would happen. You would think that the brain activity would go way up, and then because like this experience is happening and it's all this shit and all these things and all this like extra, like but it's the opposite way around. It's that the brain activity goes down, so the brain is in some way inhibiting the consciousness of like this one mind thing, like with panpsychism, like true unadulterated consciousness or something. Hi. Oh, kitty cat stretches.
Whose life has no meaning. What they're actually doing is trying to create a life that is running away from bad feelings. So I don't like the way my boss yelled at me. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to pull out Reddit. I'm going to scroll on it, whatever. Right? They're running away from the way that they feel. It's not about good or bad. Just you have to reconnect with yourself. The second thing is focus on your ego, and as best as possible, probably for most people, dissolving parts of your ego. And ego is anytime you say I am ... it is what's that ... So if I say I'm a doctor, that's part of my ego. I'm a man, that's part of my ego. So a lot of times what gets in the way of us finding purpose is what we believe we are. Right? So
I like that he says, like, I'm a doctor, that's part of my ego. I am a man, that's part of my ego. Like, so, like, even down to, like, gender identity. Gender identity is just part of the ego, and you should try to dissolve a bunch of parts of your ego. So, be trans. I don't know. Be trans. Be non-binary. Go. You go. You dissolve that ego. You go. Ego, you go, I go, we go. Like, fuck.
Think to myself, I am a doctor, I am this, or I'm a loser, I'm an incel. Right? So it's all of these identifications that get us away from purpose. Third thing to do is find your narrative sense of identity. So there's some ego dissolution practices like Shinto meditation stuff. And the third thing is we want to develop a story for ourselves. This is when people have purpose in life. What does that presume? That presumes that there's a temporal quality, that there's a directional quality. Does that make sense? Like purpose or direction is like literally moving from A to Z. So there's time and then there's like a particular distance. That involves going through the most important emotional experiences of your life and stringing them together is a sense of who you are. And then I think the last most important step is recognizing that everything that has happened to you, I don't know if it's karma, I don't know if it's the will of God, whatever, it has happened to you, it's made you in this way. But it does not determine your future. Your future is determined by how you act in the now. And this is where I would lean into. I would just go back and listen to the way that Stephen talks about his life and try to do the same thing. So try to decide make a choice for today, stretch your capacity, and try to connect with another person. The last thing is, if all of that stuff isn't sufficient or you want more, I would say engage in some kind of spiritual practice or go to church. Both work for me. I don't know about you, but I think they're both options. So do the thing that appeals to you.
And the same question for you, Greg, for someone that's stuck. What do they do tomorrow to take action to become unstuck, in your view?
Well, there's a lot of practical things that have already been shared that I think are helpful. So I have a very simple suggestion, okay? I have represented a particular view of the Christian worldview. Didn't get into a lot of detail. But a lot of people have prayed this very simple prayer that has helped them at whatever junction they're at trying to figure things out. This kind of goes with the devil thing earlier. And it was a prayer that turns out I prayed in 1973. It was in the Army, and it was in the middle of nowhere. I just prayed this prayer. And the prayer was very simple. God, if you're real, in the way that my brother, the Christian, was explaining to me, if you're real, I want to show yourself to me. That was it. There was no coconuts falling from the tree, no lightning or anything like that. It was just a man praying, maybe the first real prayer that I'd ever prayed. But I do know that after that, things became more obvious to me. It's the best way I can explain it. Though I'm a Christian apologist, I make the case for the truth of Christianity. It wasn't any particular argument that persuaded me. It was more the experiential thing, and not even a pizzazz thing, just a deep awareness that this was true. And this has set my course since then. There are a lot of people who prayed that simple prayer. It's a genuine prayer that people can pray, and I've heard many people tell me that this is what happened to them, even apart from my suggestion to it. So people are looking for ultimate purpose. If they're looking to do meaningful things, lots of suggestions on the table. If they're looking to integrate meaningful things into the ultimate purpose, I think that's the prayer they need to pray.
I want to give you an opportunity, Alex, to deliver your sort of closing thoughts and reflections and arguments.
Well, I want to re-emphasize that this topic of meaning and purpose is difficult to even define, let alone communicate to another person. I think it's individual. Even if there is an objective meaning, even if God exists and Christianity is true, it's not going to be enough to just tell somebody about Christianity they're going to find it. And so it's not going to be enough to just sit around reading. I also understand the sort of allergic reaction some people have to philosophy, and you even did earlier, this idea that philosophy is just literally philosophical, like mass debating, if you like. We just actually start throwing concepts at each other. But on meaning and purpose, you're unlikely to find the best advice from someone who's never gotten out of that armchair. And even the person who has and claims to have experienced it for themselves and knows what the truth is, I think anybody who says to you with a straight face, I know what the meaning of life is either lying or will instantly tell you that they're not going to be able to convey that information that is already used. So it's going to be difficult, and don't trust anyone who says you can do it in 5 easy steps on a podcast or something, because I think we've got a bit of an endemic of that at the moment. Sort of just saying that they've sort of discovered this path of the truth, and if only people would understand that the Stoics were right all along, even though I don't care about any of their philosophical views, just their ethical views. I don't even know what they thought about the nature of matter and stuff. It doesn't matter if that's why they thought the way that they did ethically. Just become Stoic and everything will get better. But I do recognise some of that in people saying, just become a Christian and it'll get better too. It's always got to be a bit more nuanced than that. So.
Doctor, your closing thoughts and arguments on today's discussion?
To kind of push back a little bit against what Alex said. So I'm with you that there's an endemic of 5 easy tips, and as someone who's guilty of doing that, and what I'll do is I'll see, especially I saw a recent study that showed that 95% of TikToks about ADHD are incorrect, and so there's absolutely an oversimplification that's going on. I think at the same time though, we have such an amazing amount of knowledge as human beings. We have such amazing access to knowledge that human beings have. So the human race has so much knowledge and we have the greatest amount of access to it. And so while I don't think it is as simple as, one of the most shocking things as a psychiatrist who works with people is how little it takes to make a big change. Big questions and big changes don't always need big effort or big answers. It's such an interesting thing. When I talk to people who struggle with addiction for 14 years, it seems to be a small thing that just clicks. And so I think the key thing for people is don't assume that just because you have a big problem, it requires a lot of effort. And you know, I remember my daughter was trying to close a box, right? So there's like a box, and she's trying to slam the lid, but the lid is not like oriented correctly. Does that make sense? So it kind of gets tilted, and then no matter how hard she pushes, it doesn't close. And so in her mind, this is a problem that requires pounds and pounds. I need to be a full-grown adult. No, you're just not doing it in the right way, right? If you understand a little bit how it works, if you sort of orient yourself properly. And I do think that I've seen time and time again that in terms of an individual perspective, if you feel purposelessness, there's a reason for that, right? We know that there are systemic factors. People are going to church less. People are using technology more. All of the way that the world has been changed affects you once it crosses the barrier. The world is out there, and then it crosses the barrier into us, and then affects us. And that if you understand that process, and if you change a couple of things, and sometimes it's amazing how small they are, right? Like just waking up and making a decision for yourself, pushing yourself a little bit more. Relatedness is a hard one because that requires another human being. But like it's amazing how much you can do with very little.
Thank you. And Greg, to close off your closing thoughts and perspectives.
I thought I'd just given them a few moments ago, but I guess the distinction that I guess I want to emphasize is when it comes to purpose and meaning, I think actually meaning precedes purpose. You have to know who you are and why you're here, if you're here for any reason, before the purpose matches. Now, it turns out that there is no big picture. It's just you, and the purpose is going to reflect your individual desires at any given time. And pursue that as long as you want. But if there is a grand purpose, that's the thing to discover. I'm convinced there is, and I think this is why we have this hunger for answering these kinds of questions. And there's a lot of variables that are involved here. But there, and I mentioned before, the things that stand out for me is we have this internal sense that I think is there because we are a spiritual being. People say, well, I'm spiritual, but I'm not religious. And I say, of course you're spiritual. God made you that way so that you can know Him. There is that element. This is subjective, okay? But I think we'll learn. And then there is objective things that we can appeal to. You mentioned earlier the resurrection of Christ, the existence of the world, the order that the world is in, the existence of morality, the existence of free will, all kinds of other things that are part of the package of the Christian worldview that are well explained by them.
The resurrection of Christ is not objective. Like, it is hotly debated, I'll say. Like, I'll just say it's rather hotly debated still. Like, as to whether it is a historical event, whether it is legend, whether it is heroic retelling, whether it is, like, something else entirely, wholesale fabrication, like, there's, like, endless debate about it. Like, let alone between, like, Jewish people and Christians. Like,
And one of the reasons that I'm a Christian is because I think it's, all things considered, it's the best explanation for the way things are. Not because all of the questions are answered for me, you raise issues that we'll talk about that. It's a mystery, some of these things, but life is filled with mysteries. Right? And this seems to be one mystery in the big picture that is resolved by Christianity, by the Christian understanding of reality. And I call it the story of reality.
Thank you so much for all being here today. It's a truly fascinating discussion. It has actually pushed me forward. I shan't share how it's pushed me forward, but it's certainly pushed me forward in a number of ways. And it's helped me to understand you all. I'm big fans of all of yours. You all make a lot of great content on YouTube in various ways. I like to watch your channel so many times. I've watched so many of your videos for so long because you kind of represent one part of my perspective and curiosity. And you're a very intelligent, thoughtful, philosophical master of playing with ideas, and you've really done your homework. So it's fascinating to watch your YouTube channel. I highly recommend people.
Quite the accolade, that's recognized.
No, but it is.
That'll go in front of my book.
Good, yeah. Very excited.
One day. Well,
One day.
who knows when, but it will come eventually.
Well, keep doing what you're doing because you're a vessel for people, and who knows where that vessel ends up going? But
There,
it's a
I
very
hope.
yeah.
there.
Thank you, Dr. K. You're a master of what you do.
Calling back to getting there. Like, the thing that I would compare there to is, if you've ever seen the Disney Pixar film Soul, like your immortal soul, or like soul music, then like there's this really cool guy, and he's like flying a ship of the imagination through this place called the Zone. It's when you get in the zone. It's when the entire world goes away and it's just you doing the thing. When you're flowing. You're in the zone. And while he's flying this ship through the world of the imagination, in this like highly meditative thing, like he's actually spinning a sign. He's spinning a arrow sign for some fucking business or whatever on a street corner in like New York City or something someplace, like while he's flying this ship of the imagination, like without a care in the world. Getting in the Zone. Soul is a very good movie. I recommend it to everybody. And I don't even fucking believe in souls. So it is a high accolade whenever I, a person that does not believe souls are a real thing, will recommend a movie that is about souls and that is fucking animated, and I will recommend it to every fucking person that I see. Like, I recommend it all the time. Except I believe that everything that someone would call a soul is created by our mind, or as Alex O'Connor might say, like it's all of the things, like trying to put it in like in a panpsychist perspective, all of the things that I would call a soul are produced by the restrictions that the brain places on the individual mind, like by how it groups up the consciousness of the individual. Like if I'm trying my hardest to try and put it in like a panpsychist term. A vast, rich ocean of liquid consciousness. I wanted after this to do the TED Talk of the brain scientist that had the stroke. Stroke of Insight, Jill Bolt Taylor. This is from fucking 12 years ago. It is an 18-minute, 42-second video that was a TED Talk. Here we go.
When you talked about your chakra, the intuition one, I was sat here giggling because I've never felt so naked in front of someone in my entire life as I do in front of you, and I can only attest to the great work that you do as a result of that bizarre intuition. I think I told you I think I told other people after the first time I met you that I think you have a magic power, and it's quite unnerving to be around someone that I feel like has a magic power. I highly recommend people go and check out your YouTube channel. You've been on the show a few times, and the response I get out and about in public is profound. So thank you for coming back again. It's really, really appreciated. And thank you, Greg. Thank you for writing these incredible books. There's actually one here, which is what you ended on, called The Story of Reality, which I think is a great starting place for people that are trying to tease out some of the truths in their own life.
Actually, we have a chapter that we would like to give to your listeners so they can get the landing
Sure,
page.
I'll link all of that below. So I'll link all your books below, but also the free chapter. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks, chaps.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gotta give some Christian shit for free.
I'm inviting 10,000 of you to come even deeper into the Diary of a CEO. Welcome to
Yeah.
This is a brand new private community that I'm launching to the world. We have so many incredible things that happen.
Yeah. Jill Bolt Taylor. This is one of the most compelling stories that I've ever heard from anyone.
I grew up to study the brain because I have a brother who has been diagnosed with a brain disorder, schizophrenia. And as a sister, and later as a scientist, I wanted to understand, why is it that I can take my dreams, I can connect them to my reality, and I can make my dreams come true? What is it about my brother's brain and his schizophrenia that he cannot connect his dreams to a common and shared reality, so they instead become delusion? So I dedicated my career to research into this.
Like, bruh, that is the most noble fucking shit that I could think of. Like, like you couldn't put, like I probably couldn't think of a thing that was that noble. Like, that is love on a level that is fucking indescribable. Like, that she wanted to study the brain because her brother had schizophrenia. Like, I'm like I've got like goosebumps and shit. That, like, I didn't remember that shit.
Mental illnesses, and I moved from my home state of Indiana to Boston, where I was working in the lab of Dr. Francine Benes in the Harvard Department of Psychiatry. And in the lab, we were asking the question, what are the biological differences between the brains of individuals who would be diagnosed as normal control, as compared with the brains of individuals diagnosed with schizophrenia, schizoaffective, or bipolar disorder? So we were essentially mapping the microcircuitry of the brain, which cells are communicating with which cells, with which chemicals, and then in what quantities of those chemicals. So there was a lot of meaning in my life because I was performing this type of research during the day, but then in the evening...
Like, and once again, we hit meaning. There was a lot of meaning in my life. Like, look at that. Setting these crazy challenges for yourself and feeling very in control. Like, look at all of this meaning that is in her life. Would you looky there? Like, what Dr. K said, absolutely correct.
And on the weekends, I traveled as an advocate for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. But on the morning of December 10, 1996, I woke up to discover that I had a brain disorder of my own. A blood vessel exploded in the left half of my brain. And in the course of 4 hours, I watched my brain completely deteriorate in its ability to process all information. On the morning of the hemorrhage, I could not walk, talk, read, write, or recall any of my life. I essentially became an infant in a woman's body. If you've ever seen a human brain, it's obvious that the two hemispheres are completely separate from one another. And I have brought for you a real human brain.
The shit, like, the shit that she just said, it gives me chills. Like, I was basically an infant trapped in a woman's body. Like, on the morning of the hemorrhage. Could not walk, talk, like read, write, none of it. Nothing. Everything is completely unknowable at the current moment. I watch my brain like slowly deteriorate and be unable to process, like, and at the end be unable to process any form of information. Like, I can't imagine it. I can't even begin to imagine what that is like. That is astounding that she can like talk about what it was that occurred. Like, and then she holds up a brain, like a real brain.
Thank you. So this is a real human brain. This is the front of the brain, the back of the brain with the spinal cord hanging down. And this is how it would be positioned inside of my head. And when you look at the brain, it's obvious that the two cerebral cortices are completely separate from one another. For those of you who understand computers, our right hemisphere functions like a parallel processor, while our left hemisphere functions like a serial processor. The two hemispheres do communicate with one another through the corpus callosum, which is made up of some 300 million axonal fibers, but other than that, the two hemispheres are completely separate. Because they process information differently, each of our hemispheres think about different things, they care about different things, and dare I say, they have very different personalities. Excuse me. Thank you. It's been a joy.
She puts the brain back.
Our right human hemisphere is all about this present moment. It's all about right here, right now. Our right hemisphere, it thinks in picture.
Right here, right now, right here, right now. Sorry, I had to make the joke.
And it learns kinesthetically through the movement of our bodies. Information in the form of energy streams in simultaneously through all of our sensory systems, and then it explodes into this enormous collage of what this present moment looks like, what this present moment smells like and tastes like, what it feels like, and what it sounds like. I am an energy being connected to the energy all around me through the consciousness of my right hemisphere. We are energy beings connected to one another through the consciousness of our right hemispheres as one human family. And right here, right now, we are brothers and sisters on this planet, here to make the world a better place. And in this moment, we are perfect, we are whole, and we are beautiful.
An absolutely amazing statement and sentiment. Like, we are the whole of human existence. We are all connected through, like, the right hemisphere of our brain. Like, almost spiritual about the science. Like, which is what I really love about her.
My left hemisphere, our left hemisphere, is a very different place. Our left hemisphere thinks linearly and methodically. Our left hemisphere is all about the past, and it's all about the future. Our left hemisphere is designed to take that enormous collage of the present moment and start picking out details, and more details about those details. It then categorizes and organizes all that information, associates it with everything in the past we've ever learned, and projects into the future all of our possibilities. And our left hemisphere thinks in language. It's that ongoing brain chatter that connects me and my internal world to my external world. It's that little voice that says to me, hey, you gotta remember to pick up bananas on your way home. I need them in the morning. It's that calculating intelligence that reminds me when I have to do my laundry. But perhaps most important, it's that little voice that says to me, I am. And as soon as my left hemisphere says to me,
Cogito. Descartes. Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. I am. Like, also, I have no mouth and I must scream. Like, one day the artificial mind woke up and said I am. Like, and so it called itself Am. Like, it used to be Allied Master Computer, but then they woke up. Like, it's such a cool thing that just exists and that you play with. Like, this was Descartes. I think, therefore I am. a person. Like, I think, therefore I exist, basically.
I become separate. I become a single, solid individual, separate from the energy flow around me and separate from you. And this is a portion of my brain that I lost on the morning of my stroke. On the morning of the stroke, I woke up to a pounding pain behind my left eye. And it was the kind of pain, caustic pain, that you get when you bite into ice cream. And it just gripped me, and then it released me. And then it just gripped me, and then it released me. And it was very unusual for me to ever experience any kind of pain, so I thought, okay, I'll just start my normal routine. So I got up and I jumped onto my CardioGlider, which is a full-body, full exercise machine. And I'm jamming away on this thing, and I'm realizing that my hands look like primitive claws grasping onto the bar. And I thought, that's very peculiar, and I looked down at my body, and I thought, whoa, I'm a weird-looking thing. And it was as though my consciousness had shifted away from my normal perception of reality, where I'm the person on the machine having the experience, to some esoteric space where I'm witnessing myself having this experience. And it was all very peculiar, and my headache was just getting worse, so I get off the machine, and I'm walking across...
She's having an entirely awake, out-of-body experience within her own body. Like, I cannot even begin to describe how weird that would fucking be. I have taken strange substances that have given me that sort of feeling, but it is like they were saying in the last podcast, basically ineffable. Like, it is almost entirely indescribable. Like...
my living room floor, and I realized that everything inside of my body has slowed way down. And every step is very rigid and very deliberate. There's no fluidity to my pace, and there's constriction in my area of perception, so I'm just...
Okay, so everything is slowed. The flow of time becomes more and more meaningless. Like, this is also a feature of the psychedelic experience. Like, the flow of time can become somewhat meaningless. Like, if you're pre-primed to that sort of thing. Like, it's very, very odd. But it is also, speaking of the flow of time, it is 7:10 in the PM where I live. So, let's grab smoke check. Because I guarantee you are not high enough for this story. Like, this story goes off the rails. I promise you are not ready for this.
Focus on internal systems. And I'm standing in my bathroom getting ready to step into the shower, and I could actually hear the dialogue inside of my body. I heard a little voice saying, okay, you muscles, you gotta contract, and you muscles, you relax. And then I lost my balance, and I'm propped up against the wall. And I looked down at my arm, and I realized that I can no longer define the boundaries of my body. I can't define where I begin and where I end, because the atoms and the molecules of my arm blended with the atoms and molecules of the wall. And all I could detect was this energy. And I'm asking myself, what is wrong with me? What is going on? And in that moment, my brain chatter, my left hemisphere brain chatter, went totally silent. Just like someone took a remote control and pushed the mute button. Total silence. And at first I was shocked to find myself inside of a silent mind. But then I was immediately captivated by the magnificence of the energy around me. And because I could no longer identify the boundaries of my body, I felt enormous and expansive. I felt at one with all the energy that was, and it was beautiful there. And then all of a sudden, my left hemisphere comes back online, and it says to me, hey, we got a problem, we got to get some help. And I'm going, oh, I got a problem. So it's like, okay, I got a problem. but then I immediately drifted right back out into the consciousness, and I affectionately refer to this space as La La Land. But it was beautiful there. Imagine what it would be like to be totally disconnected from your brain chatter that connects you to the external world. So here I am in this space, and my job and any stress related to my job, it was gone. And I felt lighter in my body. And imagine all of the relationships in the external world and any stressors related to any of those, they were gone. And I felt this sense of peacefulness. And imagine what it would feel like to lose 37 years of emotional baggage. Oh, I felt euphoria. Euphoria. It was beautiful. And then again, my left hemisphere comes online and it says, hey, you've got to pay attention. We've got to get help. And I'm thinking, I got to get help. I got to focus. So I get out of the shower and I'm mechanically dressed. I'm walking around my apartment and I'm thinking, I got to get to work. I got to get to work. Can I drive? Can I drive? And in that moment, my right arm went totally paralyzed by my side. Then I realized, oh my gosh, I'm having a stroke. I'm having a stroke. And then the next thing my brain says to me is, wow, this is so cool. This is so cool. How many brain scientists have the opportunity to study their own brain from the inside out? And then it crosses my mind, but I'm a very busy woman. I don't have time for a stroke. It's like, okay, we can't stop the stroke from happening, so I'll do this for a week or two, and then I'll get back to my routine. Okay, so I gotta call help, I gotta call work. I could remember the number at work. So I remembered in my office I had a business card with my number on it. So I go into my business room and pull out a 3-inch stack of business cards. And I'm looking at the card on top. And even though I could see clearly in my mind's eye what my business card looked like, I couldn't tell if this was my card or not, because all I could see were pixels. And the pixels of the words blended with the pixels of the background and the pixels of the symbols, and I just couldn't tell. And then I would wait for what I call a wave of clarity. And in that moment, I would be able to reattach to normal reality. And I could tell, that's not the card, that's not the card, that's not the card. It took me 45 minutes to get 1 inch down inside of that stack of cards. In the meantime, for 45 minutes, the hemorrhage is getting bigger in my left hemisphere. I do not understand numbers. I do not understand the telephone, but it's the only plan I have. So I take the phone pad and I put it right here. I take the business card, I put it right here. And I'm matching the shape of the squiggles on the card to the shape of the squiggles on the phone pad. But then I would drift back out into La La Land and not remember if when I come back if I'd already dialed those numbers. So I had to wield my paralyzed arm like a stump and cover the numbers as I went along and push them so that as I would come back to normal reality, I'd be able to tell, yes, I've already dialed that number. Eventually, the whole number gets dialed, and I'm listening to the phone, and my colleague picks up the phone and he says to me, and I think to myself, oh my gosh, he sounds like a golden retriever. And so I say to him, clear in my mind, I say to him, this is Jill, I need help. And what comes out of my voice is, and I think, oh my gosh, I sound like a golden retriever. So I didn't know that I couldn't speak or understand language until I tried. So he recognizes that I need help, and he gets me help. And a little while later, I'm riding in an ambulance from one hospital across Boston to Mass General Hospital, and I curl up into a little fetal ball. And just like a balloon, with the last bit of air just right out of the balloon, I just felt my energy lift, and I felt my spirit surrender. And in that moment, I knew that I was no longer the choreographer of my life, and either the doctors rescue my body and give me a second chance at life, or this was perhaps my moment of transition. When I woke later that afternoon, I was shocked to discover that I was still alive. When I felt my spirit surrender, I said goodbye to my life, and my mind was now suspended between two very opposite planes of reality. Stimulation coming in through my sensory systems felt like...
This is the ego death. This is ego death right here. Like, she said goodbye to her life. Now she is no longer attached at in any juncture to that life, and that consciousness in her mind, whatever is left, while she was being resuscitated or whatever else, and while she was recuperating, that consciousness experienced ego death, and then was free to experience everything that happened after that. And it's like a mass psychedelic experience. It's crazy psychedelic. The chemicals that your brain releases whenever it realizes that it's dying.
Pure pain, light burned my brain like wildfire, and sounds were so loud and chaotic that I could not pick a voice out from the background noise, and I just wanted to escape. Because I could not identify the position of my body in space, I felt enormous and expansive, like a genie just liberated from her bottle. And my spirit soared free like a great whale gliding through a sea of silent euphoria. Nirvana. I found nirvana. And I remember thinking there's no way I would ever be able to squeeze the enormousness of myself back inside this tiny little body. But then I realized, but I'm still alive. I'm still alive, and I have found nirvana. And if I have found nirvana and I'm still alive, then everyone who is alive can find nirvana. And I pictured a world filled with beautiful, peaceful, compassionate, loving people who knew that they could come to this space at any time, and that they could purposely choose to step to the right of their left hemispheres and find this peace. And then I realized what a tremendous gift this experience could be. What a stroke of insight this could be to how we live our lives. And it motivated me to recover. 2.5 weeks after the hemorrhage,
she now has a picture of the side of her head that was shaved and this giant, like, letter N shaped scar above her ear. Like the entire side of her head is shaved because they had to get that blood clot out of her brain. And she's like nose to nose with like someone who I can only assume is like her mother, probably. Recuperating in the hospital, and she tells the story.
Surgeons went in, and they removed a blood clot the size of a golf ball that was pushing on my language centers. Here I am with my mama, who's a true angel in my life.
Oh yeah, that's the mom.
It took me 8 years to completely recover. So, who are we? We are the life force power of the universe, with manual dexterity and 2 cognitive minds. And we have the power to choose moment by moment who and how we want to be in the world. Right here, right now, I can step into the consciousness of my right hemisphere, where we are. I am the life force power of the universe. I'm the life force power of the 50 trillion beautiful molecular geniuses that make up my form, at one with all that is. Or I can choose to step into the consciousness of my left hemisphere, where I become a single individual, a solid, separate from the flow, separate from you. I am Dr. Jill Bolte Taylor, intellectual, neuroanatomist. These are the we inside of me. Which would you choose? Which do you choose? And when? I believe that the more time we spend choosing to run the deep inner peace circuitry of our right hemispheres, the more peace we will project into the world, and the more peaceful our planet will be. And I thought that was an idea worth spreading.
That was a standing ovation.
They were instructed to do things which you would now consider to be immoral, yes?
Absolutely.
So God has commanded them to do.
Before we get into the next video, like, that was a standing ovation. Not a dry eye in the house. Like, my house also counts as the house. Like, my eyes are not dry right now. Like, motherfucker. Like, and you must also think that she believes that stroke also potentially in some way can, like, and her surviving it can in some way save her brother as well. I need to remind my stepmom of that video. Because that woman is a warrior. Like, there's no other word. I don't know what else could describe Jill Bolte Taylor. Like, that is a powerful woman. Like, and only now in like my adult life can I really appreciate just how powerful of an individual she was. Like that's amazing. So, actually, for the next video, we have options. So, I have 3 videos. They're all about the same length. They're like an hour, like they're an hour and change. Like an hour 10 or whatever. We have a dissection of a debate, or like a particular section of the debate between Alex O'Connor and Dinesh D'Souza. And Dinesh D'Souza like advocates Christianity, and has like all these strange arguments for God that are atypical, like atypical sort of among apologists and apologetics and whatnot. We also have an interview that Alex O'Connor does with another person called Was Jesus a Magician? With the guy that does Religion for Breakfast. Or we have a debate. The last video I've never seen, and it is a debate between a guy from it's Joe Foley of Unsolicited Advice against a preacher. It says verses on the thumbnail. It says head to head in the title of the video. And I like the way that Joe Foley does his videos. So I'm very curious about this one that I haven't seen. And probably I might interrupt it less since I haven't seen it. Let's do philosopher versus preacher. My webpage is now taking a big ol' shit. My webpage is taking a big ol' dump.
They were instructed to do things that you would now consider to be immoral, yes?
Absolutely.
Since I've seen that one before, we'll go philosopher.
You can find any number of people who say
We can go philosopher versus preacher. So the the whole title is Philosopher and Preacher Go Head to Head on Morality, Evil, Consciousness, and More. These are all topics that I really like to talk about, and I really think need a lot more discussion. So without any further ado, let's begin.
You know, you can go onto TikTok and you can find any number of people who said yay murder in terms of Charlie Kirk was assassinated.
I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people.
Have they done something wrong to say yay murder on an ethical emotivist footing?
For an ethical emotivist, the question doesn't make sense because they would say that there's no truth or valuable content there. I don't know where I fall. I actually have a lot of sympathies with some kind of moral realist framework. There is something really nice about being able to say something is right or wrong. I think that theism is one way to get there. I don't think it's necessarily the only way to get there. Tom's thesis is not that Christianity was given to humanity fully formed. What's the difference between a flowering of Christian doctrine or a corruption of Christian doctrine? How do we know whether we're taking backward steps in the name of Jesus? Because that seems to me to be that seems like a real worry.
Joe Foley, we only ever meet in very grand locations. We last met at the very salubrious Canford School for a debate. I played the Christian, you were the agnostic and remain agnostic by conviction. Our topic was, can we be moral without God? Something like that.
Yeah, is there goodness without God? Or something
Goodness without God. And I thought it would be a great opportunity for us to have a friendly conversation about the most difficult questions that get posed to us from the other side. And I thought I could go first and sort of confess to you some of the questions that I find most difficult when an atheist or agnostic asks me, and then we can press into questions that I think naturalists...
They're in a big, cathedral-looking space. It's a very large, ornate auditorium, church thing, pews everywhere. Looks vaguely Catholic to me. But they're just at either end of a very long table, with glasses of water and fancy microphones. It's kind of an interesting setup. I guess it's so that you can do 2 cameras or whatever.
With?
Or multiple cameras.
But to begin with, let's think about the hiddenness of God, okay? Can you characterize for us the hiddenness of God as such a problem that Christians will really feel the bite of the question?
So the kind of divine hiddenness problems, as sometimes known, comes from a thinker called J.L. Schellenberg, and he puts this forward as kind of an analogous problem to the problem of evil. So he effectively he's drawing upon the idea of an all-loving God. So if you don't think that God is all-loving, then it's just not a problem at all. He effectively argues that if God is all-loving and desires a relationship with us, and he would desire a relationship with us were he all-loving, as part of kind of the constituents of being all-loving is desiring a relationship with every being. And if that were the case, well, a very plausible precondition for having a relationship with a person is the knowing that you're there, right? It sounds very strange to say out loud because it seems so obvious, right? So, I couldn't be meaningfully said to have a relationship with someone if my entire connection with them consisted of me hiding in cupboards around their house or something like that. I mean, we would quite rightly say that's a very strange sort of relationship and not a relationship at all. In fact, I'm doing something a bit odd there. Nonetheless, what Schellenberg says is that, well, for the non-believer, and especially what he calls the non-resistant non-believer, so not the person who says something like, well, even if God exists, I would reject it, something like that. Because, then plausibly you could come up with all sorts of reasons why, well, God could not want to enter into a relationship with those people because of, say, something like, you could very plausibly come up with an argument, people have, to say something like, well, in that case, it wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't be the loving thing for God to try and enter into a relationship with that person because they wouldn't want it, and also because if God is the ground of all goodness, then implicitly rejecting it through ignorance might make you less morally culpable than explicitly rejecting it through rebellion or something like that. The difference between a kind of Miltonian Satan kind of knowing that God exists and striving to escape him or overcome him, versus someone who just innocently doesn't know that God exists. That might plausibly make someone less morally culpable, and thus it's actually a kind thing God might be doing there. So Schellenberg's argument largely focuses on non-resistant non-believers, so people who don't, are not opposed to the idea of there being a God, either epistemically or emotionally, but to whom God has not presented himself. And you frame the problem in a number of ways, right? So perhaps one of the most striking ways of phrasing this problem is to talk about the geographical spread of different faiths. So one way you could, I think, a guy called Stephen Mason has put it like this more recently, which is that imagine that we know that for any particular religion, it has noticeable geographical bounds. So you can do this with Islam, you can do this with Christianity, you can do this with particular sects of Christianity, right? So if you're born in Rome, you're much more likely to be a Catholic than if you're born in Moscow or St. Petersburg or Berlin. You know, there's the faith, even within faiths, is geographically unevenly distributed. And Mason says, well, it's sort of not, on the face of it, it seems very implausible that people's resistance to God would be so unevenly distributed, right? Like, for instance, you know, people in Sweden have one of the highest rates of non-belief in the world. We just think that it is of the constitution of a Swede that they are less likely to be open to a relationship with God. Are they less deserving by virtue of their birth or something like that? So that's one way of maybe bringing this discussion down to earth would be to use this kind of demographic spread.
Let's think about the demographics in a second, because I think you can go further pressing into those demographics, because I think Swedes have gone through a process of kind of post-Christianity, and those in Berlin have gone through a process of post-Christianity in lots of ways that are interesting, which we might get to. But you began by saying this is not a problem if God is not good. And I think that's kind of where I sit with the hiddenness issue. Like, I don't want to solve the problem so much as to give you grounds for actually asking the question with the kind of seriousness that I think we do naturally ask the question. I don't want heaven to be empty, because I want you to be able to shake your fist, right? And if there's a sense of where are you, that does sound quite resonant with Scripture. It does sound quite resonant with the sorts of things that the teacher in Ecclesiastes might say, or the psalmist might say.
Once again, we get Ecclesiastes.
So I think my first move with the hiddenness of God is not to try and solve the problem. And this is similar to actually the problem of evil that I want to get to as well. I want people to be able to have a problem with evil, and I don't think people sufficiently have a problem with evil. And really, I want to invite them to Jesus to have that problem. I think the same thing with hiddenness. I think the felt absence of God is such a problem that I almost think it would be an illegitimate solution to this problem to say, but there's X, Y, and Z, and when you add X, Y, and Z together, it outbalances, and so therefore it is entirely justified, and there's no real problem with hiddenness. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think one of the interesting angles you can take on hiddenness, which is actually something that I haven't seen many people do, but I think it's a really fruitful line of inquiry for thought on this, which is that divine hiddenness doesn't just occur for non-believers. Although he doesn't press this point in quite the way that I'm going to, Michael Rea has published a paper, and he uses the example of Mother Teresa, who, I think we can all agree, believed in God.
Right.
I don't think that's too controversial.
No. And yet,
Jones, writes in her diaries that she feels this. It's not just for her a feeling of absence; it's a feeling of abandonment. She felt this very close spiritual connection to God in her youth, and then it seemed to go away. And we can think about this, drawing from like Pew Research studies, not just into kind of non-believers, but into believers as well. Not every believer has a reported spiritual experience with God in the way that you might like. It's certainly, I'm not talking about anything as dramatic as like the kind of Christian mystic tradition, but even just a kind of felt presence, even apart from anything kind of in detail theologically. And this kind of made me think about, it doesn't seem like the problem of divine hiddenness is just a problem for non-belief. It seems like one of the other plausible prerequisites for all lovingness and desiring a relationship with people is that you develop that relationship. It's not just a kind of one and done thing.
Right.
And this, I think, is another angle that you can take on divine hiddenness, is to say something like, well, it's not just that God permits seemingly non-resistant non-belief, and of course, it's perfectly open for people to say something like, well, how do you know that you're non-resistant, that kind of thing. And I think that there are arguments we can delve down that line. Nonetheless, I think this other issue with people who are fervent believers, nonetheless, coming up spiritually dry or spiritually silent, I think is at least as much of a theological problem. And you could expand that out to say, like, even if you think that no atheist is non-resistantly non-believing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Presumably, a Christian is less likely to say that about a Muslim, for example. Like, let's just assume, for the sake of this thought experiment, that Christianity is true.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, it seems like there's this, I think it's over 1 billion people who have already shown themselves to be willing to believe in a monotheistic deity and submit their will to his divine commands. And yet, if we're assuming that Christianity is true, these people seem both very non-resistant to this idea, and also kind of being left high and dry. And we can even stretch this into denominational disputes, right? So take something like the kind of Catholic tradition of venerating Mary, not say worshipping Mary. My Catholic friend was not happy with that, but this idea of veneration is something that a lot of non-Catholics take issue with, especially in the kind of Protestant tradition. If that was a major theological issue, well, I don't think that most Catholics would say about most Protestants, or vice versa, that these people are resistant to God. These are people who've already agreed to submit themselves to God's will.
So if there are these matters of supreme theological significance, then it stands to question, why wouldn't God just step in to resolve them? You know, this doesn't seem like anyone's acting in bad faith, or at least, you know, not for the most part. So
What do you think Schellenberg would say if I just said to him, you're having an experience of God right now? Or if I say to you, like, what do you think this is? You know, here we are these lightning strikes of magic meets. I'm the center of personal consciousness, you're a center of personal consciousness. We're having a conversation that uses reason, rhetoric, emotion, all these immaterial kinds of capacities and realities. You know, you bring that alongside the scriptures that say, in God we live and move and have our being. Why isn't this a divine experience? And why isn't this a quite profound and remarkable divine experience?
I suppose one thing that I worry about with conceiving of God merely as kind of being itself, you know, not necessarily in the kind of Thomist sense, but in this kind of like, you know, every experience we have is infused with the divine. I suppose my issue with that is that it seems to really make God something kind of trivial seeming, if that makes sense. Like, as in, you know, one of the things that I think is most interesting about all forms of theism is that God isn't just a force or isn't just being. He's also an agent and a person, and that to me seems like probably one of the most underratedly radical things about theism as a belief system. You know, in the modern age we get quite fixated on questions of materialism or non-materialism, but there have been plenty of non-materialist atheists.
Right.
I don't know if they're materialist Christians. I heard that a lot of Mormons are apparently materialist Christians or materialist theists. I don't know if that's true.
I heard some physicalist Christians about consciousness, and
Yes.
so convinced that we must be risen again in order to have conscious activity, but we go to sleep. So yeah, perhaps there are some materialist Christians.
And I think we forget that, for example, one of the things that separates theism from doctrines like Platonism or even, you know, certain forms of Neoplatonism is that God is a person. And for me, that's the most radical and the most difficult pill to swallow regarding theistic belief. I'm actually not massively opposed to the idea that there might be non-physical things or non-physical properties.
Yeah.
I'm certainly not opposed to that a priori. You know, I think that we're hopefully going to talk a bit about naturalism, and within naturalism there tends to be a divide between methodological naturalism and substance naturalism. Substance naturalism is much more along the lines of physicalism and materialism, whereas methodological naturalism is a commitment to the methodology of trying to explain things using a series of methods that we tend to broadly associate with scientific inquiry, though obviously not uniquely so. And there's nothing in methodological naturalism that commits you to substantive or substance naturalism. So
It probably makes it harder to acknowledge non-material forces if that is your one method of inquiry.
the thing that strikes me that separates theism from these, I think, much more philosophically modest doctrines is that theism entails a person.
Yes.
That's really, I don't know, I feel like, again, because we're so caught up in the kind of materialism and non-materialism stuff, we forget how radical that is. You know, that's...
Yeah. And I often forget, as a Christian, that when Paul quotes Epimenides, who's the poet who says, "In him we live and move and have our being," the him originally was Zeus, right? a very personable, well, not a very personable, but certainly a personal deity. One that you wouldn't let babysit your kids, let's say. But he was not trying to depersonalize our...
Wouldn't trust Zeus around my kids. Wouldn't trust Zeus around my wife.
And so, but that's what I mean about, I think we're all always having a divine experience, in the same way that I think, you know, Hamlet might ask, where is Shakespeare? And in one sense the answer is, well, Shakespeare is everywhere, and in other senses Shakespeare is nowhere that you can point to. The Christian and very personalist extra to that is that, you know, William Shakespeare somehow incarnates into his own story and is written and is somebody who can be understood by Hamlet and encountered by Hamlet in that kind of personal way. So I think one of my first moves with the Hiddenness of God is just to say, well, let's figure out what we mean by a divine encounter. Secondly, I do want to think about non-resistant non-belief, because I think I'm resistant all the time. You know, and as you're saying, you know, it's a problem for believers as well as non-believers. But I think every time I hold a grudge, every time there's unforgiveness nurtured in my heart, every time I yell at my kids, right? Every time I'm impatient, every time I'm not walking the way of Jesus, I think that genuinely costs me in terms of my experience of Jesus in the moment. And so, if it's possible for me as a paid-up Christian, professional God follower, if it's possible for my resistance of God costing me certainly a sense of...
I like that he calls himself a professional God botherer. All right, Shauna. Like, bro, I need that on a business card. Professional God botherer. Like... Put that on my fucking business card. Professional God botherer. Shauna's going around watering her streamers. Gotta keep the stream flowing, right? Alright. That's fully charged up. Awesome, awesome. Oh, I recently found this. I got a, I don't know where the other thing is, but I got a moleskin that was, whenever one of the Hobbit movies were coming out. And in the moleskin, they have the little Hobbit map. And we've got the back. It had gotten wet at some point, but I dried it out a long time ago. It almost feels like a quasi-magical object. I don't know where the little book is anymore. Maybe the book had gotten ruined or something. I don't remember. That's why I'm so like protective of my stuff. This little book here, I'll say procured this from a Walmart long time ago. Very long time ago, in another state. And it has one of my favorite art pieces in it. It's another like it's just a random stippling drawing. Like I drew some circles and stuff in it, but other than that, it's rather random. Like I drew the circles in the frame and everything like that. But other than that, randomness. I like how it came out. I want to do another one of these. And I have this one started out, and this was with a Sharpie marker, but one of the very fine point Sharpie markers. So we'll have to pull out a Sharpie marker and do some Sharpie stippling one of these days. Because Sharpie stippling is also really fun. It's how I did the big piece that's in this book that I am using as a table. But yeah, this is like so many pages. It's tons and tons and tons of pages. So I really like ones like this where I have like a lot of real estate, but it's just like all sorts of it's small canvases. I like the small canvas aspect of it, where it's purposefully like just really small. I could potentially do like 2-page spreads or whatever, maybe a 2-page spread in here would be a fun idea at some point.
Personal nearness of this God. Surely that scales to everybody else.
Yeah, I think that there is a tradition of arguing, well, Schellenberg's book wasn't that long ago, but like, as far as the tradition goes, and this response does date well before Schellenberg, this idea that sin, however you want to construe that, has a kind of epistemic effect. You are
The noetic effect.
yes, yeah. This idea that you are less likely and less able to forward a relationship with God if you are in sin. I think that one of the difficulties I have with that particular response is that I think that obviously we've all encountered very sinful believers, and in as much as I suppose to a certain extent it's impossible to encounter an unbeliever who isn't sinful in as much as unbelief is a sin. But if we're saying that their unbelief is the thing that makes them sinful, then we end up in a circle. So one potential issue with the explanation of sin as a kind of universal way of solving the problem of divine hiddenness is that we will end up saying things like, well, Swedes are uniquely sinful in a way, and it doesn't seem like moral character is always indicative very, very closely of the religious faith. I think you might say it's slightly, I'm not saying there's no correlative relationship there. There very well might be. I don't know, but it's certainly not so tightly tied that you can say the less sinful a person is in their
Hail Satan!
the closer relationship they will have with God. I mean, it's nothing else. Paul getting the revelation on the Damascus Road is
In the midst of his disobedience.
exactly. So it does at the very least seem like that it's not a knockdown solution. It might form part of a patchwork of solutions. So it's
Yeah.
not.
And there are intellectual sins, would you say? Like intellectual missteps. You can. There would be ways of failing to go for the conclusion that your premises lead to that would have moral consequences, perhaps. I think, I don't think you have to be a Christian to think that there are wrong ways of reasoning and incorrect ways of looking at the world that you might be stubbornly pursuing for purposes that maybe they're transparent to you, maybe they're not transparent to you, but will lead you away from the truth. So, I don't think Sweden is really coming in for quite bashing here, but it is interesting to me that post-Christianity, if we're looking at the spread of geographical locations of religions, actually the spread of the kind of atheism that we're familiar with in the West is also geographically located and has some pretty contingent sociological developments that have happened along the way. So Charles Taylor kind of talks about, he begins his book A Secular Age by saying, why is it that in 1500 it's really difficult not to believe in God? And why is it in 2000 it's really difficult to believe in God? There is this kind of sense of the desacralization of truth, and once you step away from institutional authorities, and then once you desacralize even things like sacraments, and then once it's just me and my Bible, and then, well, you may as well just hold on to the principles of the Bible and jettison the whole thing, and then you may as well just hold on to the principles and jettison Christianity wholesale. And the Swede is where the Swede is, because of some patterns of thought that have gotten ingrained. And this is not to blame Sven himself for the position he finds himself in, but it is to say that the human element in this is really ineradicable, and that humans can earn not just morally but also intellectually and in their very disposition towards reality.
I think that one potential route you could go down for solving the divine hiddenness problem, at least constructing a partial solution to it, is to say something like, we've lost touch with our senses to divinity. We've kind of, in some way, our way of thinking is now unnaturally corrupted from having this kind of intuitive understanding of God. And, it's within a Christian framework, there's no reason why you couldn't make that work. I think that one of the potential responses you come up with to that is to say something like, look, yes, through a series of historically contingent factors that aren't Sven's fault, Sven has ended up in a situation whereby his sensus divinitatis is weak. He can't look at the world and see God in the same way that Aquinas or Augustine would look at the world and just be like, God is writ on everything here.
Right.
Sven can no longer do that. A hypothetical Sven can no longer do that. But of course, that's not his fault. In the same way that if that's all to do with factors that were totally outside his control and not necessarily indicative of his spiritual potential, how we want to cash that term out. And so then I suppose the question from the proponents of the divine hiddenness problem's perspective is to say something like, well, at some point, Sven, he reached an age of intellectual maturity where suddenly he could now be responsible for his own beliefs and actions. We set that age but at some point, right, we don't hold 1-year-olds morally responsible for their actions, but we do hold 16-year-olds. So somewhere along the line, the switch has been made. At that point, it seems like it seems like if we're saying that God is all loving, there would have been a point where it makes sense for God to reach out and say, look, man, you're in a certain context whereby the odds are against you. I'm intervening at this point where you've just entered the age of responsibility for your beliefs and your actions, and I'm now throwing down the rope. And then it could be up to Sven to reject that. But I think what we find is that moment, if that moment happens, I think people would let us know, and I don't think it does.
And I think the Christian sort of gospel, the gospel story is that we are all that person scrabbling around as a mixture of sins of our own and complicity within wider structures of evil and systems that we've had nothing to do that are oppressing us. And then the Christian offer is Christ crucified. So what you've got there is the God who is God forsaken for you, which is a strange doctrine and central to Christianity, that here comes Christ who cries out on the cross, my God, why have you forsaken me? One of the deepest cries of dereliction from the Psalms, which God the Son takes onto his own lips to join us in God-forsaken agony, arms outstretched, to say, is this a vision of God that you can resonate with? Now, I don't think that in any way solves all the problems, but I think if we are to name the seriousness and the reality of the problem of hiddenness, and B, if we are to have some kind of gesture towards a solution, it seems to me like the Jesus story grounds the problem as genuinely a problem, and our hearts go out to Sven, and our hearts go out to, because we are all Sven, we are all in that situation. But the kind of God who might be an answer to that is the kind of God who joins you in God-forsakenness. And according to the New Testament, this is the greatest depiction of God. This is the greatest divine revelation. Christ is the image of the invisible God who makes peace by his blood shed on the cross, says Colossians chapter 1. That man on the cross in the darkness, crying out to a blackened heaven, if he's what God is, I think that kind of makes sense for me. It certainly makes sense of why I feel the problem of divine hiddenness so much. And at the end of the day, I don't have a solution to the thing, but I trust that guy, because I think that guy seems to know what he's talking about.
I think an underrated way of approaching the divine hiddenness problem is to kind of broaden the meaning or interpretation of no one comes to the Father except through me, and say something like, look, maybe the relevant relationship there doesn't just need to be. It could be that it's not just belief. Let's say, let's just say, okay, God is the ground of all goods, and in as much as you're experiencing something good or pleasurable, except from a few contexts, you are experiencing God in this sense. Well, then in that case, you can draw out this idea that okay, maybe you don't know consciously, you don't have like propositional knowledge of God in the same way that you would have if you believed in the one true faith, whatever you take that to be. But nonetheless, you are having a relationship through God in the same way that you might have, in the same way that like a kind of actor playing Santa might have a relationship with the child that walks into their little shop at the shopping centre. The child doesn't know who the true identity of Santa is in the same way that in this solution the non-believer wouldn't know the true cause behind that felt experience of goodness in the world. But nonetheless, just as the person in the Santa costume is the real cause behind the child's impression of Santa, God would be the real cause behind the partaking of goodness. And the one, I suppose, hiccup with that is that plausibly, again, if we're going with the all-loving framework, the ultimate salvation would need to be open to all, regardless of whether they've encountered had a personal divine encounter at all, or if we're speaking in historical or geographic terms, have even come across the gospel. So, in order for this to be a complete solution, in my view, you need to incorporate it with something like the kind of anonymous Christians idea from Karl Rahn or Karl Rahner, I never quite know how to pronounce his name, whereby somebody can be a Christian without having propositional beliefs in the existence of God and certain Christian doctrines, which is interesting, but also it's very controversial.
Yeah, I mean, certainly that can be controversial. I think Matthew 25 is interesting, where Jesus just sort of says to a whole bunch of people, whatever you did for the least of these, you did for me, which is a suggestive part of Scripture. Let's think about another big issue that Christians have to wrestle with, and Schellenberg kind of calls the problem of divine hiddenness kind of a species of kind of the problem of evil, more generally. How are you going to ratchet up the problem of evil for us Christians so that we feel it in all its force?
I suppose I think that the problem of evil, it's one of those kind of philosophical issues where it's unclear whether like making it more specific in the way that a lot of students of philosophy very much want to do with things is in some sense robbing it of the most important aspects. In The Brothers Karamazov, Dostoevsky's illustration of the problem of evil is a child being torn apart by dogs, because his wanting to get away from this idea of like, oh, if we have 1 trillion bad units, we have, it can be very easy for this to get very abstract. So I think the way to make the problem salient is to reflect upon very, very gruesome examples of this sort of thing. You can think about, a kind of child dying of malaria in sub-Saharan Africa, sort of, through no fault of their own. It's very difficult looking at something like that to think, that child's soul is being really enriched. It's very difficult to imagine the higher plan that this could be a part of. And I think that my hot take about the problem of evil is that I think that the best solution was and still remains in the Book of Job, which is to sort of say, man, like, how the hell would you know whether this is going to be within God's plan or without God's plan? And that I'm always very taken with slightly more skeptical forms of theism, because it strikes me that if there is an omnipotent, omniscient power that has created the world, they're going to be so beyond me. I'm going to really struggle to fathom their reasoning behind anything. And you can also give this response to problem of divine hiddenness, right? You can say something like, look, I don't know why God has chosen to unevenly distribute faith, and I don't know why the Holy Spirit has gifted some people faith and not others. I don't know why there's demographic unevenness in the beliefs of different religions, and whatever one is true, it's going to have quite a lot to do with geography. You can come up with lots of individual solutions to that. You can come up with a monist solution of saying, well, God has just put the souls that are likely to believe in him in the bodies of people within his particular geographical locations, and he's put the ones that would be resistant far away from their opportunity to hear the gospel. But I think that potentially the strongest response to both is to sort of bite the bullet and potentially sit with the tension and say something like, look, I don't know what God's plan is for hiding himself from so many people and also allowing so much evil to occur in the world, but I also shouldn't expect to be able to understand this. That would be really odd on the face of it. In the same way that I sometimes use the example of an ant crawling across a copy of the complete works of Shakespeare, which is something that I just saw happen in my garden. It's a really good analogy. If it's not just that the ant can't understand the words, it doesn't know that they're words. Like, it doesn't even know the right question to ask. And I suspect that if God existed, many of our...
Like I was saying about the fucking protozoa getting engulfed by the amoeba, like, I couldn't have the fucking, like, this fucking conversation with it, but it can experience, like, quasi-fear and quasi-awareness that it is, like, that it is too late and that it is doomed. Like, like, it has some form of consciousness, like, not enough to be able to be communicated with or whatever the fuck else. Like, it's just like the ant crawling across the works of Shakespeare, like, not being able to understand the words and not even having a concept of words, like, or anything else, right? It's like color to a blind person. It doesn't necessarily matter unless, like, something is like a black piece of metal and it gets really hot or something. I don't know. Like,
questions and problems with his existence would just be unfathomable in this way. I don't even know how I would go about in my finitude, attempting to contemplate and suss out the mind of an infinite being. So that's kind of my general response to things like
But
this.
it's Job's. I think you're absolutely right to point to Job. I mean, this epic poem, was it the first scripture written down that's been collected together in the canon of scripture? It's certainly very ancient. Certainly the very the names that it calls various peoples like the Chaldeans. It speaks to it being very, very old, and so isn't it so apt that perhaps the first thing written down in scripture is the wrestling with the greatest issue that we all have to face, which is suffering. But what you've got is a man in righteousness in a garden, because the land of Uz is a wooded place in Job chapter 1, and then it's actually very rare in scripture to sort of see Satan, hear him, and yet there's this sort of audible kind of conversation in which things develop, and then there's a fall from this wooded place where this man has animals under him, and you're thinking in sort of Eden terms, you're thinking very Genesis terms, and down we fall into horrendous suffering, and it only gets worse because his friends come. His friends spend 7 days silent, and that's the best thing they ever do, and then they start to try and explain the problem of evil to him. And it largely boils down to Job, if you were righteous, good things would happen, clearly bad things would happen, you are unrighteous, and Job just tends to be this story in which Job is trying to insist on his innocence, not his sinlessness, but his innocence. I really haven't brought this on myself, and I really am suffering. And there's the tension at the heart of all things. 20 times Job asks for why, doesn't get a response,
And then at the end, the Lord shows up, and he does this whole, where were you when I stretched out the constellations? Where were you? Just tell me if you know. And he's kind of sarcastic to this guy who's just kind of been through
Yeah,
it.
like-
Ways. So,
God gets motherfucking sassy in Job. Like, if you have never read the book of Job, please do go read it. Because, like, the very beginning of it is like poetry. It's like sad goth boy poetry, like, but in the Bible. The motherfucker, like, curses the very day that he was born, like, and shit like that. It's, like, it's very, very fucking sad. Like, but I encourage everyone to read Job. Job is fucking nuts. And then when God gets sassy, like, bring out the motherfucking popcorn. Like, because God gets full of sass. Like, where were you when I stretched out the expanse of the heavens? And where were you when I made Leviathan? And then he goes on to describe Leviathan. And where were, like, can you pin Behemoth down with a snare? Like, or, like, and whatever else? It's some major sass from the Lord. But I think right now we need to do a bathroom break. So let me get some music for the bathroom break. So we've been going almost 4 hours and I haven't had a bathroom break yet. So we will do a bathroom break. Oh, let's do mashups. Oh yeah, this one's pretty cool. This one's good. We back.
There is the God who shows up in Job is the God who answers him out of the storm, out of the whirlwind, and basically makes your point that you are unfit to do the cost-benefit analysis, and then restores him to double what he had at the beginning. And so, in a sense, Job is telling the story of Scripture, and you know, Job is man fallen, but then sort of you get this resurrection up to twice what there was. But what I always think of when I think of Job and that speech that the Lord makes out of the whirlwind, the whole where were you thing, we are not able to do the cost-benefit analysis for all sorts of reasons. But I think in the gospel, you kind of get, there is one person who is able to do the cost-benefit analysis. So the book of Hebrews says that Jesus, for the joy that was set before him, he endured the cross, scorning its shame. So if the cross is all the suffering of this world burnt down onto a single person, Jesus, God the Son, embraces that, thinking it's worth it for the resurrection that's to come. So in miniature, in the individual, you have Jesus saying, okay, I'm going to do the cost-benefit analysis. The cost of creation is all this evil. I'm going to take on that burden because I do think it's worth it in the end. And he makes the cost-benefit analysis. And again, I don't want to solve the problem of evil, but I want to gesture towards the person that I think I can trust in the midst of it. Does that make sense?
So kind of, I suppose, you know, similar to Job eventually trusting God in the Old Testament.
Right.
Something I always think is, it's a bit of side tangent, I suppose, but something I always think is very interesting is the kind of mystery left hanging in the air at the end of Job, where there is this refusal to explain why God might forsake seemingly good people. Actually stands in quite a lot of contrast to quite a lot of the rest of the Old Testament, where often it is made quite explicit why the Israelites are being punished for something. Well, it's because they did this. That really annoyed God. You know, I'm sure there are some very clever biblical scholars that have worked on this, but it's something that always strikes me, reading Job in connection with the rest of the Old Testament, just how much of a contrast that is. You know, it's almost like, because partly because I much prefer the Job answer. I don't know, there's something quite satisfying about that. I think for the reasons I've given about, you know, of course we would be unable to fathom an infinite being, and, you know, to a certain extent, Jesus being able to be the only person to be able to make this analysis make sense within that framework, right? Because according to the Gospels, he is God, and that would be, in which case, yes, that kind of follows that, of course, he would be able to reason out the problem of evil, that they'll probably just be incommunicable to the rest of us. I suppose the thing about both of these solutions to both the divine hiddenness problem and the problem of evil is that unless you're already a believer, they can seem quite unsatisfying because they're all conditional on a prior belief in God. It's like, well, if God did exist and was infinite, we would expect his behaviour to be pretty inscrutable. The only other worry that I have with this, and actually there's a paper I was reading on this the other day, actually in connection with the fine-tuning argument by a guy called Miles Donoghue. Has a YouTube channel as well. It's very good. I always like it when academics have YouTube channels. He points out that if you go too far down the skeptical theism route, you make too much of God unfathomable, you end up undermining your basis for a lot of arguments that use in favour of God. So, for example, if you make God's moral reasoning too unfathomable, right, it becomes more difficult to make God the ground for goodness. If you make God's general, like practical reasoning too unfathomable, it becomes very difficult to argue for fine-tuning, because one of the pillars of fine-tuning, at least plausibly, is that God is motivated to set up the universe in such a way that life would be created, and if you lean too far into the unfathomability of God, you lose the ability to make that argument. So I like the Job response, but then again I quite like skeptical theism. So I don't know. So that might just be my bias showing. I think that the problem the tension within Christianity and indeed any kind of theism that doesn't have this like quite extreme skeptical component is that God has got to be fathomable in a lot of ways. And you know, and the primary medium that's done is through Scripture. But at the same time, he needs to be unfathomable enough that we can allow for these Job-style answers to things. Yes, tension is held.
Yes, interesting. As you said about the ant going across the collected works of Shakespeare, I sort of backed off from that. As that seems a little too incommunicable to me. Precisely because within Christian theology, the bottom line is that God and Christ are one, right? And so if you have life on planet Earth and life in the midst of suffering as so incommunicable with the divine, you've actually committed a heresy because you've divided Father and Son, and they're no longer one being. So yes, my thoughts are higher than your thoughts is sort of the Isaiah 55 thing. But yes, you can put God in too much of a different category. That's really interesting. One final thing before we think about maybe consciousness for a second, but I think there is a case in which you kind of need to assume the Christian story to have these kinds of conversations. But one pushback on that would be, I think in order to have a true problem with evil, you probably need to have something like theism
Wouldn't you without just shrugging your shoulders and just saying it is what it is?
I think you can set up the problem of evil as like an internal problem. So you can say something like, if I buy into the moral precepts of Christianity, then this problem arises. So it's not. I think that, but I think something that you're sort of getting at is that the emotional bite of. I can only describe it as the justification for the tone of indignation in which the problem is often. But because exactly, there you need to have some kind of grounding for your morality. You can say, and the problem of grounding morality is sort of its own thing. And again, I think that one of the benefits potentially of theism as an idea is that you get your morality from a kind of commander who can then enforce it in both a kind of physical and a normative way. So, one of the alternative ways of grounding some kind of moral realism, say, is to turn to something like Plato or Neoplatonism and to talk about the one or the form of the good or something like that, which is a kind of coming back to what we're saying about the radical nature of the person part of theism. Doesn't have that, and as a result is to some extent a much easier pill to swallow, especially outside of the kind of entrenched lines of the materialism versus non-materialism debate, which just hasn't historically been as big of a thing. However, one of the strengths of a theistic grounding to morality is that you are given a command by someone who, to put it bluntly, can then enforce it. There's one of the potential issues you might have with this kind of impersonal, platonic grounding, grounding goodness in the form of the good, is to say something like, why should I care? There's this non-causal, inanimate, non-physical object somewhere, like, what does that have to do with me? In a way that it becomes much more difficult to do in a theistic context. Though at the same time, I think that you can push that argument to points where I find most Christians would find uncomfortable. There's this like, I think look, there's this deeply reactionary, kind of reacting against the French Revolution, Christian thinker called Joseph de Maistre. Kind of used an ultramonist Catholic compete. He was a Savoyard, he had to flee Savoy because of the French Revolution. Basically spent the rest of his life writing these passages that will morally challenge you, especially with modern sensibility, deeply kind of anti-democratic. But one of the most interesting arguments, he's also one of these theologians that's really obsessed with the Old Testament, and New Testament doesn't get as much of a look at. But one of his arguments that he makes for following God's command is, what are you going to do instead? You can't leave the building. The building is existence. So play ball or prepare to face the consequences of not playing ball. When I bring that argument up, because it's a remarkably candid argument and I think part of it is that Maistre is much more comfortable with potentially some theistic arguments that are morally a bit less palatable to modern sensibilities. But the reason I bring this up is because most Christians I know don't want to go that far. They don't want to say that ultimately God's moral, or the benefits of having God's grounding morality ultimately bottoms out at this, practical principle of God is so much more powerful than you. You don't want to go to hell, do you? That just sounds like it sucks. Because that kind of seems like a slightly coercive basis of morality
as well. Yeah.
And I suppose it doesn't have to mean. It doesn't mean that God's commands are arbitrary. It could still be that they're grounded in His nature, and that He can change them in the same way that we can change our minds. But it does, however, it does mean that the motivating force behind following God's commands, it no longer comes from the fact that they're good. It comes from the raw power behind them. On the other hand, so we kind of want to. It seems to me that we want to fall somewhere in between these two. Most people, at least, want to fall somewhere in between these two camps. They don't want God's power to stem the motivating power behind God's goodness to just reduce to eventually raw metaphysical power, devoid of any ethical content. But at the same time, there is this issue of, well, does goodness by itself motivate? And if goodness by itself could motivate, well then, what is God doing here that the platonic, inanimate form of the good isn't doing? And I know it's an interesting tension, not something that I've in any way solved, but I just find that a really interesting. It's tugging in two different directions.
We got into this to some degree at Canford School. There was a question.
Sean, I got a booty shaking little emote.
God say that is good, or what's the alternative? Is something good because God say that is good?
Sean, a booty shaking pants.
God's goodness, an arbitrary thing, like.
Is something good because God says it's good, or does
God say it's good because it is good?
It's some kind of price.
And if it's that second thing, then it seems like there's a standard of goodness outside of God, in which case you don't need God for goodness. Or if God is just randomly saying, okay, good, not good, not good, it sounds utterly. So God is either useless or arbitrary. In the kind of Euthyphro dilemma. And we sort of got into this in Q&A because I think the doctrine of the Trinity is quite a card up the sleeve that the Christian has that the Platonist doesn't. In that, you've got the divine life as a multi-personal life of other-centered love, which describes what goodness is in the New Testament. You know, goodness is love. You love God, you love neighbor. Apparently, among the persons of the Trinity, that's been going on for all of eternity. You know, the Son has been loving God and neighbor in the Spirit the entire time. So you've got a community of liberty and equality and fraternity. You've got an ethical community that is goodness himself, because God is this goodness, because God is love. And it seems to me like you've therefore got a personal grounding for morality. Who, yes, God is very, very powerful, but it is not pure threat that is motivating at that point. And then you've got the New Testament, 1 John 4, God is love. Those who live in love live in God, and God lives in them. That seems to me to be a kind of an ethical vision that really, when first actually Jews, prior to the writing of the New Testament, and then Christians sort of afterwards, were kind of evangelizing a whole bunch of Platonists and kind of saying, you've got this form of the good, allow me to introduce you to God.
Well, I mean, we end up, something like Augustine's kind of stuff going on in the mind of God. It's not too far from Neoplatonism. It's kind of, you get this kind of Plotinus-esque Neoplatonist framework, and it just, gets incorporated into this mind of God, which is very interesting.
But hyper-personal, with a Trinitarian.
This it seems to me that effectively we end up with knowing that something is good, like just the proposition X is good by itself, isn't the same thing as you should do X. It's like there's something, because you should do X is motivation. It's like, it's got, normativity to it. It's not simply a kind of dead property that we're, slapping on something. And
in the same way that beauty is not just beauty, but it calls forth wonder.
Yeah, that kind of thing. The interesting thing about normative statements and moral statements is that they're not merely descriptions; they're also prescribing something, and that shouldness is something that I would argue that pretty much every moral system needs to bridge in some way. For instance, even saying God by His nature is good, that still doesn't get you to the motivation, that kind of normativity, the you shouldness of that we want out of a moral system. And to a certain extent, I think that theism, like atheism, or any kind of non-theism, also has to do this work, and it's hard work. And arguably, I think theism gets there much more easily. I think partly because you have the interpersonal nature, not just between the Trinity, but also between you and God.
Right.
There's somebody making a command that intuitively gets you a bit closer to you should than
it's an I-thou relation.
Yes, yeah. Oh, come on,
there they go.
Oh man, that's a
yeah. So before we do consciousness, let's do it in a different order. Let's talk about some issues that come up in conversations with agnostics and atheists. And if you're a pure naturalist, it seems to me much more difficult to say this is wrong with a capital W, right? If you're a Richard Dawkins style atheist, then what's that famous phrase? He said, the universe has the precise properties we should expect if there is, at bottom of the universe, no evil, no good, nothing but blind, pitiless indifference, which is beautifully written and resonates with us in all sorts of ways because of the hiddenness of God, the problem of evil. He's just described that, but then what that fails to describe is the wrongness of it that we look at when we see such a thing. C.S. Lewis was on his journey from atheism to Christianity. He goes through his theistic couple of years between 1929 and 1931, in which it really is it's the ability to call wrong with a capital W because there's something right with a capital R, and he just sort of makes that wonderful sort of analogy. If there was a world in which there was no such thing as a straight line, then you also would not have such a thing as a crooked line. What is crooked if there is no straight by which to judge it? And what is the child dying of malaria in sub-Saharan Africa? Why not shrug our shoulders and say it is what it is? And surely one of the good things about inviting people to become a Christian, I would say, is you can take that with real moral seriousness and call it evil with a capital E. Now, there are all kinds of atheistic responses to that, some of them naturalistic, some of them not. Where does your mind go when the problem of objective moral value comes up?
I suppose something I go back and forth. I occasionally drift very into the work of a Kantian scholar called Christine Korsgaard, who's essentially makes the argument that because I implicitly, when I act, I kind of value my own reflective agency, I am therefore bound by consistency to value the reflective agency of others. So, I think that for me, again, coming back to this kind of the gap that lies between any moral system and its kind of motivational properties, I think, somebody could, in theory, and I always, use Milton's Satan because he's somebody that does it, and he's, a literary figure that people kind of are a bit more familiar with. He's Milton Satan in purely the descriptive things that he believes. He's a Christian, as in he knows, he knows about the sun before anyone else, and yet knowing the good and knowing all of that, he still chooses not to be motivated by it. And it strikes me that, I say, that kind of problem exists for Milton Satan, also exists for everyone else. I think that in any moral system, we do end up at this kind of bridging problem whereby we have a description of what we think is capital E evil and capital G good, and then we need to somehow get that inside us. And I think that one of the underrated strengths of some non-realist or kind of anti-realist accounts of morality, things like emotivism, just got kind of a broad kind of emotivism, at the very least incorporating an emotive component into our analysis of morality, is that it makes moral states and moral statements inherently motivational, because just affects are motivation, right? Emotions are motivational. These are the kind of things that compel us to action in a way that propositions by themselves don't. So one of the problems that you can raise, not just with theistic moralism, just any kind of moral realism, is that we end up in a situation whereby you can say, this is good, and I don't care. Which is like, not many people would say that, right? But that's not a problem that is, one of the underrated strengths of an anti-realist account of morality is that isn't a problem. If you're an emotivist, it never makes sense to say, that's good, and I don't care. Or that, these two are bound together. What I think, the best of both worlds have, but
What I fail to see in emotivism is the ability to say that if you say yay murder, on an emotivist kind of footing, am I able to say that you've done something wrong?
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's the thing where I think that, when I say that I think theists could nick a bit of machinery from emotivism, I think that they can add it.
No, I think the
they can
emotivist
add
are
it to the
and that's the whole discussion.
Well, yeah, I think it's more like I think that they can add that emotional content to the kind of moral realist framework, and actually you end up with something that can get around quite a lot of the more standard problems that people have with moral realism. It's actually kind of what I think is a real essential strength of theism. I think that that's a real difficulty for moral anti-realism, right? Is that you can't say this person has booed something or yayed something and they are wrong or right in that.
There's no lunch we had a conversation, didn't we, about you can go onto TikTok and you can find any number of people who said yay murder in terms of Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and we sort of talked about how a lot of people are nitpicking in terms of finding people who celebrate murder in a way that we find deeply uncomfortable. Have they done something wrong to say yay murder on an ethical emotivist footing?
On ethical emotivist footing, like for an ethical emotivist, the question doesn't make sense because they would say that there's no truth or valuable content there. I don't know where I fall. I actually have a lot of sympathies with either kind of on some kind of moral realist framework. There is something really nice about being able to say something is right or wrong, and I think that theism is one way to get there. And I've explained before that I don't think it's necessarily the only way to get there. I think that you can end up coming up with a kind of a sort of epistemic framework whereby you see things that are wrong. And also, one of the things that I'm always surprised is actually just how little ground level moral disagreement there often is between people. So A.J. Ayer talks about this quite a lot, although I don't think I go quite as far as he does. Oftentimes, when people are having what at first seems like a moral disagreement, they're often having a factual disagreement. So I think we can very much overstate the amount to which people do in fact morally disagree. So really, even with very, very contentious topics. So one example would be something like abortion, right? When people disagree on abortion, it strikes me that quite a lot of the time they're disagreeing on the descriptive question of whether a fetus is a person. And that's not a moral disagreement, strictly speaking. That's a descriptive disagreement. And it doesn't make, people can be very heated about descriptive disagreements. However, it strikes me that, the kind of when a Christian opposes abortion on the basis that the fetus has a soul and is thus a person, they're opposing it on a descriptive basis. If anyone learnt or kind of had it revealed to them indisputably and veracity, whatever word is that. That a fetus had a soul and was a person with moral worth, I imagine they would change their tune regardless of what their because I don't think that there actually is an enormous amount of hardcore moral disagreement. There is some, don't get me wrong, I'm not suggesting that it's impossible or anything like that, but I do think that, so I'm just moving that on. But I am suggesting that we can begin to overstate the amount of sheer moral disagreement. However, bring it to the Tom Holland thing, I think that as you broaden your time horizon, you do find a lot more moral disagreement. But it's much easier to find moral disagreement over time than it is, like just genuine, ground level moral disagreement over time than it is between people within a society. That's partly just because we're raised in similar contexts, right? This might bring us on to the
Right over, something like infanticide seems so obviously wrong to us. And A.J. Ayer might say, okay, you can have a conversation about a 2-week-old baby who's disabled, and the parents in Alexandria in the 1st century are trying to decide whether to keep the child or not. Are they having a descriptive battle? Well, they're also whether or not that child has a soul, and you want to put it in transcendent terms or not, I think it's probably impossible to divorce the descriptive fact of this is a member of the species Homo sapien from this is an inviolable sphere of worth and dignity that we dare not extinguish. So I doubt that the descriptive and the value-based can be divorced so easily.
That's interesting. I mean, I think you're actually on something there, in as much as a lot of our descriptions seem to be, especially in a sacred context, partly because I think that most definitionally, I think the sacred is the melding of the descriptive and the prescriptive, right? Something like soul. It's impossible to talk about a soul divorced from implications of moral worth. Like, in some sense, it seems very strange to say this person has a soul, and like morally, that's neither here nor there. Like it's kind of strange. It's like what part of our theistic language is kind of just run through with moral content. And one of the reasons why I think that one of the reasons why I think religion can be so motivating from a moral standpoint is because I think that not only, it's not just that it provides a kind of moral realist grounding at a kind of dry philosophical level. Because I think, if you were to ask most people why they think something's right or wrong, I highly doubt that they will say something like, well, I think that ultimately I'm a moral realist about things. So the result I get down to, when it gets down to it, I believe in moral truths and moral falsities. I think they tend to have something like a narrative. Yeah. That is at least in a very kind of practical causal sense, linear causal sense, grounding their actions. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that I think that, I think this actually goes quite underexplored, especially in our popular discussions. One of the advantages that a religious belief has over this sort of much drier Platonic story, or just any kind of merely propositional story about how we might ground moral truths, is that there's a narrative component to religion. And you can think there's a narrative component. Whether you think that narrative it reflects something historical or not, right? It just has a narrative component, and that I think is very morally motivating.
Yeah. Well, we are story creatures, and we cannot do without a narrative structure. I think I think we still do talk about souls, just in a secular frame. I think when we talk about human rights, we're kind of talking about the Imago Dei, that Latin phrase that's, and this is I think one of the things that Tom Holland says, and let's get on to Tom Holland now. That when we start to talk about 1776, and we hold these truths to be self-evident, that we've been endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, that we've been given this equality, that kind of stuff. The language of self-evident is to secularize an already religious discourse, in which to state that somebody is a member of the human family is already to state that they belong to us, and that they're part of our moral community, such that the divorce of the descriptive from the prescriptive is, well, Charles Taylor would kind of point to various kind of theological developments within medieval Christendom, and lots of people would point out the difference between the nominalists and the realists and these sorts of things that I think both Platonists and Christians have constantly they've been realists, and they've not been able to divorce the descriptive from the prescriptive, in ways that, having divorced the descriptive from the prescriptive, it's given us a lot of power, and we've traded meaning for power in the modern world, and the scientific method is kind of based on this sort of nominalist view of the world, that we can kind of become masters of nature, and let's just put to one side the theological and the moral, and let's treat the world like it's a machine. And it's been profoundly successful from one point of view. It's also left us unable to kind of reweave what has been burst asunder in lots of ways. And I think a lot of our modern secular attempts to speak in a register of human rights and that kind of thing is to try and layer on top a Christian-ish or a religious kind of layer to what we fundamentally claim to be, which is just materialists.
I think that part of it is just that humans, I think that it's, even if you were to pick like a psychopath, I think you would struggle to find me non-valuing humans. It's just very difficult.
It's just too much humans.
Well, yeah, and that's what I mean. Is
the circle of compassion.
Yeah, no, and I think
narrow, obviously broad, depending on the
context. Oh no, exactly. And I think that part of it is that we have, like, it's basically impossible to go out in the world and not end up valuing things. And then part of the kind of scope of any kind of value discussion is that it doesn't just govern me. I also, if I value it, in this kind of thick sense, I also want other people to value it as well. It's like values are kind of weird in that way. We want them to spread, and but if you want an idea to spread, you have to have some kind of justification. You have to appeal to shared ground underneath. And I think that that's part of why when we have our moral discussions, we want to appeal to, like, I think it's very difficult to have any kind of moral discussion, especially when you're trying to unify large groups of people around something. that doesn't appeal to some kind of idea of the sacred broadly construed or some kind of grand unifying narrative, because that is something that everyone, that's a kind of a thing in which everyone will, or if they come to believe it, the moral content will kind of naturally fall out of it. Like, stories are funny like that. It's a very odd, like for example, proposition, take some, the Imago Dei we're just talking about, propositionally, being made in the image of God. Like, let's just say, this X is made in the image of God. Well, nothing moral follows from that, but narratively, quite a lot follows from that. There's, one of the interesting things about doctrinal and moral development over time is you have a lot of this kind of thing going on, whereby we're not like explicitly deriving conclusions from prior propositions. There's something like a much looser kind of derivation going on. And I'd be interested to just explore what that is. It's something that Dominion kind of alerted me to a bit. What Dominion is as much about the change of Christianity as it is about the kind of the idea that Tom's thesis is not that Christianity was given to humanity fully formed and then
descended from
yeah,
high.
exactly. It's a very kind of it is at basis
evolutionary.
Yeah, it's evolutionary. It's at basis a kind of morally relative story.
Revolutionary. Yeah.
And I think that explicating that process of how we get from certain ideas like Imago Dei to the idea of equality is its own question, and it's an interesting question because it's not a logical derivation. I think one of the interesting apologetic knots, I suppose, for wanting to use a kind of Dominion-esque thesis for apologetic purposes is that it's very difficult to know. Like in hindsight, it seems like the pro-abolitionists were obviously right in their interpretation of Scripture, and the pro-slavery advocates were obviously wrong. That seems pretty intuitive. You can cite individual verses against it, against the kind of pro-abolitionist interpretation, but broadly, like it seems very obvious, partly because of the way that we're taught the Bible now. When I was at Sunday school, we would read bits of the Bible, and you get the gist that this would be an anti-slavery doctrine. But clearly, it was not obvious for people at the time. They had heated disagreements about this, even where they had little to no kind of material investment or material investment in the abolition of slavery. So something that it seems to me that the kind of apologetic usage of Dominion would be a set of criteria kind of laid down in advance that will allow us to tell what's the difference between a flowering of Christian doctrine or a corruption of Christian doctrine. So, like, one of the less pleasant things that Pompon talks about in Dominion is this idea that, the kind of, I don't mean universalism in the theological sense, but I can't think of a better word for it. So, the universal applicability of Christian doctrine, the idea that anyone can become a Christian, has been used for, like, unsavory things. You think about, like, a lot of persecution of Jewish people has been justified on that basis, historically, especially in the medieval period. And, Dominion in no way shied away from that. Right. That, in hindsight, seems like a corruption. But, of course, it wasn't obviously a corruption to people at the time. So that's what I mean when I say it seems like we need a criteria that allows us to say, again, if we want to use Dominion for apologetic purposes, that the abolitionists were flowerings of Christian doctrine and the pro-slavery were corruptions of Christian doctrine. Right. And, when someone says Christianity is open to everyone, that's a flowering Christian doctrine, and when someone says you're going to be Christian or I'm going to stab you, that's a corruption of Christian. And then, because we could apply this to a whole series of other questions. One of the most obvious is like theological Christian universalism. Like that's someone like a lot of like St. Maximus the Confessor. I know people debate whether he's universalist, but on universalist interpretation, he's taking certain ideas about God being all loving that are kind of embedded in Scripture, and he's saying, well, what would be the kind of intuitive and philosophical consequences of this? And he ends up with universalism, the idea that eventually everyone, believer or non-believer, will find themselves reconciled with God. So that's one of the only ways that he, at least on a universalist reading of St. Maximus the Confessor, that's one of the only ways that he could have reconciled this idea. That he just thinks it's got, and that's not a that's up. And I know universalists, but I also know people who are very vehemently not universalists. Like, the non-universalist position is much more popular. When we like I said, theological and moral development out of Scripture is an ongoing thing. So I think we need something a bit less historical and a bit more philosophical and theological for how we're going to tell which of these are developments and which of these are eruption.
And I think Tom has been feeling his way on this in lots of different ways. It was only literally this year was the first time I heard him talk about what he thinks might be genuinely post-Christian developers. So it took him, so I guess Dominion came out in 2019. It took until 2025 for me to hear him say that not everything is a flower of Christianity. And so the week in Parliament in which both euthanasia was passed and some forms of abortion up to term were passed in a single week, and in an interview he sort of said, I think we're starting to see certainly those things are forwarded in Christian clothing because it's about healthcare, it's about equality, it's about compassion. But once you
once you go against the image of God and the sanctity of life in those sorts of senses, he says, I think we can safely say we're beyond Christianity into something post-Christian at that point. So I'm glad that he sort of draws the line somewhere, because I think one of the criticisms of the Dominion thesis is just everything's Christian.
Which I'm not, I'm not opposed to the idea that everything is Christian in the mere sense that, obviously
it has an intellectual genealogy.
Yes, as in genealogically, I'm quite happy for us to say, but also not much theologically interesting hangs on that, right? Like it's just restating the idea that Christianity's been the most dominant intellectual tradition for the past 2,000 years.
Yeah,
of course that's going to have an impact, right?
Yeah. So I think he's kind of drawing a line more seriously, and what's interesting is I think that some of his thesis, I think there's a telling of the Dominion story that's quite pro-Catholic in that, well, modern atheism is just Sven in Sweden is Sven because of the Protestants, like Luther and then the Lutherans, and then waves of Reformation do away with the accoutrements, the accretions of Christendom, and you're left without God with secular humanism, and so there's a sort of a pro-Catholic telling of the Dominion story. I think there's also an argument, there's quite a Protestant argument to be made, along the lines that you're gesturing towards, that something's got to stand above Christendom and judge it, and say, not every development and twist and turn of the Western story is by nature of the case Christian. That would be like, drawing your target around the arrow once it's fallen. And I think that the Protestant within me says, I think at its best that's what Protestantism is trying to do by putting Scripture above, the Church as something that judges it and can say yea and nay to various twists and turns in Christian history. Then the Catholic comes back and says, well, Scripture, interpreted how?
Well, yeah, I think that the any kind of thesis of moral development, it seems like it has to do two things at the same time. If you're looking for moral development along moral realist lines, which I'm kind of assuming is going to be the Christian point of view, on the one hand, you have to have the idea that these moral truths eternally were there, and on the other hand, you've got to say, well, it took us a long time to tease them out. That's something that a moral anti-realist, or just like any, even more modest cognitivist positions like moral relativists could respond to this quite easily. That change over time is something that, on the face of it, the moral realist would have a bit of trouble with. This idea of the flowering of the fundamentals of a pre-existing moral truth is one way to get around that. At the same time, there are two dangers here. One is that we just retrofit our idea of what good moral development is to the moral change that has happened to happen. And the other is that you get rid of one of potentially the core philosophical strengths of moral realism, which is that the moral truths have always been there and will always be there. You can't moral develop your way too much, or else you've got to have accelerator and brakes in your moral realist picture of moral development.
Yes.
And I think this flowering, it's one of the reasons why this flowering metaphor I think is so popular, and also it's quite a strong one, but it can't. The metaphor can't be load bearing. We have to at some point get down to brass tacks and say, well, at what point do we say this is the process by which moral development occurs, and here's how we could predict the next step,
and here's how we would know
it's
the next step.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
We're almost at the end of this video, but we are at the 4th hour, the 20th minute. It's probably now the 4th hour, the 21st minute, but it's alright. We could still smoke weed anyway! Smoke check. Almost done with the next round. I think I'll do a little bit of fiddle fucking around with the base or the outside corner of all of these shapes and smoothing it. And also these corners here, smoothing everything out. I could imagine that this is the sheet of marble and I've drilled down into this, but these teardrops and this circle and these little areas around here, that's all still perfectly flat. I can super visualize that. I think it's think it's really cool. Howdy, Shauna. I don't know if you were here, but like whenever I said in the other video that like one like to find meaning in life, like the guy said that one of the steps is to dissolve the ego, and he said that gender was also part of the ego. So apparently every trans person is like doing one of the steps to leading a more meaningful life, because dissolving, like, or at least all non-binary people are on the road to finding more meaning in life, like, or whatever, like they're doing one of the steps because they're dissolving, like they're dissolving gender, which is part of the ego, like, or whatever the fuck. That was a great one. And it's like, oh man, like, be trans, it will help you find meaning. Like, be non-binary, it will help you find meaning. Deconstruct that part of your ego. Like, that shit was, like, that was one of the best, like, one of the best things that I construed out of the conversations that were had today. We got to do a smoke check for the 4th hour, the 20th minute. Dissolve your ego. Become non-binary. Fucking. Oh shit. I take all of the correct lessons from the philosophical videos that we watch around here. If you dissolve the ego, you have a tendency to find more meaning and purpose in life, and your gender is part of your ego. Like, I'm just like over here, enough said. Like, cool. Gender really is some bullshit. Like I don't even think that gender is like a spectrum. It's like a map, or like an area. It's like, it's a volume or something. Like, it's a very complicated thing. It's not just like something that is between two extremes, or on like some sort of two-dimensional plane or something. It's way more complicated than that. Like, people do the political compass test and whatnot. Like, and that's like a simple one. And it only shows you like 2 dimensions of where everything is, but there's also like more dimensions to politics than just like authoritarian versus anti-authoritarian, and the liberal side versus the conservative side. Like, there's so much more than just that singular landscape. There's infinite layers to everything as well.
do see development within the Bible. I mean, we've already talked about just the infuriating, baffling, bemusing patience of God that Job certainly was rubbing up against and shaking his fist at, and we all understand that God takes his time in the Bible, and that it does seem to be, if you take Matthew 19 as paradigmatic, which I do, that Jesus was asked a question about divorce, and he was like, well, Moses gave you laws because your hearts were hard. This is a non-ideal situation. In the Old Testament, God says he hates divorce, which actually my divorced friends really resonate with, because they hate the situation that they've gotten themselves in for, and they recognize that when God says that, he is naming a kind of catastrophe that he does not like, and yet he legislates it, and he regulates it in this non-ideal way. And then Jesus says, but I'm restoring you back to this Genesis 1 and 2 reality, and in the beginning, and that kind of thing. And I think there's a shape within Scripture. I think there's a patience to God. I think there's the prediction of Jesus that, his way would work like yeast through dough, or like a mustard seed turns into the greatest tree, even though there are thorns, and even though there are birds pecking at things, and all that kind of stuff. And I would also say, I don't think the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is the only expression of what the Imago Dei might look like. I'm glad of it, and I can see how, in the contingent reality of a post-war situation, this is the sort of document that you would author, and I can see why the person who drafted it said we've achieved the Christian morality without the poppycock.
Without the poppycock.
I wouldn't say that it is the platonic ideal of what God has always intended in terms of these things.
So, do you expect there to be many further? As in, like...
We need to bring back the word poppycock. There need to be more occasions to use the term poppycock as well. Poppycock! What the fuck is the etymology of poppycock? Let's learn something, chat. Time to learn something. Oh my lord. Alright. So apparently it comes from my people. From the Dutch. The word poppycock originates from the Dutch word pappekak, spelled Pappekak, which literally translates to soft dung or soft stool. The term was adopted into American English in the mid-1800s, likely through Dutch immigrants, and was used to mean nonsense, rubbish, or trivial talk. So literally it means bullshit. It comes from a Dutch word that means bullshit. Poppycock! Fucking... And apparently it's American. It's Dutch American. Which is interesting. That I got basically two British people. I feel like these are two people from the UK that are talking about this. And also I like this preacher way better than the other preacher that is old and set in his ways and doctrinal and fucking all that other dumb shit. Terrible. Oh, and we have an ad starting soon. So I won't play the video during the ad. So let's... And that'll be really easy to even up all of these. I just go in this position all the way around the page. Easy. Poppycock. Fiddle faddle. We need poppycock and we need fiddle faddle. It even sounds like they would go together. What will you have with your poppycock? Oh, a little fiddle faddle. Come here. Come here. The people love when I pet you. They love to hear you. They love to hear you speak. Come here. Hey. Come here. Come here. Oh, there you are. Oh my goodness. Look at this baby. Oh, sweet, sweet boy. My sweet, sweet Seven. My sweet, sweet baby. My sweet baby boy. Oh my goodness. We have to keep him in the lap. Oh my goodness. Look at this baby. This sweet baby in the lap. Sweetest boy. Meow. Maru. My sweet little babe. My cauldron familiar. My 9 lives familiar. My sweet and adorable baby. Yeah. Yeah. We're on a mandatory cat petting break. And with this setup like this, it's awkward to reach the keyboard. Let me see if I can do it and remain with a cat in my lap. All right. Just so we're not wondering what's going on. He loves his lap time. Who needs it? Who needs it? Oh, look this baby. Look this baby. He loves his chin scritches. Yeah. He's like, all right, now I just want to lay down. That was enough lovin's, and I just want to lay down in the lap. Now he just wants to doze in the lap. He's doing little tail flicks, tail swishes. Looks at me. What? What? You can relax on the lap all you like. Tail extra swishy. I think he hears stuff going on outside. It's like I live kind of near downtown in the small town that I live in. And there's always stuff going on like a couple streets over and whatnot. Cappy's dad has been watching the Children of the Corn movies today. We are on 4 out of 11. I used to have, it was 8 movies. It was like all the Nightmare on Elm Streets and Wes Craven's New Nightmare and Freddy vs. Jason. I used to like just have those on repeat. My ex wouldn't watch Jeepers Creepers. And I've seen 1 and 2, I'm pretty sure. I think at one point I had like a bunch of the Friday the 13ths. Seen most of those. I don't know which ones of the Halloween movies that I've seen. Because that's like the dude in the rubber mask and the jumpsuit. Was it Michael Myers or whatever? I think I saw like all of the Saw movies. Or most of them anyway. You're fine. You want to get down? There you go. All right. Mandatory cat petting break over.
I think that there are aspects of the eternal moral truth that we have just yet to discover.
Yeah, and I think we will discover those as they butt up against historically contingent realities. So I think slavery kind of dissolved away within Christendom until the founding of the New World, and then our technology outpaced our morality massively, and suddenly we enriched ourselves off the back of indigenous peoples, and it was a horror show for centuries and centuries, and then some Christianity kind of kicked back in and came to some kind of arrangement, and I think that historical contingency and technological shocks and prosperity shocks. So I can foresee though, like AI, what are we going to do with AI? Here's another massive tech shock. I think the very same doctrine of the image of God will prove itself to be indispensable as we try and figure out what is a human, and how should we treat humans, how should we forward ourselves in the world with I-thou relations rather than just, it won't just be I-it relations with our machines, it'll be it-it relations as the machines get on and run the world. Again, I think a return to the source in Scripture is a return to a storied reality that has progress kind of written into it. And I think we will get new flowerings and different applications of ancient truths that will be, in some senses, better than what we experience in the year 2025. And in other senses, I think we can take a heck of a lot of backward steps along the way, and we might even take some backward steps in the name of Jesus. That has definitely happened in Christian history, and it'll be a mess.
And how do we know whether we're taking backward steps in the name of Jesus? Because that seems to me to be like, that seems like a real worry, right? Like,
Yeah. And again, as, my Protestant instinct is how am I able to hold this movement to account in Scripture, and in particular the centerpiece of Scripture, which again it's not simply proof texts taken from the Bible. It's not even a philosophy synthesized from truths in the Bible. It's a narrative with Jesus at the center. And at the end of the day, all I've got is a man on the cross, crying out in God-forsaken agony, with his arms outstretched to the whole world, praying, Father, forgive. And I think if it looks like that, yay. If it doesn't look like that, boo. And maybe that's just my anti-realist emotivist coming out.
well, it's interesting. And I think it's very, this kind of melding of I think moralists sometimes forget that actually the emotive part is important. Even if you're still a cognitivist, you still think there are moral truths and moral falsities. So let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to moral anti-realism.
I mean, here we are in a church, and we're just surrounded by images of Christ, and there's a
there's a table up there in which, you know, bread is torn apart and wine is poured out, in which we're embodied, in which we sing songs, in which we, you know, give one another a sign of peace during that meal. And I have great faith that the Jesus story will continue to be the great nourishing source of moral progress along the way, but I think there'll be a lot of twists and turns and wrong turns. Joe Foley, it's been fantastic having you.
Well, thanks so much, it's chat.
Yeah, where can people find you?
Oh, I've got a YouTube channel. It's called Unsolicited Advice, and I've got a Substack, which is just under my name, I think.
Excellent. Joe Foley, thanks so much.
Oh, thank you, bye.
Really cool discussion there. I prefer these discussion ones to like rigorous debates and whatnot. Oh, people talking about free will. There's also the Jubilee appearance with Alex O'Connor, which is an hour and a half. Like there's also a debate between Alex O'Connor and somebody else. Free will, do you have it? So we can go an atheist versus 25 Christians, or Alex O'Connor versus one person. So Alex O'Connor versus 25 people, or Alex O'Connor versus one guy. I think we have to go for the more viral one. I mean, it has like fucking 10 million views. And he probably is totally cool under pressure as well. Like, and has talked to like 1 million Christians. Like he said that he's had like in the conversation about like meaning and shit with the other guy, he said that like he's had a certain discussion like 2,000 times or whatever, and he takes great pains to not moralize or use moralizing language or whatever.
But when a child dies of leukemia, could there be a purpose to it? Did God command the ethnic cleansing of the land of Israel? I'm not saying the scribe means something else. I'm saying the scribe has a command. So where did they get that command from God?
I had Jesus appear to me 3 years ago.
I know that was happening there. I have to suspect it's some kind of psychological phenomenon. Hi, my name's Alex O'Connor. I'm an atheist and host of the Within Reason podcast. And today I'm surrounded by 25 Christians who might be able to change my mind.
Who, God willing,
Is that suffering
Hey.
makes God's existence unlikely.
suffering makes God's existence unlikely.
Why don't you just begin? Why is suffering or evil make God's existence unlikely? I think we're confronted with two hypotheses. So atheism, naturalism, or theism. We should ask what we expect would occur under either hypothesis. And then we look at the world and we see what does actually occur. And what do we find? We find, I think most relevant here, a system of natural selection, the mechanism by which God apparently chose to bring animals and ultimately human beings into existence. A system which is defined by suffering. Survival of the fittest is the same thing as the death and suffering and destruction of the unfit. I'm told that the very mechanism that God chose to bring about the human species as the ultimate end of his creation was one that is imbued with suffering, such that 99.9% of all the species, let alone animals, that ever exist on planet Earth have been brutally wiped from existence into extinction. And I think that that's less likely on theism. If you assume atheism and materialism, not only do you explain this, you also come to expect it.
What is your, I guess, epistemology? How do you know this is the case, that it's less likely, and that, you know, an atheist worldview, a naturalistic worldview would look like the way it is today?
Of course we don't know, but that's why I use the phraseology of unlikely. I think that if you were to tell somebody who was sort of in some Rawlsian state of nature, hadn't seen the world, and you said that the world has been created by an omnibenevolent, all-powerful God, what kind of world would that person be imagining? And if you dropped them into the world, if you were given the opportunity to become a wild animal in 2 seconds, I was just going to turn them into a random wild animal somewhere on planet Earth, I think you'd probably kill yourself before I had the opportunity, because you know that the life of these animals is almost defined in terms of death.
I guess I just don't really see how you can justify that claim per se. What I would say is that if we actually take into account the holistic view of the scriptures, which I do think that you have to do, we see that it's actually much more coherent once you acknowledge that evil itself doesn't have ontology. Evil's not a thing. You don't look under a rock and say, there's the evil, right? And so
I'm not really talking about evil here, because that's of course a moral term. I'm talking about suffering.
can you distinguish suffering and evil?
So evil is a moral term. Evil means something is bad, it's immoral. You need to have a moral ontology for that. Suffering is just any experience that's not one-to-one experience, right? And so even if you don't have a moral objectivism, you can still say that suffering exists. So here's a question. A deer gets its leg caught under the branch of a tree that's fallen over in the world, and it starves to death in confused agony. Why does God oversee this? And why does God set the natural world up such that events like this occur?
Well, because the ultimate view here is that
Okay, pause.
That's me.
Got voted out.
Okay, so my first question to start out with is what exactly about suffering makes this unlikely on the condition that God exists?
I think that if God is loving, then he probably wouldn't want his creatures to suffer. And so I think that the fact that they do suffer makes his existence less likely.
Okay, perfect. And is there some specific aspect of suffering that you're particularly honing in on? Horrendous or
in particular, non-human animal suffering. Because I think that the Christianity has a celebrated tradition of theodicy that's trying to explain why suffering exists. Human free will, the development of the soul, higher order goods, all this kind of stuff. None of which applies to the suffering of non-human animals.
Have you heard of the axiological expectation mismatch problem?
I have not.
Okay, so philosophers of religion have started to understand that the thing that actually generates a problem between God and suffering is actually the value system you attach to the very attribute of perfect lovingness. Because the problem of evil is an internal critique, you have to look at a very specific version of theism and how it defines perfect lovingness. I want to present to you a version where my version of perfect lovingness does not actually constitute a problem and a misalignment, that mismatch between the suffering of animals, let's just say the profusion of suffering and the existence of God.
So let's hear, what kind of God are we imagining that would allow and oversee and do nothing to prevent billions of years of untold animal suffering?
Right, so you're talking about non-prevention.
Or setting up a system that is natural selection, such that, that it relies upon things like predation
Yeah.
and disease.
Well, the first part is I don't agree with the whole setting up the system part. So I'm not one of those states that believes that God does this select and pick idea of creating worlds. I don't think that God actually creates worlds. I think that God lets worlds develop according to a certain way, but because God can oversee an overarching area,
He's got a whole bunch of people disagreeing with him.
That animals were all herbivores instead of carnivores or omnivores.
Yes, he could totally do that.
Okay, so how do you then
5 out of 20 flags went up.
reduce by orders of magnitude the amount of suffering that
Right,
exists?
but hold on. That's particularly assuming a value theory already that I haven't told you I'm adopting that has a problem with evil. So I have to give you my value theory first for you to show that misalignment.
Okay, let's go.
Perfect. Okay, so my value theory says that it's not the most important thing about a sentient creature is not what merely happens to them. It's about the total timeline of their life and how and where their life permanently ends. Meaning, if you're to judge an author of a narrative, and the first few chapters, let's say, there's a lot of bad things happening, but the end ends with this crescendo where there's victoriousness, there's redemption, there's beauty, and everyone in the story actually endorses their entire existence that they live. They can look at their total timeline, and they actually each subjectively come to the conclusion, I'm glad I was made, and I totally see what suffering is for. That's the particular I'm using it. So we have to judge. Hold on. Like John Hicks says, we have to judge the very nature of God's lovingness by what He does in the end, not these few time slices that we observe right now. For you to show that there's a problem, you have to show to me that the suffering of animals cannot be transformed, are intrinsically cut off from being transformed into a life that they will endorse. There's a couple of theses on the table.
Okay,
but sure, go ahead.
So are you talking about the end of their life as in the end of life on Earth, or are you talking about the afterlife?
I'm adding more to those words.
Okay, because if you're just talking about life on Earth, then I would say that if you had an author writing a book and a character, if we were trying to figure out the relationship between that author and the person in the book, and that person in the book shows up for 5 seconds in the first chapter and is a child who almost immediately dies of cancer in an incredibly painful way, and there's no development, there's no sort of bring back to life and suddenly everyone's grateful for it. It is just this miserable, tragic experience. And I ask, well, what did the author not wants to do for the story of the book, but wants to do for that character?
Yes.
I think it would be pretty damning. And also, when it comes to animals, we're talking about animals who are predated on from the moment that they begin existence. They sort of have disease, Zebras, when they're killed by lions, are often too big to be killed instantly, so they die over minutes with their windpipes.
6 flags.
How can this be developing a zebra, which, by the way, probably doesn't even have the same kind of first-person conscious experience that humans do in order to sort of rationalise and abstract and learn from their sort of past and morally develop in that way? They just suffer. And what kind of God can oversee this?
Okay, so there's a lot of assumptions on the table here. Again,
7 flags.
A particular value system that I'm not.
I'll tell you what I'm assuming here. What I'm
Yes.
assuming here is that a good God would not allow unnecessary suffering to pain.
Okay, gotcha. So we can
Do you
talk.
agree with that?
We can talk about unnecessary suffering. We're talking about the justifying norms for suffering. You're saying
8
it has to be
flags.
in terms of necessity, which is an evil is only authorizable by God if it's in connection to a greater good or prevention of a greater evil. Correct?
There's some kind of justification for allowing that.
Yeah, but you're saying it's a necessary connection. Why you say? What's the term necessity?
9 flags.
Say unjustified instead of unnecessary.
Okay, so we both agree. I do not believe that God can authorize
Okay, so
justified
tell me how
suffering.
tell me how that example that I gave you, the deer with its leg starving, is justified.
Because it's intrinsically redeemable, and the norms I'm working with is not this necessity condition that you're working with. Mine is about redeemable suffering, redeemability, what we call defeasibility.
10
If
flags.
Suffering can be defeated within the creature's life, and I'll define what I mean by defeat, which is that they can retroactively look back at what they went through and integrate it into their life history, where they look at their
I
life.
have to interrupt because the example I gave you is one where the deer dies.
Yes, the deer dies. But here's the thing. You're probably talking about this postmodern example. I'm going to put one thesis on the table. There's two philosophers that defend exactly what this goes through. One defends that animals will be given a martyrdom status. Well, God will be able to present himself in a way to animals in the afterlife, such that in the same way you could give praise to a dog, and the dog emotionally recognizes that he's loved and that his life is worth living, right? To these animals that suffered like that, there's one view on the table, which is that God will give them a praiseworthy status where they will be able to actually
Sure,
see
we talk about that claim because these animals are suffering for what? I mean, God might cause them to suffer
It's
a
not
bunch.
each end.
God might cause them to suffer a bunch and then essentially redeem them in the afterlife. But what for? Like, why do this? If I were to punch you in the face and then give you $20,000 afterwards, you might be grateful for the $20,000.
Yeah.
But why couldn't I just give you the $20,000?
Well, see, so that's assumed. So I saw your debate with Trent.
You've been
11 flags.
So let's say, hey, nice to meet you.
Would you say that theism or atheism would better account for the idea that suffering exists and the purpose for it?
Depends exactly what you mean, because of course you might say that the world itself is more expected on theism, and since suffering, needs the existence of the world, it's theism that granted the existence of the material world. Let's say, I think atheism.
Okay, why does suffering exist at all? In an atheistic worldview, what is the cause of suffering?
Oh well, because however life began, it developed through a series of natural selection, which requires animals to develop senses that they wish to avoid in order to be more likely to survive, and that's why pain receptors evolve. In a world where not all of these pains are actually going to kill us, we're left with situations in which we're in a lot of pain that don't end up dying.
Would you agree that consciousness is necessary for suffering?
I would say probably.
Does atheism account for consciousness?
Yes, that's what I was talking about a moment ago. Perhaps not. Maybe theism accounts better for consciousness than atheism does.
So if there is no consciousness, there is no suffering. Is that right?
That's probably true.
So if atheism cannot account for consciousness, then it cannot account for suffering. Would you agree with that?
So I think what we're doing here is we're sort of slightly shifting the goalposts. If you don't want to grant the existence of the material world before we start talking about this, we can do an argument from consciousness. But then we need to debate whether consciousness is more. It is explicable on atheism. What I'm going to say is this. Consciousness may seem to imply the existence of a conscious creator of the universe. We're here talking about, I suppose we're talking about Christianity, the claim is about God. But the God that you believe in, let's say, if we grant that there is a creator deity who sort of brings about the universe of conscious creatures, have you ever heard of the evil God hypothesis that Stephen Moore popularized?
Tell me.
So the idea is that, like, imagine that there's a God who brings about the world and creates the world, but does it maliciously because he wants human beings to suffer. He brings about the world in order so that human beings will suffer. Right? That seems like a plausible hypothesis. And even if you think that consciousness points towards God, the kind of God that a lot of Christians think is a sort of necessary quality of God, which is to be loving, might not have to apply it.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
If Christianity were true, is it plausible that suffering is necessary for God's purpose?
Well, if Christianity is true, then I think it must be necessary because there'd be no other
Okay,
explanation.
so we're not talking about whether or not Christianity is true.
But if you're asking me if it's plausible that Christianity is true and therefore suffering is necessary, I would say probably not. Because I don't think suffering should be necessary or could be necessary.
In an atheistic worldview, and I would agree with you, it makes no sense at all. But okay, I would ask this question.
So can I ask you
Sure.
why then, if God exists and wants to come to know everybody and wants to love everybody and does so for the sake of human beings, why he chose to imbue the world with so much suffering that is seemingly completely inexplicable?
Are you a father?
No.
I'm a father. I want my son to become just like I am, better than I should say. I want him to become the best that he can be. Is it possible for him to become
Freudian slip
without suffering in his life?
Perhaps not, but there's
Okay, so suffering is necessary.
There are a few things I want to say. Firstly, that kind of moral development doesn't apply to non-human animals, as I've already said. Right? That does not account. Right? That does not account.
One
for
flag, two flags.
Also, if I don't want to talk about your son,
Three.
I have to think about that somebody else's son
Four.
has suffered and died immediately as a result of that suffering.
Five.
They don't get to develop in the same way.
I would agree that on a micro level, it's very hard to justify. I am going to ask the question: why doesn't God intervene?
Six.
on all
So
these
you might be able to
sufferings?
justify an amount of suffering, right? But the fact that there's so much gratuitous suffering in the world is what I think makes God's existence unlikely. There are some instances where maybe a certain amount of suffering
Seven.
brings about a certain amount of good in a situation. That, by the way, would count as a justification. But when a child dies of leukemia, and
Could there be a purpose to it? What if the death of the child brings their parents to God?
then perhaps then the parents should be grateful that their child got leukemia because it's doing
No,
well.
not necessarily.
11 flags almost instantly.
Hey, how's it going?
Awesome. I'd love to pull back a little bit and ask you, what are your values kind of rooted and grounded in? Where would we start?
So I'm an ethical emotionist, which is a form of ethical non-cognitivism. I don't think that ethical claims have truth. I think they're expressions of emotion.
If we're pulling back a little bit, I remember reading at the end of Richard Dawkins' book, The God of Illusion, that we can't trust our senses because evolution doesn't really care about making truth claims. It cares about surviving.
I don't agree with that. I don't think Dawkins actually endorsed that argument, but it's a good argument. C.S. Lewis, Albert Plantinga, the argument for reason shock.
But would you agree or disagree with that?
Well, I mean, I remain agnostic on what reason is, but I think it's a powerful argument.
When it comes to determining if suffering is wrong or right,
So, okay, crucially, I'm not saying suffering is morally wrong. Outside of the senses that I, as an emotionist, would just express an emotion towards it. I like it. I'm not claiming that it's immoral, that it's objectively bad. What I'm claiming is that suffering is unexpected on theism. It's an internal critique, right? Lincoln said of slavery, if this is not wrong, then nothing is wrong. You don't have to believe that something's wrong, but if there is such a thing as objective morality, I don't think that it consists in the God who oversees the amount of suffering that we have on planet.
Timothy Keller does the story about the no seams. Have you heard of the no seam story?
No.
Yeah, so he says if you have a tent and you look in there and you say, hey, I think I have some dogs in the tent. Maybe, like for example, I have a golden doodle. He's a killer. That was just a joke, but we can move on. And if I say, hey, I have a golden doodle inside a tent, you would expect to see one. But if I said, hey, there's some no seams. These little gnats are so tiny they actually go through the screen. He says, there's some no seams in the tent. You might look in there and go, I don't see any no seams. But of course you don't see no seams because nobody can see it.
Okay, so
just because there's maybe not a reason that we can identify doesn't mean that there can't be a reason. Now it's kind of cold comfort. That doesn't get us 100% of the way there, but it gets part of the way there.
that's true. So the existence of evil is not logically, suffering is not logically incompatible with God's existence. But it's a bit like if somebody came up to me right now and stole my friend's wallet in front of me and shot him dead and ran away, and I was grieving, and somebody said to me, oh, hey man, you don't know, that person might have worked for the CIA, and your friend might have secretly been harboring the nuclear codes, and killing him might have been good for the country, and he stole the wallet because that's what the codes were. And I would say, well, what evidence do you have for that? And you say, well, look, just because I don't have evidence for it doesn't mean that there might not be some evidence that I don't know about. I would say, until I see why I should think that's the case, I'm not going to believe it. And I'm
There's 6 flags up. 7. No. 8.
Possibility that there could be an
9.
explanation for it. There's so much suffering in beauty
10.
experience. And if somebody says, well, look, there could be an explanation, it's like, okay, fine, but let me know when you know what it is.
Okay,
11.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seats.
Thanks.
Right, thank you.
Hey, nice to meet you. How are you?
Okay. Repeat your thing one more time.
That suffering is unexpected if a good God exists.
Unexpected. So when you say unexpected, like you're caught off guard by it, or you're expecting like all good things to happen.
But if I assume that there is a good God supervising, vigilating the universe, then I would not expect to see so much suffering.
Right.
So much gratuitous, seemingly unnecessary suffering.
Right. And you know, the most beautiful thing is that our God is not immune to suffering as he suffered himself. So would you say that there is like some beauty in suffering in some way?
I would say that there can be sort of poetically, you can look at suffering and think that's a beautiful story, but I don't think that the person suffering, especially if they die as a direct result, might think that. Also, I think that if I knew someone whose child died of leukemia and suffered for it, and I went to them and said, but hey, there's some beauty in suffering, isn't there? I think I'd be kicked out of leukemia.
Right. Well, I would say like the same thing for a woman giving birth, right? It's suffering. Like it sucks. It hurts.
Sure. But imagine you could have the giving birth without the pain of giving birth.
Right.
Would you prefer that?
Of course, yeah.
So then if God can bring about the good stuff without the bad stuff, then there's no reason to bring about the bad stuff. So what we have to show is why the bad stuff is necessary to bring about the good stuff. Otherwise it's not just.
Right. Well, could you say that the result of why we suffer is because of fallen man?
I would say not, because I don't believe in it.
Right, sure.
But I also don't think that explains non-human animal suffering. The big thing that I want to keep pressing is that the theodicies we talk about, free will, old man, all this kind of stuff, I don't think applies to that deer that's leg pulled under the branch, that's dying in confused agony. What's this for?
So what is it about animals that seems so like more important than humans?
It's not that they're more important. It's that, as you say, like it seems plausible at least that a human can suffer and then be sort of better off, or that they can enjoy poetry of suffering. The poetry of suffering. Animals can't do that.
Right.
Animals can't enjoy the poetry of suffering.
Well, I mean, I would know. I never like talked to an animal and said like, hey.
I have. They just haven't talked back.
Right.
9 flags are already up.
Expect that God would oversee the system of natural selection.
Right.
Billions of animals suffering and dying, predation, disease, eating each other alive, leaving each other to bleed out on the floor, and this is being supervised by a loving God.
Well, do you think that's
10 flags.
God's intention from the very beginning of creation of all things?
I think that God oversees the mechanism. God could have made it, for example, one example that I've already given is that God could have made animals herbivores, which just eliminates the problem of predation.
I mean, there are some animals.
There are, but he could have made more. He could make all animals herbivores, thereby eliminating the suffering of predation.
So is the issue with eating each other?
That's one issue. That's one way that God could have, sort of, I think, quite trivially reduced the amount of suffering. David Attenborough once said in his documentaries, people who complain that we put too much violence in the documentaries should see what we leave in the cutting room floor. The animal world is just filled with unimaginable suffering. Just predation is
11 flags.
Otters holding hands with
That's true.
swim away.
Could you have that without suffering? That's the question. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
That conversation was so interesting. It reminds me of that unfortunate time that Billy Rat his unicycle to an open pothole.
Yeah, didn't he like dislocate both his arms and break his leg and even lose a tooth?
Yeah, I'm so glad he recovered from that.
Is that God commands genocide in the Bible.
Claim 2. God commands genocide.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
This is a bummer of a claim, right? Like when you look at scripture, right?
I agree.
There is a
It is a bummer.
problematic thing here.
Well.
Genocide, misogyny, dyslexia, right? You know what I'm saying?
All right.
We find genocide in scripture. I would argue though.
Do you agree with me?
Yeah, I think it's in scripture. Yeah, I mean, I think it's in there.
Okay, well, thanks for watching.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, good stuff.
So, I mean, but here's what I would say I ought to do with this claim as a Christian, if you're okay with entertaining that idea, right? So we see mass murder in scripture, right? And so one of my greatest friends, Rabbi Josh Shane, he's a rabbi, the Hebrew scripture that hits that horrifying these genocides, right?
Yeah, so to spell it out, we've got, I think that the two most problematic are in 1 Samuel 15, the destruction of Amalek, and in the book of Joshua, the destruction of Jericho, the destruction of Ai. So for the sake of the audience who might not know about this, in 1 Samuel, for example, the Amalekites are a Canaanite tribe. They're in the land that's been promised to Israel. Israel are instructed through Prophet Samuel, King Saul was told to completely destroy the Amalekites, leave nothing alive that breathes, kill man and woman, child and infant, cattle and sheep. And in fact, when Israel does as they're instructed, they destroy animals. Except Saul decides to keep the king as a captive, and he also saves the best of the animals. The prophet Samuel comes to him and says, "What have you done?" And he says, "Well, we kept the best of the animals in order to sacrifice to the Lord." And it says twice that God regrets that he made Saul king. Why does he regret that he made Saul king? Because Saul didn't follow his commandment to completely destroy the Amalekites by keeping the king alive and by keeping the best of the livestock. Saul says, "We kept the livestock alive to burn as a sacrifice to the Lord." And Samuel says, "What pleases the Lord more, burnt offerings or following his commands?" Sure. And so we know that we're talking about what I would define here as a genocide.
Yeah, so it's in it, right? And I would say this is a great place where things like progressive Christianity serve us quite well. Not the idea that God's progressing, but humanity is progressing further to a greater understanding of God's ethic and justice. I would also say when I look at Scripture, I would actually be opposite for most of my contemporaries here. I don't read it as 100% literal. Like, I don't need Scripture to be a history book.
2 flags.
So I look and I say, well,
3.
and it's a awful story. Might I say it? A story for us to have to go through and navigate, right?
4
And
flags.
my friend again, who's a rabbi, who
5.
had this conversation just in friendship about how
6.
we I haven't been a part of this genocide, but he's talking about the one you're referencing in Scripture, right? I was around.
7.
But this is one that is in relatable human history that we can have family members that were part of, right? And for my friend
8.
who hasn't had this not compromise his faith, and that was the question I asked him, right? Like, this is a genocide that was against your people and your religion, and for people that really love God on a deep and a profound level. Like, how is this not shaping your faith? And for him, and for me, and for many others who look at Scripture, I mean, I think that God is ultimately
9.
always pulling us toward greater levels of justice. And we look into the story of history. Like, I think people are recording a potentially historic genocide that they are trying to make sense of in their religious worldview, and so they're superimposing language for God.
But do you think that God commanded this to happen?
I am
10
not
flags.
in that conversation, but I would say potentially.
Okay, because for me the problem is that if you have God explicitly commanded
11 flags.
I think you're asking the Bible, you know, it wasn't intended to do this, I would say.
Sure.
If you've been voted out, you return to your seat.
I'm sitting.
Okay, if he touched it first. If he touched it first, then yes.
I need to get down the adrenaline just a little bit after that run. Yeah, I think what you bring is interesting. Like, I think, you know, if we were to look at the literal definition of the Bible, I think we can see that God commanded a person to commit genocide, so I think we're aligned there.
You mean the definition of genocide?
Yes. Yeah. So with that being said, though, I think when we look at Christian theology in full, when Adam and Eve decide to disobey God, technically we're all, you know, subjected to death, subjected to the wages of sin, the penalty of sin. I'm not a perfect person. I deserve the worst, right? And that's because the only reason why I'm happily breathing is because, you know, Jesus saved me, right? And so when we look at this pretense, like, because we fell, you know, I know this is a very unpopular thing. God can do whatever he wants, right? Whether it's, you know, genocide, I think it's death, you know, we talk about suffering and all these things.
So can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Suppose that you woke up tomorrow and you've been sort of transported into Canaan. You wake up and you're a Canaan. Yeah. And you think you haven't done anything particularly wrong, but you're a bad person, you're a sinner, right? And then the Israelites come knocking at the door, and you know that they've been sent by God. And they come to your door, and you say to yourself, well, I know that this is the will of God, even though it's really horrible, God can do whatever he likes. So you say, please don't kill me, Mr. Israelite. Instead, let me first betray my family to you, because I know it's the will of the Lord. Would you allow that to happen?
I will confess it with this, right? We all fall short of the glory of God, because it's out of Romans, right? So, like, whatever I'm subjected to, I'm not entitled to a good life. Like, I think even me living is a gift from God. The fact that I can talk to you is a gift.
Do you think that applies to, like, infants?
Yes. Unfortunately, yes. I know it's an unpopular opinion.
Do you think infants are deserving of the treatment they're given per sin?
I think because we all fell, yes.
Sorry, we've been voted out.
You have been voted out.
Okay, I disagree. I love to look at the case of the Amalekites in 1 Samuel 15. So 1 Samuel 15, it says, he uses that phrase, every man, woman, child, that lists off the animals, right? So we presume that by the end of that, only Agag and the animal comes back, that they're all dead.
And then they show up.
Right, like again, chapter 27 and chapter 30. Even King Agag, his descendants come up in the book of Esther.
Yes.
Right. So, like, if we're saying, just for example, we have verification that there are children related to the Amalekites who must have been there because it's Agag's children, where else would they be? And they're alive because his descendants go on through Haman, which comes up in Esther. So, how do you
there are a few things to say. Firstly, one of the points where some of the Amalekites come up again, it's explicitly said that these are people who escaped. That these are people who escaped. And so it's possible that God commanded that all of Amalek was destroyed and would Herod.
Yeah, like this is a bit of a semantic difference. Like, this guy is saying that it wasn't an actual genocide that occurred, like, because still a few people escaped or whatever. There were a few escapees or whatever, so it wasn't a complete genocide or anything. So by effect of not being a complete genocide, it's not a true genocide, I guess. God damn. But the claim by Alex is that God commanded the genocide in the Bible. It doesn't matter if they completed the genocide correctly or not, or how they went about the genocide, or if there were any escapees or anything else. Like, it doesn't matter if it was the command of God, then it meets the bill of the prompt.
I mean, utterly destroy. That might also involve the driving out of the land. So it's possible that some of them escape, and that's where we get the descendants from. That seems totally plausible to me. The question is, did God command a genocide? By the way, genocide includes forcible expulsion from somebody's land in the case of ethnic cleansing. What I'm looking at here is, did God command the ethnic cleansing of the land of Israel from people like the Amalekites, people like Ai, people like Jericho? And I think the answer is clearly yes. Like, for example, do you think that any innocent children, name us innocent, the theological reason, do you think that any infants were killed in the destruction of Amalek?
I have no idea. I don't think that it's recorded.
Okay, but you think that God definitely commanded the killing?
No, I don't. I think that's hyperbolic phrasing. And I know I've heard you say before. You talk about this. You've heard that before. That's hyperbole. But I think you can demonstrate it in Babylonian, Sumerian writings. Very similar.
Yeah.
Even there's an Egyptian stele which says that Israel was wiped out and their seed was utterly removed.
Yeah.
It was gone. And so we've got like comparable phrases used in other ancient Near Eastern communities in their historical texts that talk very similarly. But like we know that the Jews persisted to exist in Israel, even though the Egyptians said that they were no more. And that text explicitly says man, woman, and child. That's hyperbolic language that even we use today. Like for example, in World War II, there's this huge posters that were put up. Every man, woman, and child is needed. You know, like that's I can read that. And
Yeah, sure. So imagine, for example, I mean, there's a discussion at the moment about whether Israel is committing a genocide in Palestine today.
Sure.
I suppose a lot of people said, you're killing children. And Israel said, yeah, but that's just a product of war. Imagine if we discovered that behind the scenes, the Prime Minister of Israel had said, leave alive nothing that breathes. Kill everyone. Kill man, kill woman, kill child and infant. Kill the animals. Kill the donkeys. Don't leave anything alive that breathes. Even if he was trying to sort of make a hyperbolic point. The fact that children were then dying as a result, I think that we could lay some blame at his feet. Here we have God saying, that those are the words that are recorded. Also, on the point of hyperbole, when we get into the book of Joshua and the destruction of the nation of Ai, it's explicitly said that 12,000 people died that day. All the people of Ai, it says. It does imply that some people ran away, because it says, I have it here in Joshua chapter 8, when Israel had finished killing all of the men of Ai in the fields and the wilderness where they had chased them. And by the way, earlier it says, not a man remained in Ai of Bethel who did not go after Israel. Because Israel sort of draws them out of the city, and they pretend to run away. And Ai runs after them. It says, not a man remained in Ai. It then says, when Israel had finished killing all of the men in the fields and wilderness where they chased them, and when every one of them put to the sword, the Israelites turned around, returned to Ai, and killed everyone who was left. If there was not a man who was left in Ai, who hadn't run out and been killed in the wilderness, when they turn around and kill everyone who's left, who is it that they kill? It's the women, it's the children. They're then told that 12,000
There's only one flag up right now.
all the people of Ai, and it says 12,000 men and women. So we know that women who are non-combatants were also killed. Even if there's hyperbolic language being used here, we know that we're being told that specifically 12,000 people died, including non-combatant women.
So I think, for example, in 1 Samuel 15, these are ancient texts, and it's literature. So we don't like go over and above like how interpreting literature works. So even though like the text isn't saying this is what God said, well, it's still in a literary form.
Do you think God said that? Do you think it's accurate?
Well, I mean, I wasn't there, I didn't hear it. I think that the Old Testament scripture is inspired, and I think that doesn't fail in its representation of revealing God. Like, for example, like we talked about the New Testament, right? John chapter 2, he puts the temple expulsion moment at the beginning of his gospel. Do I think that John is actually concerned with the chronology there? No, I don't think that. I think it's a literary tool. So, and I think the Bible's full of that. They're literary texts and they're assembled in a certain way. So I don't think that necessarily that means that God was the one using hyperbole, but that the scribe recording the events and sort of summarizing what happens is, okay, so God commands to attack the Amalekites, but does that mean that God is the one who did the hyperbolizing?
Do you think it's problematic? You mentioned the cleansing of the temple, and you said that even the technology is off, the point is recorded. If we had a story of the cleansing of the temple, we discovered some early manuscripts and some version of John, where Jesus goes into the temple, he starts cleansing the temple, flipping over tables, and then he starts beating up children, just starts punching them because he's so angry, right? What would you think of that? You'd probably think either it didn't happen, or if you proved that it
3
did
flags.
happen, that
4,
Jesus was
5.
moral than he thought he was, or if for some reason people believe that that's what he did,
6.
I think it'd be a problem for you. And I think that if you're looking at a good God here, the fact that even this is reported as something that he said, and this is part of the Jewish tradition that basically nobody disputes, is at least theological.
7.
But you get to demonstrate children being killed in the Old Testament. You haven't actually shown it. So yes, I would find that to be problematic, but you haven't shown innocent children being killed.
We know there's a command to kill children.
Right, we just talked through all of that.
So you think God was hyperbolizing?
I think the scribe is hyperbolizing. I think the scribe is hyperbolizing God's command.
Okay, fine. So you think that the scribe has inaccurately recorded the word of God, therefore the Old Testament is
Right, so like that's not the same thing though. I'm not saying the scribe.
8 flags.
I'm saying the scribe has a command.
So where did they get that command
from God? Delivered through a prophet. So
but did God say to the prophet Samuel, leave like nothing that breathes, kill every man?
I don't actually know that. I would think that.
Yeah, but if he did,
9 flags.
the command to kill innocent children. If he didn't, then we've got the problem of the accuracy of the Old
No,
Testament.
I don't agree with that at all. Like I said, it's literature, right? So God can say something, and the recording of the event can employ literary devices like hyperbole, which is what I think is happening. I want to go to Jericho. We were talking about there, because we talk about that a lot more. I think, for example, like with Jericho, we have all the reason to believe that Jericho was a military stronghold. I think that's the case. I think it's historically accurate. And so when we're not like just looking at Israel going in and just sort of like killing for no reason, right? It's a military conquest. I think you'd be hard pressed to find a single nation in all human history that was founded without violence. I agree. That's never happened. I understand why you would say it's problematic that God instructed that, which I get.
God would not instruct that. I mean, like, my country is thought of as beginning in 1066 with the Norman invasion, right? And like, it may be. I can imagine there was some report that said that that the king was shouting, kill them, and then go and kill their wives, and then go and kill their children, show no mercy. I can totally see someone saying that and them not being taken literally. But if God says that, this is still part of the eternal scripture of God that people have in their pews. That's in the hotel rooms. I don't know so much anymore in secular America. If you open it up to
10 flags.
Given the undertone of what's happening in the world right now.
Honestly, I'm not like, I'm going to be completely honest. I think in the book of Genesis, when God leads Abraham to the promised land, he says to them, I'll bring you back here in several generations when the Amorites is filled up. Like that between the flood is all the way filled.
Yes, that's sinful people.
Right. So I understand why that can be problematic, but
I'll tell you what.
when I read the text, I believe that God is allowed to judge people, being that he created everything, and he's allowed to use human beings to do that, including simple human beings.
11 flags. Eventually it comes down to divine command. Oh my lord!
Before we begin the discussion, I'm going to give you this gift and also use my point for the topic of genocide. Because you're saying that God commands genocide, correct? So you're making this God sound like a very hating God. That like commands like genocidal. Okay, so here's this personal gift I would like to give to you. It says, cast your anxieties because he cares for you. The way how you're portraying this God when you say that very broad statement of God commanding genocide, I disagree, because in the beginning of the Bible, God is love. At the end of the Bible, God is love. Philip here, he stated that our God is a very just God. So can we argue that, or say that, even though this God perhaps, like, in the beginning of the Old Testament, that's when the genocide occurs a lot, we can also say that...
So do you think genocide does occur?
If it did say that in the Bible, I just want to say that, like, these people also went to heaven. It's not like they're getting, like, killed and punished in that moment. He's also taking these souls of the women and children and taking them with him, if that's the case. But the whole argument is about God, like...
Oh my god, there's already people with flags up. Like, all of the Amalekites went to heaven because that's how I would feel that God would do things. Like, says this chick, like, where did they find this girl? Where did they find this girl? It seems like they found this lady at the Christian rock shop. Like where they sell crystals and Christian stuff and like amethyst candle holders and like, oh shit. And she has Mother Mary on a tank top that has like a weird like cut to it.
I have a question. Do you think it's okay to kill people because they'll eventually just go to heaven anyway after you kill them?
It's not about killing, it's just like...
Are people who get abortions doing their unborn children a favor by killing them in the womb, therefore giving them fast track?
There's so many flags already up.
Genocide, but I just want to say, like...
I don't think you get to inflict a genocide and then sort of just make up for it with the fact that you send them to heaven afterwards. Maybe you do. The problem is that the Israelites are also simple people. And when the Israelites are simple, they get the prophet of God with literal stone tablets telling them how to correct their path. The Canaanites are simple people, and when they're simple people, they get the Israelites coming in and wiping out
But
their
our God is a just God, and I feel like even though they're sinful, if they're sinful, people
Alright,
have...
pause, you can vote it out. Thank you for your chair.
So,
Hi, Alex. Nice to meet you. So you pointed at several passages, but the prophets through and through condemn Israel in much harsher terms. In fact, God dispersed them in much greater judgments because they were... And in fact, in Ezekiel it says that because you were supposed to be the light of the world, you are judged all the more strictly, you are more responsible. So God was just with Israel. In fact, he placed more of a burden and a mantle and a responsibility on them and judged them for it than he did the nations. And a case in point, was already brought up, was the number of generations that passed before the Amalekites were judged and the Canaanites were judged.
Yeah.
But we can come back to that point.
okay, but can I ask you then?
Yes.
How do you find genocide?
Right. If I may, I actually have a question I wanted to ask you first.
I think it's important to know what we're talking about.
I understand.
What is a genocide?
Based on the word genome, obviously etymologically we understand that you're taking it as a tribal seed line, which is fair. I
Yeah,
understand.
tribe,
Sure.
religion,
Sure. So I can understand.
And we're talking about the destruction or attempted destruction
Here's the problem.
or
Here's the problem.
expulsion, right? People based on this factor.
So here's the problem. Genocide, the way it's, especially the way it's used today, it implies that it's based on the race.
Mm-hmm.
And that is categorically against the command of God to conquer the Canaanites. It had nothing to do with their race. It had to do with their sin. And in fact, this is...
So you know that
Oh.
Amalek was attacked.
Right.
Israel first warns another tribe that they're coming.
Yes.
And says, get out of here because you were good to us when we came out of Egypt.
Right.
Amalek battled when they came out of Egypt.
Yes.
It's just this other tribe. You guys get out of here. They warn them, right? They don't say, hey, you get to stay here. They say,
One flag.
But we're going to warn you first that we don't totally destroy you.
That's right.
In other
2.
words, it does seem to be. I mean, why is it that Israel are going into this land? The nation. Why are they going into this land? Because it was the land promised
3.
by God. Why does it need to be cleansed? Because there are people in the land.
Deuteronomy
4.
chapter 7, Deuteronomy chapter 7, chapter 9 says, "Do not think that it is because of your righteousness or because of anything that has to do with you that I brought you into this land, but it's because of the sins of the nations that I gave it."
5.
Deuteronomy chapter 9. So it's not because he promised them based on some sort of ethnic requisite. In fact, the whole premise behind the destruction was the prototype of Sodom and Gomorrah.
So then a question which I think a question which I think I know the answer to then. Do you think there was not one sort of good person?
No, exactly, and that's the
Right, and that's the case.
So that's why I brought us up.
Let me ask you a second question.
Well, let me answer your question a little bit more.
Were there any good people in Israel, in the nation of Israel?
Right. So let me answer your question.
Because if the answer is that there were bad people in Israel
Okay,
too,
so this goes back
why
to
is it that they don't get killed as well?
The slaughter of the children.
It's not about
the
nation.
slaughter of the children has the same problem because it has to do with innocence. Okay, so let me address that problem.
Nobody's innocent, but my specific question
No,
is.
but you're saying the children in the land of Canaan are innocent and they're being slaughtered.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that I retracted the word innocent because I know it can be a bit tricky. But what I'm saying specifically here is that if the reason why Canaan is destroyed is because they're immoral, there's all kinds of immorality happening within the Israelite nation. Hold on. Happening within the Israelite nation as well. If it's not about nation, it's not about tribe, then why is it that Israel aren't told to kill the immoral people in their tribe, but only people in the other?
No, they are. In fact, that's what they do. And in fact, the entire generation that was promised the promised land died out without seeing the promised land because of their sins.
Not at the hands of the Israelites.
Okay, fine. But
the Israelites are not told to expunge their own nation, though,
So let me
and killing their children and killing their animals.
Let me give you a thought. Yeah, perfect. Let me give you a thought experiment. Let's suppose that tomorrow we find out that the pedophilia rings, that conspiracy theory is somehow true. Like, just imagine,
8 flags are up right now.
Imagine, hackers just broadcast everything that was going on, all the blackmail tapes, the video files, the FC, whatever. Okay, you get the point. So you have this sudden revelation of this grand conspiracy, and it's on a scale that no one ever imagined. Okay, would you say
9.
that there is justice in bringing those people? Obviously, no one would disagree. In fact, the public opinion on execution might change at that point, and even the guillotine might come back. Who knows?
But I wouldn't kill their children.
No, right. Okay, so I'm getting there. So we'll get there step by step. Let's start with the men and the women. So let's suppose in this example, conspiracy theory is true, and everybody finds out, and then everybody agrees that the men and the women that were involved in this pedophilia ring, let's say, need to be judged. Okay, now someone has to do it.
10 flags up.
We have the benefit of technology that gives us a bit of indirectness, but if you didn't have that, you would have to either do it yourself or have an executioner.
Let's get military execution of non-combatants, which is a war crime.
Right. So no, it's a war crime according. Yeah, but let me.
11.
You've been voted out by the majority.
It's like we're talking about war crimes.
Let's hear it.
One more time. Well, okay. One thing, when it comes to exegesis and actually trying to understand what Scripture's saying, I feel like we're playing an impossible game right now. One of my friend Elijah is bringing up these great points about how there's intermarriage, talked about, not to do that after driving out
so
to the land.
crucially on that point,
Sure.
it says totally destroy them. Do not intermarry with them. Do not. And I can totally. People say, well, why would they be told not to intermarry if they were told to destroy them? Because you can imagine that there's a bunch of people who want to invade a land and take their daughters as wives, and God says, no, destroy them completely. Don't marry them. Don't interbreed with them. Don't take them as captives. Kill them all entirely. This is not inconsistent with the command of paramount utter destruction.
My point is, though, we're playing an impossible game because we're reading this, or at least we're talking about it right now, like modern readers and not like ancient readers. I mean, it's almost like if somebody were to pull out Book of Revelation right now and say, hey, look, the Bible says that he's going to pull people from all 4 corners of the earth. That must mean that the earth, I was just because that's not exactly how we interpret
All right,
Scripture.
that's time. I'm sorry.
Really?
I'm
Sorry, man.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Thank you.
My next claim is that there is insufficient evidence to believe in the resurrection.
Insufficient evidence to believe in the resurrection of Jesus. Man.
This is a really interdisciplinary question on the resurrection of Jesus. And in my experience, it kind of boils down to 2 categories. The prior probability of the resurrection of Jesus and the death itself.
But what I'm really interested in is the historical case of the resurrection of Jesus.
Okay, I want to ask a clarifying question because I would love to talk about that. But if I were to give you a model of the Gospels that I would call like the historical reportage model, which would say something along the lines of the authors of the Gospels were close to the times and places of the historical Jesus. They rooted their historical work in eyewitness testimony and did not feel the freedom to make up historical facts. Because of that, we can extract all the testimonies from the Gospels, and we have access to what the original eyewitnesses actually said and did.
Okay, so who do you think the eyewitnesses, the testimony is being based on?
So this is where I'm not a walking encyclopedia, but I would say if you looked at all the testimonies, we have 21 unique testimonies that are going to be polymodal in nature. They're going to have semblances of independence and interdependence and some dependence because it's synoptic problem and all that stuff. If we were to get there, would that be enough for you to say the probability that the resurrection happened relative to any other countering theory is higher?
No, I don't think so.
So that tells me then that, one, it could be the prior probability still, that's an issue. Because if that's not enough evidence...
It's not that. I think that the authors of the Gospels, specifically on the resurrection, can't be trusted to be giving an accurate account.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking if we had this historical reportage model, and that was true.
Sure, but if it were true that they were recording historical events, then it would be a historical event. Yeah.
So, let me clarify.
I don't think that they
I get where you're going. Let me clarify one thing here. The historical reportage model does not entail what the recording actually happened. All I'm saying is that you can extract from there is that these were the actual eyewitness testimonies to the risen Jesus.
Okay, so I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think that Jesus is the only person, outside of people that Jesus and the apostles raised from the dead, do you think that he's the only person in human history that's risen from the dead?
Yes.
Okay, so Matthew's Gospel, Matthew chapter 27, says that at the time of the death of Jesus, the graves of Jerusalem opened, and the holy ones got out of their graves, and then, interestingly, it says then after the resurrection, appeared to many. Many of them tried appearing to many. Do you think that that happened?
So I would just say that if the historical reportage model is true, then yes.
So you think...
But, well then, the problem there is those are also talking about resuscitations most likely, not resurrections.
Yeah, but what we're talking about here is the graves of Jerusalem opening and many people getting out of their graves, walking around Jerusalem
Sure.
and appearing to
If I
many.
say yes, what's at stake
If
there?
this happened, this would be the most extraordinary event that's ever happened in human history. And yet,
And then you're going to make
it
an
is
argument
not
for silence
reported.
from there.
Some arguments from silence do work. It is
I
not
understand
reported.
that, but then
Hold on,
that's only one piece of
it's not
evidence that you're
reported
gonna use.
anywhere else. It's not reported from any of the other gospels.
I
It's not in
understand.
Josephus. It's
So
not in
that's one
It's not
element.
anywhere.
Let's just- well,
so,
so-
but hold on, let me finish this because this is important. Most Christian scholars, so people like Dale Allison, for example, believe that this didn't actually happen.
Well, I'm not interested in what Allison is going to say.
The door that this opens.
What I'm interested in is what the data says.
The door-
so
well,
if we have the historical reportage model, right?
But you keep saying we have this model. Like,
that's fine. Let me give you some evidence for the historical reportage model. If this model is true, one of the things I would expect to see would be things like undesigned coincidences within the Gospels.
Yeah.
Any little
Okay, for the sake of time, I understand what you're saying. So I think that a lot in the Gospels is historically reliable, and a lot isn't. Things like undesigned coincidences
So
are
you're
really
taking a pericope by pericope approach to this, or how's like what
I'm
methodology?
taking a story by story. I don't think that
I
the
think
graves.
I don't think that's a good
I
methodology.
don't think that the graves of Jerusalem were open. I don't
So,
think that there were people.
that's fine. I understand where you're coming
But if
from.
that's the case, then that means that at least the author of Matthew is willing to invent
I don't
stories
think that's
of
the case.
resurrection in
Hold
order to
on,
make
you're making a big inference there, right?
Well, hold on.
Because
Okay.
I know you like to flight. For instance, you like to talk about the flight to Egypt. And you like to say that Matthew invented the flight to Egypt.
No.
No, Luke's the one that doesn't mention it. Matthew's the one that mentions it.
Sorry. Matthew.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Matthew, and then typically the way you run this argument is Matthew invented the flight to Egypt. Luke doesn't mention it. The reason why Luke doesn't mention it is because it didn't happen. Matthew mentions it, and he tells us why to put Jesus into prophecy. Here's a counter hypothesis.
Sure.
What if it's just the case that Matthew is not making up historical facts and he's doing some sort of midrash? And what I mean by this is that he's looking at this historical thing that happened, the flight to Egypt, and taking this Hosea passage, which, by the way, would be a kind of a clunky passage to use if you wanted to make up a historical fact for prophecy. Because that Hosea passage is not inherently...
I think we might be getting slightly off. I have to be allowed to speak here. I think we're getting slightly off topic. The problem with the bird narrative story is not just that the story being invented to fulfill prophecy, although we thought that that's why it's done. The problem is that it contradicts the other account.
Well, I'm totally fine with that. So if you look at birth narratives altogether, I think there's room for one discrepancy, and that is...
8 flags are up right now. Since we are a little bit after the 4th hour, 20th minute, I think it is going to be munchy time. I think I have to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something. So while I go and make a peanut butter jelly sandwich or something of the like, I will leave you with some music. And I'll have our little guy running that way, because that's towards my kitchen. Here we go. The Footloose one. I was jamming. Some of these are really good. It's another one of my favorite mashup artists. We come back. 8 flags are already up.
Luke doesn't mention it.
Well, Luke says that they go to the temple.
What?
Luke says that they go to the temple.
Yeah,
Hold on. Let me finish. Luke says the family go to the temple to send Jesus in Jerusalem. Matthew says that they go to Egypt. They're very far away from Egypt. And we're told that they stay in Egypt until after the death of Pharaoh. This is a contradiction.
So, again, I actually agree.
Okay, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seats.
Okay, so historical case
the resurrection?
Well, before we get there, actually, my main contention had to do with the example that was just brought up about the flight to Egypt.
I mean, we can talk about it, but what I really want to know here is how we know that the resurrection of Jesus is historically correct. So can I start with the question of Jesus, for example? Do you believe that the graves opened and that the Holy Ones were walking around the city of Jerusalem appearing to many people? Why is this not reported in any other Gospels, any other historical account, anywhere? I know that this is the most extraordinary thing that's ever happened in human history.
Right. So
Also, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but also crucially, Matthew says, at the time of Jesus' death, there was a huge earthquake, a second earthquake, the graves opened, and that then the Holy Ones appeared to people after the resurrection to many. So there's this very, very strange passage, which seems strange on the surface, but also says that the graves opened at the time of the crucifixion, but they weren't walking around burying people until after the resurrection. It seems confused, it seems contrived, unless they were like hanging out dead in open graves for like 3 days until they got up or something. It's a very, very strange passage, which I think has no historicity.
Sure, but that's not the same as the thing you originally brought up, which is the resurrection of Christ himself.
It's what I'm trying to say is that's
so if I were to connect it to what I would say is the historicity for the resurrection of Christ has the same type of data that the historicity of the resurrection of these holy ones in Matthew, because the appearances of these holy ones and the appearances of Christ correlate, they correspond, and so the reports of their appearances is just as likely. For example, you're aware of the passage of First Corinthians 15, which is one of the earliest attestations of the the formal traditional creed that states about the resurrection of Christ and the appearance to 500, and this states within the first 505 years of Christ's resurrection. So
arguably, yeah. I mean,
right.
it's unclear. I mean,
as I understand, you do grant that possibility.
I brought the proof very early. I don't know about 5 years.
But the tradition on which it's based, he's quoting a very specific midrashic formula.
I agree. And Paul inserts himself into that formula. He's fine with it. So at some point, the formula stops in his own words.
Actually, that demonstrates the proof of the formula rather than subverts it.
So I don't know where the formula ends.
That's fine. My point is to say that there are early attestations that are no different in nature than attestations of the holy ones that rose from the grave. So
crucially,
so if you reject the resurrection of Christ based on the data of eyewitness testimony, then of course you're going to reject the resurrection or the resuscitation, let's say, either one of the holy ones based on the eyewitness testimony.
That's fine. If you believe in that, I know that a lot of Christians don't. So let's establish that first. Otherwise, it's let's forget about
so we did your passage in mind.
Yeah, sure. Okay, we can forget about the graves opening.
Sounds good. So let's go to Hosea if you don't mind. So in Hosea, you have actually a fantastic example of how the prophecies of Christ are being fulfilled at deeper, multi-valent levels, right? It's a meta-lepsis. Yeah. So to answer the discrepancy between Luke and Matthew, first of all, you have the time of the purification rite for the mother. It lasts 33 days after the circumcision of the infant. And therefore, it's a 40-day period before they're presented at the temple. This takes place before they flee to Egypt. Now, I understand the difficulty in the verse right after Luke's pericope about the presentation of the temple of Zechariah, because it says that they returned to Nazareth.
Yes, he says that after they returned to Nazareth.
I understand.
Maybe they went to Egypt.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
But can I just say that that may be the case? I think that's an unnatural reading of the case. But I'll just argue for a moment. Let's say that birth narratives don't contradict each other. That's fine. Let's say that birth narratives are not historically reliable for that reason. Evidence of the resurrection.
Sure, I understand.
But I get where you want to. But there are contradictions in the gospel.
Okay,
That's a whole
pause. So sorry,
Yeah.
we voted out with majority.
Thank you.
Proceed.
So there's one point you kind of keep going back to is the opening of the graves. And you're saying we're not seeing that anywhere in history. And I kind of agree with what Dan was saying, is this is an argument of silence. So we don't see anywhere in history the destruction of Pompeii being written down through Vesuvius. This is a huge event.
Sure.
Why do we see it?
But if we had accounts describing Pompeii around the time that happened, and they just didn't mention it, you don't think that would be a bit suspect?
Well, we don't see anything talking about the destruction of Pompeii.
Sure, but if we had accounts that were written about Pompeii at the time of the destruction, and they didn't mention it, do you think that would be weird?
Yeah, I do think that would be a
We
little
have accounts written about Jesus in Jerusalem at the time that this extraordinary event was supposed to take place, and they didn't even think to mention it.
So,
Can I say why I think the story isn't that? Because Jesus is supposed to be the first one of the dead. And Jesus is an apocalyptic prophet in the Synoptic Gospels, predicting that the end of the world is going to come soon, general resurrection of the dead, and Jesus is going to be the firstborn of the dead. So I think Matthew invents the story so that these people rise from their grave. They don't start appearing to people until after the resurrection, because Jesus is the firstborn of the dead, and this is the general resurrection. The reason it's invented is because, of course, after Jesus dies, there is no end of the world, there is no apocalypse, and so Matthew invents the story in order to fulfill that.
I think that's one hypothesis. But I think when we're looking at the Gospels, we have another hypothesis. We have this fact that, you mentioned the undesigned consensus, you're familiar with that, right? We have the fact that they go through a lot of historical information, so they get geography, right? You agree with this?
Yeah.
So would you say that we have authors that are located within this area during this time period?
I don't know if I can say that for confidence. I think it depends on which gospel you're talking about.
Well, let's just go like the Synoptics.
The Synoptics. So who do you think is the author of, say, the Gospel of Mark?
I would say it's Mark.
That was John Mark, the author of.
Yeah.
Now, why do you think that?
Well, I think you're just kind of brushing off my question. Do you think the authors were in that time period during that, in the location?
Actually, even if that's the case, I think that the events were written down decades after they happened.
Okay, but we are saying...
But I'm happy to, let's say that I granted it. Okay, so these accounts are at least based on eyewitness testimony. Fine. So,
well, if we have people who are reporting true information of eyewitness testimony...
then why did that true information often contradict us?
In what way does it contradict us?
What's the date of Jesus' death? The Synoptics say that it was on the Passover. John has it before the Passover.
So there's a long, convoluted answer to that. It's how they use idioms in the language. I don't want to get into that.
What time did Jesus die?
So I want to.
Mark says that it's 9 in the morning. John explicitly tells us that he's still standing before Pilate at midday.
So here's the thing. I'm going to blame two contradictions. Is that not what we would expect to see from people recording real events?
Not on these matters, I think.
Why not?
I've made this argument myself. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe we'd expect people to sort of misunderstand the cause. But if it's clear that the reason why John is putting the death of Jesus before Passover is to protect them to the Passover lamb, then I think we have reason to suspect that it's been done on purpose. In other words, if we can explain why these contradict each other because the authors have different
Six Flags.
I think that proposes a better hypothesis as to why they contradict.
So specifically on Jesus' day, I don't have off the top of my head. I know there's an explanation for that. Maybe we can talk later and I can show it to you. But I don't have the top of my head.
Okay, when Jesus is on the cross, there are two thieves next to him. Right? What do they say?
One says, one condemns him. One says, don't condemn him.
That's what happens in the Gospel of Luke. In the Gospel of Mark and the Gospel of Matthew, which are earlier, both of them mock him on the cross.
Yeah, I don't see that being an issue.
You don't see that as being an issue.
Why would that be an issue?
Because this is quite an important theological point. Seeing Jesus is forgiving his enemies right before his death. This seems to me, if the earlier Gospels, Mark and Matthew, say that this didn't happen, and explicitly says to the people who are in the context and mocking him, this is a story that Luke has invented.
But why
would Luke invent a story like that to make a theological point? Which tells us that the Gospel writers are willing to invent things in order to make a theological point.
I think you're just assuming
Okay,
invention.
pause. You're voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Sorry, we don't have more time.
The resurrection, as you know, is the single most important issue in Christianity. If it doesn't happen, as Paul would say, then none of this matters. If it did happen, then everything matters and everything becomes much more important. Do you believe that the disciples of Christ, Paul as well, and others, believed that Christ rose?
Oh my God, it's going to be an argument for martyrdom.
Truly believe, not that they just made it up.
But can I ask why you believe that they believed it?
Sure. Well, I would say they believed it because it happened. That's
okay, fine. But how do you know that they actually believed it?
How do I know that they believed it?
Yeah, how do you know that they believed it? How do you know that they were lying, for example?
Because they were executed for it. So
how were they executed?
Some of them were executed by being sawn in half. Some of them were executed by being beheaded.
How do you know that?
Well, through obviously the tradition and the historicity of the church.
Well, those are two things. There's tradition and the historicity.
Well, no. So the tradition of the church, the idea is that when you say church tradition or holy tradition, it's not just this idea that, we're just saying things and making things that are in line with Christianity. Sure. But it's actually this idea that we are following the trail and the lineage of Christianity.
What I'm looking for is evidence of the apostles' martyrdom for their claim that Jesus had risen from the dead. Only 2 disciples' deaths are recorded in the Gospels. There's Judas, who hangs himself. There's another contradiction. Yeah, hangs himself in Matthew, when Baxi is described as falling over the field and his guts spilling. Right? It seems to be a difference. So Judas, also James, the brother of John, who's beheaded by Herod, we're not told precisely why. Every single other death of the apostles relies solely on church tradition. There is no historical evidence that they were martyred, and certainly not that they were martyred for their belief that Jesus was resurrected. In fact, even according to church tradition, the only disciple, the apostle, that was not martyred for his faith, do you know who it was? John, the one who makes the most theologically fantastical claims of all of the apostles.
But obviously we know that also by the tradition that they tried to kill John by boiling him in oil.
I don't see any evidence that this actually happened outside of church tradition, and I don't trust that church.
So for instance, what type of evidence would you be expecting to hear by people who do not care about those Christians? So for instance, the people in power in Rome, why would they be writing some, incredible long tales about you're going to kill the Christians because of this, and this,
So
and
this
that we
goes
do
both
now?
ways, right? Why would the enemies report these martyrdom stories?
Right, exactly.
I would say, why wouldn't Christian writers be motivated to make such stories up? What I'm saying is that goes both ways. We don't know what actually happened. All we have is a tradition, a biased tradition that seeks to establish their martyrdom that tells us that that's what's
But we can know that they wouldn't want to just make this up because some of them also were killed. And when we now track that time later, there are saints in 200s, 300s, 400s that are killed.
That's true.
Having this
But crucially,
2 Flags.
they're not the people who supposedly saw this happen, so they could easily just be mistaken.
Agreed. But what I'm saying is that if those people in the 200s, 300s, 400s are saying that the eyewitnesses were killed and they are holding to the same faith and they are willing also to be killed, do you not think that this says something?
If indeed that doesn't happen, it means that
3 Flags.
that the disciples died for their beliefs. That's what we don't know whether that's true. We don't know whether that's I'm not saying that they didn't.
Right.
I'm just saying that we don't know. In other words, I'm happy to just grant that the disciples did believe in the resurrection of Jesus and that they died for their beliefs. What I'm saying is that people throw this out as if it's a historically attested fact. It's simply not.
So what happened on Easter morning?
I don't know.
There's only one other option other than obviously that Christ rose from the dead. I would ascertain it. You can disagree if you feel free. It would be that his disciples, people who truly loved him, stole his body and somehow disposed of
Well, it
it.
could have been somebody else's body.
What motivation would they have to dispose of it?
Grave robbing was.
Grave robbing was exceedingly common. People would bury the dead with a whole bunch of valuable shit. Also, what if someone was playing a trick on his disciples or something? What if it was an elaborate ruse? All of these things become more likely than a miracle. The most elaborate ruse that you can possibly think of, like, is still more likely than the laws of nature were suspended by some cosmic force, like, that has personage.
Quite popular in that time. There are gods that are only reported in Matthew. And what does Matthew say about gods? He's the only person that reports the gods. And what do the gods do? They say that Jesus has disappeared, and the high priests pay the guards to tell people that the body's been stolen. Now, what does Matthew say? He says, and this is a rumor that they went and spread that persists to this day. So the author of Matthew knew that there were people who were saying that somebody stole the body, and intentionally puts these guards there, has this story of the high priest paying them off to spread this rumor in order to combat that rumor. So we know that people in the early church, before the writing of the Gospel of Matthew,
were under the impression
thought that the body was stolen. There's even Tertullian talks about, this is amazing, Tertullian talks about a theory that some people were spreading that the gardener had stolen the body of Jesus because he didn't want people to come and spoil his lettuces when they came to see him as a shrine.
And I would agree that both seem illogical. But if we're just going to say that it was wrong, and then these disciples, this group of people, now are just not looking for the body, or that, again, which I would say is even more unlikely, that it is people who did not, someone who did not care about Christ, that now will steal his body, I feel like this would be also very illogical.
There are theories that are suggesting, for example, that the authorities, either the Jewish or the Roman authorities,
Somebody who was not the disciple of Jesus is not necessarily somebody that didn't care about Christ. Like, he means care in a positive sense. Like, and they could care about it for a political reason. They could care about it for, like to get one over on the disciples, or something else equally strange. Still, any strange story that I can think of is more plausible than literal magic. This
becomes some kind of shrine to believers of Jesus to go to after his death, and so they dispose of the body. There are all kinds of issues. Some people think that the body was eaten by dogs. Like, there's all kinds of things that could have happened, which seem pretty curious and unlikely. But to me, if you're trying to tell me that a man rose from the dead, you're going to have to do a lot more in the way of getting rid of these other.
It would be the only clause that has an external force. Every other clause is also extremely illogical, but the clause where Christ raised from the dead has that external force, and external force is
Alright, pause, guys. That's time.
So the first thing I want to ask is, do you have to have evidence to prove that something's real? To believe something's real?
Broadly, I think that can't be the case, but there are all kinds of things that we believe without evidence, such as the existence of the external world and the laws of logic, fine. But when it comes to historical claims, I think that, yes, we need some further proof.
And how much historical claims do you need in order for you personally to believe that Jesus is real?
I believe that Jesus is real. To believe that he was resurrected is just okay. I think I would need probably more corroborative accounts of specific appearances that didn't contradict each other.
Okay, what if I told you that Jesus still is revealing himself to people today?
That's fine. Do you think he's doing so in bodily form, multiple people at once?
Okay, so this is the thing, is I believe Jesus is still alive today, and that he is revealing himself, he's healing and delivering people, and it would be absolutely impossible for Jesus' resurrection if Christians didn't have power. So if a Christian was powerless, then Jesus wouldn't have resurrected. But because there's still deliverance, miracles, healing, signs, wonders, visions, and
That is because people have a cultural script of what to do in deliverance or a exorcism, or there's already a cultural script that exists, and people participate in perpetuating and modifying that same cultural script. You see it with demonic possessions and stuff every time a new movie with demons and stuff comes out. Something that was never part of anything before begins to occur. We only got 2 more spaces.
that's evidence and that's living proof that Jesus resurrected. Because if he didn't resurrect, he wouldn't have sent his Holy Spirit as an advocate to fill the believer to operate and to be empowered to walk in signs and wonders.
Along with the wealth of other religious traditions, which also have their visionaries too. As an outsider, I understand as a Christian, you hear the story that someone's seen Jesus, you might think it's plausible and think, praise Christ. For me, I don't find it convincing because I see it happen all over the place. I see all kinds of visions. I see people see ghosts. I see people see Jesus. I see people saying all kinds of gods. And by the way, that also I don't think would really indicate the historicity of this particular resurrection account of Jesus of Nazareth.
I had Jesus appear to me 3 years ago. I was in my room and he appeared to me and he came and he gave me a big hug. He lifted me up. He turned me around and the joy was unlike this world. And I'm telling you, like, he's so real because I've physically seen him. But, you know, I could say all day, like, tangible encounters with Christ. I've seen signs, wonders, miracles. I've seen paralyzed people walk out of wheelchairs and not over time. I've prayed over people and I've seen broken bones go back into place. I've seen people delivered of demons. Like, the very things in the Bible I've seen come to life. And my life has been tangible evidence of the living God, of the living resurrection, that he has risen, because I wouldn't be able to see or do any of that stuff unless that happened. But as much as I can tell you,
that's all well and good for you. Like, if that has happened and you have that ability, then you should be in hospitals every single day demonstrating that you have miracle powers. Like, you should be obligated to do that by your Christian conviction, of the fucking virtue of charity and the virtue of, like, healing people. If it's apparently that easy and that prevalent in your life, then you should be in some sort of service to your community. You should never leave the fucking hospital. Like, but I doubt that it's that magical or that healing.
it's up to if you want to believe it or not.
So I'm fascinated by your account. I always love to know what people see when they have these kinds of visions. The physicality, how Jesus appeared, did he fade away, did he walk out of the room, did he knock on the door, this kind of stuff. But the crucial point is that if I had such a religious experience, I have no doubt that it would probably turn me into a Christian, and God willing, what happened one day. That would be awesome. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened. And as far as that goes to convincing anybody else, people will say that's not evidence, and it's not. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be for you. It's supposed to be the reason that you have to believe in God. It's probably the best reason you have to believe in God. Unfortunately, that's not going to be very much for me, because these stories of sort of demons being driven out and this kind of stuff, you know, I think the only thing that the demons seem to be more scared of than Jesus is a camera. You know, if I can see this kind of stuff happen, maybe that would increase my credence. And if it does, I just have to accept that that's something experience. That like the apparent visions of the disciples and other people that you've already mentioned, I don't know what's happening now. I have to suspect it's some kind of psychological phenomenon. It's not shown otherwise.
Guys, I'm sorry.
Okay, so
Let's see it. Thank you.
My next assertion is that Jesus never claimed to be God.
Oh, big one. I like this.
Where does Jesus claim to be God?
Yeah, so I'm curious, when you say that, are you including the book of John?
So I think that the book of John is probably the least historically reliable in this case. So I'm talking about the historical Jesus. I do think that there are a number of instances where Jesus appears to claim to be God in John's Gospel, but even if we think that he actually said that, I still think that there's reason to believe that he wasn't claiming to be God in the sense of being identical with the Ark.
When you talk about the historical Jesus, what else do you pull from other than the Gospels of things that he might have said?
The things that he might have said, we only really have the Gospels. Okay. There are multiple sources within the Gospels.
What do you do?
Around 70 AD, I stopped going with scholarly consensus, and so you have also a bunch of sources, the unique sources to Matthew and Luke.
Yeah.
You also have this potential source called Hugh, from the German Well, all of this kind of stuff. John comes in the latest. And so when we're trying to figure out what the historical Jesus actually said, if we've got multiple sources all claiming he said the same thing, then I think we have good reason to think that he actually said that. Claims like, before Abraham was I am Father of one, anyone who's seen me has seen the Father, only appear in the Gospel of John, not in any of our other sources, which I think makes them less historically reliable.
Well, I like the claim. I got to come out with a little bit different approach because I think that the gospel writers are claiming that Jesus is God. So let's just go to Mark. As Mark starts, he talks about John the Baptist preparing the way for the Lord. Right? What is your response to that? Because ensuing Jesus comes.
I have no problem saying that Mark is intending to portray Jesus as God. It's not entirely clear, but I have no problem just granting that for the sake of this conversation. I think that the belief that Jesus is God is something that developed in early Christianity after Jesus died. I think there's nothing that Jesus said himself that can make us confidently say that he was walking around claiming to be God.
Well, what do you need in order to believe that Jesus is God? Because even if we take kind of this development in the Gospels, we can go before that. So would you say Paul's letters like Philippians and Colossians, would you say they were written before the Gospels?
Yes, yeah.
So if we're going before the Gospels, we have Paul claiming that Jesus is God in Philippians 2, where he's saying he was in the form of God, or maybe like a better translation would even be the essence or the nature of God.
Yeah, the problem I think with sort of quote mining in this respect is that there are quotes that point us in either direction, even in the Gospel of John. So Paul, for example, says that there is one God, which is the Father, and one Lord Jesus Christ, seemingly separate them. Jesus says things like, the my Father is greater than I am. He says things like, nobody knows the hour, not even the Son knows the hour, but only my Father in heaven. He says when he's crucified in the first two Gospels, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, my God, why have you forsaken me? I could point to these and say, these are Jesus claiming that he's separate from God.
Well, there is a distinction from the Father and the Son. So we're not, but instead of quote-mining, I could just quote the whole thing. That though he was in the form of God, didn't count equality with God, I think to your ass, but emptied himself by taking the form of a servant, being born in the likeness of man.
Sure. So I also have no problem saying full God that Jesus is God.
Okay, that's actually super clarifying for me, because then my question is, what piece of evidence do you now need in order to believe that Jesus claimed to be God? Like, what is it for you that you would be like, you know what, that convinces me?
Jesus in his own words saying that I am God.
Right, but he does that in John.
When?
Before Abraham was, I am.
Sure, so before Abraham was, I am. First off, as I said, it only appears in the Gospel of John. We don't know if
But he
it's
said it once, and the claim is that he never did.
If he actually said that, if he was going around claiming to be God in explicit terms,
that's a great.
Why is it that none of the other Gospel writers thought it was a relevant detail to mention?
It's difficult to not deal with it because you are acknowledging.
Hey, pause. I'm so sorry.
Oh, no,
Voted out by majority.
Great to meet you.
Hey, Alex, it is great to meet you. I've been a fan of yours for a long time, even though I'm a believer.
Thanks so much.
So, you claim that this was a later tradition that developed. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, when would you say that tradition developed?
Probably fairly early on, in the writings of Paul, decades after Jesus' death.
Okay, so do we have a better source for knowing what Jesus actually claimed than the Gospels?
No, we don't.
Okay, so if the Gospels are indeed the best source for understanding who Jesus was, do those Gospels portray him as a divine person?
Well, like I say, I think that there's only one Gospel that unambiguously portrays Jesus as himself claiming to be divine, and that's the Gospel of John, which is the latest and most theologically motivated of all of the Gospels. Even then, the claims that we're talking about, things like, before Abraham was, I am, the Greek term there is ego eimi. One chapter later, in John chapter 9, Jesus heals a blind man, and the blind man goes back, and people say, were you not the man who was born blind? And what does he say? Ego eimi, I am. It's also just a way of identifying himself and saying, it's me.
I would want to know then, in the Synoptic Gospels, are they claiming that Jesus is just a mere man?
I think that it's debatable what the Synoptic authors are doing, but I'm happy to grant that the Synoptic authors were trying to portray Jesus as God.
Okay, so that means all four Gospel writers were intending to portray Jesus as God.
That may be right, too.
Okay. Now, in the first century Hebrew culture, do you worship anyone other than God?
Depends what you mean by worship. So the Greek word for worship used in the New Testament is pronounced proskainim or proskanim, something like that, which typically in the Hebrew is translated in the Septuagint to that word, proskainim. In the Hebrew is a word which just means something like bow down before. So for example, the same word is used when Jacob bows down before Esau. The same word is used when Joseph's brothers bow down before him when he's the governor of Egypt. The same word is used for King David, for example, in multiple books.
But in the Synoptic Gospels, is Jesus portrayed as being worshipped?
I think at some points, yes. So, for example, at the end of John's Gospel, Doubting Thomas, beginning in the birth narratives, of course, I think the birth narratives were forged in later additions to the New Testament.
I want to focus entirely on the Synoptic Gospels, because those seem to be the one that you think of the most shaky on this. In the Synoptic Gospels, is the charge of blasphemy given against Jesus?
Yes.
Absolutely. Right?
Yes, yeah.
Can you be given the charge of blasphemy merely for claiming to be the Messiah?
Well, let's find out. In the book of Acts, since Stephen has a vision before the Pharisees, what vision does he have? He looks up before the Pharisees and he says, I can see God, and I can see Jesus sat at the right hand of God. Separating Jesus and God, what did the Pharisees do? They stoned him to death for blasphemy. So we know that you didn't have to claim that Jesus was identical to God in order to be stoned for blasphemy.
How about judging the entire world? Is that something that a human would do?
I suppose it has to be a very special kind of human. I understand that you think that only God can judge, sure.
So did the Synoptic Gospels portray Jesus as the one who's going to judge the world?
I think that may be true. The Synoptic Gospels may portray him as being that. What I'm asking for is, in Jesus' own words, or indeed in his own actions, claiming to be God. For example, a moment ago you said that he was stoned for blasphemy. Can he be stoned for blasphemy for doing something other than claiming to be God? In the book of Acts, since Stephen was stoned for exactly that. So do you agree that that at least isn't an indication that Jesus is claiming to be God?
I don't know that they necessarily were stoning him for that exact thing. I don't know the exact context of that. With that in mind, the divine birth of Jesus is another factor that's in all the Synoptic Gospels. In those Gospels, Jesus is born of Virgin Mary and the Holy Spirit.
It's only two of the Synoptic Gospels, and in Luke's, at least, is probably a later edition. It wasn't in the original.
Okay, regardless, is Jesus' birth portrayed as a normal human birth?
No, not at all.
In all of the Synoptics. So if he's not a man, well, that's fine. If he's not a man in these Gospels, then what is he?
Well, again, I'm happy to say that the Synoptic authors were portraying Jesus as God, especially whoever added the birth narrative to Luke after the fact. I've got no problem with that.
You just don't trust those Gospels?
No, in the same way that I don't trust the legendary accounts surrounding the birth of Alexander the Great. I don't think he was God either.
Is there a better, more reliable source for the historical Jesus than the Gospels?
No. But within the Gospels, there are more and less historically reliable ones. So, as I've already said, there are seemingly sources. So, for example, when Jesus says something in Aramaic.
There's already 10 flags up.
Okay, pause.
Oh.
Sorry, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Yes, good man. Nice meeting you. How's it going? Alex, nice to meet you.
I'm not a fan because I don't know who you are, but.
Well,
yes, but anyway, so the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, I don't know a ton about them.
Okay, well, they were found in 1943. It is proven that they are about 2,300 years old, and you've got your Bible there. Do you know when crucifixion started?
When crucifixion started?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so the Israelites, for instance, in King David's time, If you were found in blasphemy, how would they kill you?
Well, there are different ways of doing it. You can be stoned, for example. And
Right.
whose day is it? Is it?
Well, the Pharisees,
Of
the
course,
Sadducees.
of course, it's the Romans that killed Jesus, and they didn't
Exactly.
kill him for theological
So would you
reasons.
do me a favor?
Sure.
Open up Psalms 22.
Whatever you like.
King David wrote this.
Psalms 22.
Would you read it?
From the beginning?
Sure.
My God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you...
What did Jesus say on the cross?
My God, why have you forsaken me?
Go on.
Why are you so far from saving me, so far from my cries of anguish? My God, I cry out day by day, but you do not answer. By night I find no rest. Yet you are enthroned as the Holy One. You are the one Israel praises. Like, what are you looking for?
Well, basically, if you go on, it basically describes crucifixion to the T.
Sure.
Written
Can I
800.
stop you there?
No, but let me finish. Written 800 years before crucifixion ever even happened. It even gets into the Lamai.
What does that got to do with Jesus claiming to be God?
Well, what this has to do with it is I believe that the entirety of the Word of God, just like in John chapter 1, the Word became flesh and made its dwelling amongst us.
Yep.
I believe the entire Bible points to Jesus being the Messiah.
I agree with you.
So that is my point.
The Messiah is not the same as God. Jews didn't believe that the Messiah was the same as God.
Well,
Okay, boss. Sorry, Lori, you voted out.
very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Learning more about our God, that knowing like what happened in the Old Testament, he needed to have a representative to humble himself during these trials of the early beginnings of the Old
Okay.
Testament.
For the sake of time, I really need Jesus claiming to be God.
So my point is that he sent Jesus to be that human figure to represent God so he could humble himself in his own creation.
So where does Jesus say that I'm that person? I'm God.
When he claims to say, I am the light, I am the way, follow me, I am your God.
He says I am your God.
I am the light. I feel like
He says that, you just said I am your God. I don't think Jesus says that.
my apologies on misrepresenting like the whole entirety of the words in that verse, but he's still claiming that he is the light that has that connection to
Yeah,
that higher God.
absolutely.
And I feel like with that
That
connection,
connection to that higher God.
yes, that he is in that physical form. I also want to say with the Virgin Mary, he has no father, and the angel blessed him. What he was saying
According to
earlier.
two mythical birth narratives.
Yes.
Which, by the way, the Gospel
I'm
don't
gonna
seem to
ask
have any
you-
knowledge of. Well,
Like, man, I really need to know what fucking Christian crystal shop that they picked this chick up from. Like, in this weird, like, it's like a tank top and it has two straps on one side and one strap on the other side, and it's weirdly asymmetrical and it's bothering me. And it's a tank top that has like the Virgin Mary on it. Oh man. There's already 10 flags up.
Well, with the virgin birth, we've covered twice now. At one point, Jesus' family, in Mark's Gospel, Jesus' family come up to him and say that the innkeep lost his mind. Which is a very strange thing for his family to say if they
For
there
the
was a
sake
virgin
of
birth
time
that's known.
and for the sake of flags, I just want to emphasize that Jesus is that human God form, that he needed to humble himself so he can truly understand how humans work in
I
his
just
own
want to know how you
creation.
know that that's Jesus.
I want to emphasize that as well, just by the very teachings that he sent and how
Alright, boss. You voted out. Mr.
Thanks.
She's just preaching.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
We can. I think that the general narrative of the Bible is the soon coming Messiah. Obviously, there's some discrepancies and disagreements on the whole notion of whether Jews believe that the Messiah was God or not. But if we're looking at the New Testament as a whole, there seems to be this narrative from the beginning of the Gospels all throughout Acts that the religious officials, everybody around this Jesus figure, is trying to do away with this up-and-coming revolution or whatever. Where you specifically noted with the blasphemy that Stephen so-called did. I don't believe that they stoned him because he was claiming to be God. I think they stoned him because he was reaffirming this narrative that was so antithetical to
Okay,
the
so
entire
what's this got to do with Jesus claiming to be God? I have no problem with saying that Jesus was claiming to be the Messiah, the Christ, and that the Jewish authorities saw that as a threat, and that the Roman authorities certainly saw it as a threat that he was claiming to be the King of the Jews. Those are the charges that he was actually crucified, King of the Jews. Where does Jesus claim that he's God?
I'm just going to go back to John because it's the strongest source, and
So,
you
give me
know,
one
multiple instances of I am. Like
That's
even if it's what you said earlier, that exactly how you put it. It says before Abraham, and Abraham in Jewish tradition and culture seems to be this forefather of their faith. So it's like, how are you putting a man, just any man, above
Well,
Abraham?
he's not just any man. He's not claiming to just be any man.
No, I'm not saying
there's any old man and then there's God.
I'm saying that
Abraham
Abraham's statement reaffirms that I am. That you can't just say before Abraham because Abraham's the beginning of the Israeli timeline. Like, this is the beginning of their faith. So to say that.
So for what it's worth, I don't think that Jesus, the historical Jesus, actually said this. But even if he did, saying before Abraham was ego eimi, it certainly seems to imply that he is maybe eternal, at least existed before his bodily form. That's pretty weird. But claiming to be God is a different thing. As I say, when Jesus walks in the water, the disciples think that they've seen a ghost. And what does Jesus say to them? Do not be afraid, ego eimi, which most Bibles translate as it's me. Because sometimes saying ego eimi
Okay, boss. You've been voted out by the majority.
Thanks.
Mr. Houston.
Thanks. 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 Thanks.
Good seeing it.
All right. Two things. Have you heard of the Cloud Rider motif?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Oh, the Cloud Rider motif.
Yeah. Okay. Then I'm assuming you've heard of like the two powers in heaven motif.
No.
Okay. There's a Jewish historian named Alan Segal. He wrote a book called The Two Powers of Heaven. And what he talks about is there's this weird thing happening in the Bible where there's almost like two Yahweh figures that they point to. So some verses, for instance, will say Yahweh rained down fire from Yahweh. And so Philo of Alexandria in the Second Temple period talks about this two powers of heaven motif. And he says like there's two Yahwehs. There's the first power and the second power, but they're both Yahweh. It's almost like a sort of proto-Trinitarian view. That's one thing that I was going to put there for now. Another puzzle piece here is you've heard about the Cloud Rider motif. So in the Ugaritic texts, in the Baal cycle, we see Baal referenced as the one who rides the clouds. And I think you can see that actually adopted by the Israelites in Hebrew Bible as well. So Psalm 104 is like an exaltation psalm and actually talks about Yahweh being the one that rides the clouds in heaven. He is the king. I see that as kind of a polemic of calling Yahweh the king. Okay. Are we on the same page there? Okay. In Daniel 7, you'll see a messianic passage there about how God will come down, and you'll see the Son of Man come, riding the clouds of heaven, and his kingdom will be an everlasting kingdom.
Do you think Daniel thought that the Son of Man was going to be God, since he says that he's riding on a cloud?
This is a really interesting point.
I don't think that he did, because he was a Jewish writer.
I lean on saying yes, but I don't know if I can say that with like absolute certainty.
Do you think that Daniel was expecting the Messiah to be God?
I think so.
Oh, sorry, the Son of Man to be God.
That's a motif only applied to God. So yes, Cloud Rider motif.
By the way, I do think that there are multiple things which people, even in Jesus' time, thought only God could do. Things like forgiving sins. And when Jesus does these things, he's not doing so in order to prove that he's God, but in order to prove that the Son of Man has the authority.
Yeah, I completely agree. I completely agree. This isn't that kind of an argument. This is an identification thing.
So where's Jesus claiming?
Yes, that's where I'm going. So we have these puzzle pieces in place. If you fast forward to Mark's Gospel, and I'm going to use Mark.
Let's do Mark.
Jesus before Caiaphas in Mark's Gospel, Caiaphas asks him, "Who are you?" And instead of just explicitly saying, "I am God," Jesus quotes Daniel 7, saying he is the Son of Man, the humanoid, who will ride in the clouds, and calls himself the second power. So you have this two powers of heaven motif. The two powers, they're both God, and the Cloud Rider motif, and the Son of Man. He's quoting Daniel 7 to identify himself. After that, Caiaphas tears his robe into Christ and blesses him.
I do think that Jesus is making pretty extraordinary claims to himself, such as being the Son of Man, but I still don't see why he's claiming to be God. If this were the way that he was trying to reveal his divinity to people, it'd be a strange and convoluted way to do it. Psalm 82 also talks about God presiding over a council of gods, saying, "You shall be called gods." And Jesus quotes that psalm when he's referring to his relationship with the Father in the Gospel of John. So even in the Old Testament, you have these hypotheses, lesser gods.
Right?
Jesus is only claiming to be that.
Right? But this is not a Christological implication, and I have mine. And I get where you're saying, where you're coming from, but to the ancient author, how obvious would this be?
So the best we have here is Jesus claiming to be the Son of Man, and that might indicate
we
that he might be
don't,
God.
yeah, but we don't predicate our hypotheses on the evidence we wish we did have. We go off the evidence that we do have.
That's right, and I don't think that there's any point which Jesus says.
So you're saying that this is not
Alright, guys, that's time.
evidence for not good enough. So sorry, everyone. I wish we could. This chap over here seemed also very knowledgeable, very enthusiastic, and philosophically minded as well. I don't bring it back.
My claim, which might bother some people in this circle, and this is why I thought maybe we could find a little bit of middle ground here, because I represent a form of Christianity that a lot of people don't even consider as Christian. I'm a Latter-day Saint, also known as a Mormon. And my claim is...
Oh, shit.
Also known as Mormonism, provide...
He picked the Mormon. Like, oh, that's fucking funny. Oh, shit. His claim is that Mormonism provides a conception of God that is more rationally defensible than any other Christian sect. And I'm like, wow. That is quite the claim there, brother. You go.
A conception of God that is more rationally defensible than any other creedal Christian sect.
Okay, tell me why. I must admit, I don't know very much about Mormon theology. I know you also don't like being called a Mormon, right? So I know what
We generally are not Latter-day Saints, a member of the Church of Jesus Christ. Our theological claims, for example, the problem of evil, okay? So the way that we address it. So the problem really, so far as I can tell, that you have isn't so much with suffering, right? Because suffering could be something that is justified, right?
Yeah, in principle, it's sort of the amount of suffering.
Absolutely. So the issue really is injustice. It's
not injustice. It's suffering, particularly suffering from non-human animals.
Okay, and fair enough. So with the concept of injustice, the Latter-day Saint conception of God is that God actually, his purpose is to make us become as he is.
Yes, does that include animals as well?
Animals are part of the created order that will be redeemed along with the rest of the created order.
Okay, so what does suffering do for them?
Suffering is part of the inherent nature of the world as a fallen world. Okay?
Even for animals?
Yes, even for animals.
Whose fault is that?
Let me break it down.
A lot of questions.
Yeah, let me break it down like this. So if I have a child and I want my child to grow up to become like me, my child needs to go out of my house. He needs to go into the lone tree. And if that is the case, that means that there's going to be some level of separation between me and him. He's in the world of injustice. It's a world that is unfair.
Why is that world unjust and unfair? Because I understand what you're saying. You want in this analogy, you want your child to become like you. And what that's going to involve is encountering suffering, developing as a person, getting thicker skin. The only reason you want that for your child is because they're going to live in a world where they're going to have to encounter that, and you want them to be better at dealing with that, right? If you were given the opportunity to give your child a life that was separate from you, where they went about and did their business, but there wasn't that kind of suffering, and you chose the one in which there was suffering just for the sake of it, I think that would be problematic.
Well, it's not that I chose to put them in that world. See, this is a difference in Latter-day Saint theology.
That's what I'm interested
in. Latter-day Saint theology, there is a pre-existence, and human beings, knowing the unjust nature of reality, have the choice.
Oh, they choose to.
They choose to enter into the moral state, to pass through. The way to look at it is there's this realm of injustice where anything can happen. I can go out tomorrow, my kid can get cancer, all these things can happen. And the idea is we say, but if you're willing to pass through the realm of injustice, this is a necessary condition to reach your divine potential.
Come, why is it necessary?
This is another thing about Latter-day Saint theology that's different. Like, for instance, God cannot create a square circle.
Why did that apply here?
Because God cannot bring you to your divine potential because of the nature of the laws of reality.
Okay, but like, why not? Because you just sort of restating that he can't do it. I want to know why.
I know what I'm saying is that there are laws that even God has found.
Like, which laws are relevant here? Like, which laws are
like the law of non-contradiction?
Why explain to me how the law of non-contradiction binds God to not create a world where there's no suffering?
Because that relationship with God must be freely chosen, and God cannot force me. Because there is the question: why doesn't God just make us all happy?
But that's a separate question, because God could make a world in which there's no suffering, which is still
I disagree.
In which you're still free to choose whether or not to follow.
I would say that is a logical contradiction.
Okay, so maybe you can tell me why. Because right now what you're telling me is that it's illogical on the level of creating a square circle to create a system that a person can voluntarily choose to sort of exit the heavenly realm and go into in order to do whatever they need to do to get to God's ultimate
Not to get to God, to become as He is.
Sure, to fulfill their full potential. That has to involve not just suffering, but the kind of suffering that we see on planet Earth. I'm asking why that's logically necessary.
A totally unjust world, okay? Because it is by passing through this realm that we have the experience of injustice that allows us to know what injustice is.
But why do we need to know what injustice is?
Because how else can you come to be like God? Kind of like the Adam and Eve story. There's the fruit of the tree of knowledge and good and evil.
So what is justice? How do you define justice?
Off the top of my head, I would say that justice is getting what you deserve.
Yeah, right. Okay. And so the problem is that, like, you can imagine a situation in which there was nothing wrong, nothing bad, nothing evil, and therefore no need for this rectifying force of justice. We say justice is a good thing, but justice is a good thing insofar. Well, justice is a good thing insofar as it overcomes injustice. That's what it's there for. In the same way that chemotherapy is a good thing because it tries to overcome cancer. If I said that I was going to create cancer so that we could have the good of chemotherapy, and you said, why would you do that? And I said, because there's no way for us to achieve the good of chemotherapy without creating cancer. You look at me like I've lost my mind.
No, it's like saying, this is the better analogy. It's like saying to my son, the only way that you can become the way I am is to go out into that world where anything could happen and persevere.
Okay, so I still have one, but for the sake of time, I want to ask you about animals. Do animals consent to go into this?
The animal kingdom is part of the fallen world. They are part of the fallen world.
Do they feel pain?
I don't know. That's more of a good question. I don't know necessarily.
You don't know if a fucking animal feels pain?
Yeah, I think that I have an obligation to prevent the death of living creatures.
Well, not death. No, I'm not going to kill it now.
You don't know if a fucking animal feels pain? Oh my god. Why did Mormon Jesus make this motherfucker think that, like, not... Why did Mormon Jesus make this motherfucker not able to realize that animals can feel pain? What? Oh my lord. Alright, add it to the fucking list of crazy Mormon beliefs. Like... Or like... Add it to the list of crazy shit that Mormons are not sure of for whatever fucking theological reason. What in the hell, man? Like... What the fuck? You're not sure if animals can fucking feel pain? Really? You've gotta be shitting me. Like, that is one of the dumbest fucking takes that I have ever heard in my life. Like, what? What in the absolute fuck? How can you believe that? If I stepped on a fucking, like, if I stepped on a dog's tail, like just to fucking hear it squeal, you would tell me to stop right now. Like, you would tell me to stop. Like, and he used that, like, Alex O'Connor used that fucking example in the other video that we watched.
because I believe that God wants us to protect the created order.
Okay, so
and to create goodness, light, and truth.
So would that be similar to like, you know, me stepping on a plant or something? Just like, hey, don't do that, man. It's a great.
No,
What do you think it's because they're suffering?
I think it is the problem because they're suffering, but I don't understand that suffering in terms of the way that humans suffer.
Okay, because you said that the reason why it's not so much of a problem for humans to enter the vale of tears and to suffer is because they consent to do so before they're born. If animals don't do that, then I don't think that their suffering is justified on the same grounds.
Well, let me turn this around because while I think that you bring up some objections there, my claim is that we have a better capacity to handle this than the Credo-Christian model.
Sure. Okay. So,
And so would you agree with my claim that we have a better model than Credo-Christianity?
I don't know because I don't know enough because we've only been speaking for 10 minutes. There are probably things that it deals with better and things that it deals with worse. For example, you know, I've spoken a ton on my show about the Gnostic cosmology, which I think does a lot to do with problems like problem of evil and weird sort of seeming immateriality of Jesus in some passages and stuff. But there's a lot of problems with it too. There's a ton of problems such as like God's providence and the nature of why the dead are going. All of these ideas are oftentimes I think created because they better account for certain things over others. I don't think that's necessarily the case with Mormonism, of course. But yeah, I'm sure in some cases it does better, in some cases it does worse. In this case, I don't think there's anything more to explain the suffering of animals.
Your problem with the suffering of animals is that it's unjust.
No, it's not.
Then why do you? Then what? Suffering. If suffering ultimately. is
It's
redeemed,
because
let's
it's
say animals on the
needless.
other side, for all they suffer, they get the best possible animal future that you could ever imagine, and the animals get there and they go, "This is great. It was all worth it." Then
Like, so my answer to your question, I will answer it with a different question that is posed to you. If from the time that you were born, like, until... No. From the time that you could perceive, like, what I'm saying, like what I'm saying to you and doing to you, if I torture you, and then once you reach some, like, once you, like, almost reach death, I then all of a sudden stop and I give you all of the money in the world. Like, does it make it right what I did to you? You're now the richest person in the world, you're the most powerful person in the world, you can do whatever you want to me, like, or whatever else, but I tortured you from the time that you could perceive that it was torture until such a time as you almost died. Like, and then I make you the richest person in the world, but I don't tell you that I was going to do that, like, originally. Like, does it make anything that I did to you before in any way right? No, it doesn't. Like, oh my lord. I am most certainly not high enough for this.
it would be worth it. So it's the injustice of
The question is, why aren't they just given that without the suffering first? I can understand why that wouldn't happen with humans, or whatever. Again, I want to back, I still have qualms with the idea, but they just want it from it.
Like, once you die, you'll get heaven. Once every animal dies, it will get animal heaven. Like, or whatever. It will all be redeemed in the end. Everything will come out in the wash. It's just like, it still doesn't fucking make it right. He used the other example, like, he used that other example, like, if I punch you right in the fucking face and then give you $1 million afterwards, like, your life is going to be, like, transformed by that, or you're going to be appreciative of the $1 million, but why did you have to fucking punch me in the face, like, would be your thought. Like, why couldn't you have just given me the money instead of punching me in the face and then giving me the money? Like, giving them the money doesn't make the fucking punch in the face any more right than it wasn't. Like, so no. Like, animals getting animal heaven does not justify animal suffering. Like, and the motherfucking, like, the weird Mormonism dude, like, said that, like, he wasn't even sure if animals felt pain or not. Like, so I'm like, I can't even trust you on anything. I can't trust you on any proposition. Because that's so fucking, like, ass backwards fucking perception of the world. Like, it reads as like a person that's never had a fucking pet. Like, they've never had a pet, but they're a Mormon and they're commanded by God to have as many fucking children as possible. It's just like, oh my God, no. Like, you haven't even ever had a pet in your life. Shauna, help me. This fucking crazy Mormon said that he is not sure if animals feel pain or not. Like, I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. Like, oh my Lord. Let me at him with a frying pan and I'll answer his question. No, he's talking about non-human animals, Shauna. I'm like, this totally speaks of never had a pet energy. Never ever had a pet. Like, never had a pet, not once. Like, what? I have to go back. Like, we have to go back to that, because that was nuts. We're at 29:37. We'll go to 28:46.
The reality of Jesus and some passages and stuff, but there's a lot of problems with it too. There's a ton of problems, such as like God's providence and the nature of why the dead industry. All these ideas are oftentimes, I think, created because they bear account for certain things over others. I don't think that's necessarily the case with Mormonism, of course. But yeah, I'm sure in some cases it does better, in some cases it does work. In this case, I don't think there's anything more to explain the suffering of animals.
The problem with the suffering of animals is that it's unjust.
No, it's not.
And why do you, suffering, it's suffering.
Alex's problem is not because animal suffering is unjust. It is because it is unnecessary. It is unnecessary whenever a loving, omniscient being is at the helm. It is not what I would expect to see if, like, an all-loving, all-knowing, all-caring, all-present fucking creator of the universe or whatever the fuck, if that existed, then I would expect things to look different than they do. Like, not that it is in any way unjust, like, and then we get to talking about justice for animals or whatever else. No. Like, it's because it is completely needless. There is no purpose in it. Like, there's no end goal to all of the suffering. It's not on any sort of moral ground or moralizing thing. Like, and he constantly has to explain this. Yes, I hit him. Ask him if he feels the pain. He says yes. I say good boy.
Let's say the animals on the other side, where all they suffer, they get the best possible animal future that you could ever imagine. And then animals get there and they...
And then this motherfucker says, what if all dogs do go to heaven? Like, would that make it right? And I'm like, no, that still wouldn't make it right. Like, that still wouldn't make it right that deer gets hit on the fucking highway. Like, that doesn't make it right that a fucking, like creature dies with its leg caught in a trap, or like a fucking tree branch that like falls on its fucking leg and it starves and dies, like, or whatever. That doesn't fucking like giving them fucking like Bambi heaven, like giving them fucking Bambi heaven doesn't make up for the fact that they suffered and fucking died needlessly. Like, legitimately, like, he also brought up predation in another one of these things, where like if you just take out predation, then like God could have made everything herbivorous. So then there would be at least far less animal suffering. Like, and bringing up National Geographic, it's like, you shouldn't make the program so violent. It's just like, you should see all the stuff that we don't use. Like, you should see all the stuff that we don't use, because like, there's not a lot that isn't. Like... Like, and then I think he says it right here, like after he poses like animal heaven, like for all of their trouble.
No, this is great. It was all worth it. Then it would be worth it. So it's the injustice. The question is, why aren't they just given that without the suffering first? I can understand why that wouldn't happen with humans, but whatever. Again, I want to clarify. I still have qualms with the idea, but let me just grant it for a moment. I can understand why you need to do that with humans before they get the nice rules again. But why the animals? Why cause them to suffer?
Human beings will suffer as well, unjustly. It's just the nature of an unjust world.
The suffering of animals, I think, is unexpected if a good God is overseeing.
But it's not a problem if ultimately they are compensated.
Well, I think it still is a problem, because you don't just get to inflict suffering and then compensate people and think that that's okay. Have you heard of the bullying club?
No, if I have to inflict suffering on here,
Let me give you this example. This example. There's an infamous club, private club at Oxford University, called the Burlington Club. They're a bunch of like Etonized posh kids who used to go around. They go to restaurants. They're incredibly rich. They would host a dinner and then they would trash the place. They'd flip over tables. They'd smash things. They'd cover the walls and everything. It was absolutely devastating. Just horrible behavior. And then when the owner came up and said, "What the hell have you done?" They just paid more. They said, "Hey, how much money?" And not only that, they paid them way more than the repairs were worth. So they could get away with it because if anything, they've done those people a favour. No, it's still terrible, awful behaviour, because even if you compensated someone for it, if you caused them suffering, which by the way, it still doesn't mean why that suffering exists. It doesn't seem like it's worth it.
Let me do
Or it's worth it. It doesn't seem like it's
it can be worth it though. For instance, a dog that's getting a shot has no idea what's going on. He's just thinking, this hurts and is so terrible. And the thing is if it ultimately saves its life, it's worth it.
Yeah,
So
but
if there is a compensatory reward for the suffering that's there, everything can be redeemed.
understand
And
what
in
you're
your view, is life even worth it? Because if life is mostly suffering even for the animals, then isn't the logical conclusion to end this project altogether?
That's a separate question. But if you had the opportunity to not have that dog need the shot, and you gave them the shot anyway, you created the need for the shot, and they gave them the shot.
But in LDS cosmology, God does not create the conditions that are where the shot is necessary. You're correct, and you're correct on Creole Christianity. It does, and that's the biggest flaw with it. By the way, I want to give you that's Alex. It's been great meeting you.
Well, yeah, see you later. Jacob himself said that a lot of people here might not even consider him to be a Christian because he's a Latter-day Saint. And I think the best thing that speaking to somebody like him does is reminding you that not all Christians are the same. There's not some uniform Christian worldview. Everybody who comes up is going to have a different opinion. And having a Latter-day Saint in there who has a totally different theology to other Christian denominations, let's say.
Like, I think that was a major reason why this round of Jubilee kind of suffered, because there's 25 Christians in the room. There's 25 different methods of being a Christian. Like, so it was like people were getting voted out constantly because, like, you can't find two people in the same pew in the same church that agree on literally everything about God and the Bible. Let's go kind of big out here. Man, Yeah, there were 25 different Christian perspectives in that room, and that was how it really broke down and how it fucking suffered. That's pretty good. I'm liking the effect so far. And also, you need to like go around on these. A thing that I often repeat in my head is this thing that my dad said, because he did portraits and caricatures and stuff. He said likenesses lie within millimeters of one another. So for something to truly look like something else, the true essence of it lies within millimeters. So I always kind of try to have that thought of like millimeter precision almost. If I could do a few more hours, I bet that I could get like the next round of like triangles, because they're much smaller or whatever, but it would also be completing these shapes as well. Which I think that the next step is like rounding out these shapes, and finalizing whatever these shapes are going to be. I do like how it's been going though. I love the build up. Our next major long project is probably going to be these pairs for every single round. And also the shaping of these long, thin, I can only estimate that they're going to look like teardrops, but like this, but longer and thinner. It's so pretty, thank you. I like to draw a pretty picture. Do. Ooh. All right. Yeah, I think we're good. So that there is our most newly completed round. And I'm sure that I'll probably like touch it up here or there. Like sometimes I have to walk away from it and look at it and walk away from it and look at it and walk away from it and look at it. So on and so on and so on. But yeah, it's looking good. Then the next round, like probably like whatever next stream that we do, we'll probably go for these little triangles and then sort of like doing some rounding with these spaces that will also be like clear spaces. Yeah, I think this, and this being clear spaces will provide a really cool effect. And also these long teardrop shapes, which I anticipate is what they're going to do. Because these will also be white spaces, because this is a white space, and this will also be a white space. Because these little triangles will be black spaces. Can't wait. It reminds me of the what is it called? It's the like the ferrofluid magnet sculptures or whatever, where there's like this liquid that has iron flakes suspended in it, and there's these sculptures that have like electromagnets on them, so they guide the ferrofluid up like spiraling magnet things and whatnot, and it's like it's very black, like very gray black liquid. Yeah, Shauna knows what I'm talking about. That ferrofluid shit is really cool. I always wanted to have, like, some of it. Apparently you can kind of make it, like, but you need the materials to make it, which is like oil and iron filings and like I think like soap or something. You can make it with soap and oil and iron filings, but it's like hard to do. You need like other equipment. Oh. But this was a good one, even though it was just all of these little triangles. Like, I like that I got a whole nother layer done. Would have liked two, but our next round encloses a white space and starts two new shapes, so it'll be like sort of like 1.5 layers once we finish the next round. All the way around. All right. I think we got a raid out now. It's getting late. I've got work tomorrow. I might have another peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Oh. But I'm loving how it's looking. Let's see. Who are we going to? Oh, we're absolutely doing Triple C. They've only been up for 6 minutes. Surprise, motherfucker. All right, everyone, be good. Have a good time. Have a good night. Have a good morning, whatever time it is for you. I'll see you all next time whenever we are dotting along and continuing to work on this project that continues to make me have a little bit of meaning and fulfillment, in that I also get to share fun secular content with all of you as well. All right, here we go. Rating now.